Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna move and walk on a dog book.
Oh, you caught me again. You caught me again. So that's one of my bad habits, vaping. So good day to you. Good day to you. Good day to you. So how have you been? Hope you had a wonderful day since we last congregated. It seemed like only yesterday that we last met. Maybe that was because it was only yesterday that we last congregated. So we congregate again to go through our matters Nigerian. Before we get into anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So that's the first thing you should be doing. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed already, then correct that by making sure you are subscribed. Then if you comment us on the screen, the hyperlink that says start, click on the is to come and join us in because sorry, I hope I'm not going to get gremlins today. We're getting divergent voices choosing to click on that hyperlink to come and join us on the screen. So you'll be one of those new and divergent voices in order to continue to expand the diversity of the. I'm not. If screen is shaking now, let me know in the comment section if the streaming is coming across okay. So click on the description and the feature invitation by your host cups of coffee. So do that. Buy your host so it doesn't die of thirst. So do those. Today. Let's talk about something that we're going to be discussing tomorrow. So I want you to bookmark this. So we have a very important guest joining us tomorrow. It's the chairman of one of the leaders, the Solo Democratic Party. Is Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, who was, by the way, the boss of Prince Adebayo, who spent an excellent few hours with us just a few days ago. So Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam will be gracing us with his company tomorrow. So bookmark it now. So if you've ever wanted that interaction with the leading politicians in Nigeria, here is that window now. So book it now. So make sure you are bookmarking this now. So I'm really looking forward to this one because it's a rare opportunity and insight into the inner workings of the topmost echelons of the Nigerian political space. So a conversation with Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So bookmark that. That's coming tomorrow. The of the SDP. So the chairman of the SDP comes tomorrow, but what comes to you today? I will start it on a comical note. Tribunal witness tender U.S. verdict on Tinubu's $460,000 forfeiture. I'm a bit surprised actually that this is the case. I'm a bit surprised that this is the case because I thought almost with some certainty that this would not make it to the hearings, that they would dismiss it out of hand as being too vague and spurious and somewhat nonsensical. But it looks as though they are going to entertain it. Tribunal witness tender U.S. verdict on Tinubu's $460,000 forfeiture. So quite what the tribunal makes of that. Maybe they want to have a laugh. We'll see how that plays out. So, of course, we'll be back in court today, but we're not paying too much attention to that anymore because events, of course, are more important matters. Fuel subsidy removal, rise against Tinubu, APC through protest rallies, processions. Group urge Nigerian labor unions, students, traders. So, yes, as we predicted, so seems to be the case because the backlash, almost a certainty, as soon as he uttered those words, you knew that the backlash will come quick and fast. And quick and fast they have come. Fuel subsidy removal, rise against Tinubu, APC, through protest rallies, processions, group urge Nigerian labor unions, students, traders. So, of course, that doesn't catch anybody off guard. And there are attempts, by the way, by Tinubu to already try and reverse that positioning because he's already looking to make some sort of a clarification. So hopefully we get to that clarification in a moment. But before we get to that, we get to this. Buhari remains, not remains so because he's gone. And not from this earth or from Aso Rock. Buhari renames 15 airports after self, Awolowo, Akintola, Okadigbo, others. So there it is. This actually happened on his last day in office. So these are the remnants now of Buhari being situated as the president of Nigeria. So I was surprised, actually. I thought that an airport would have been named after Awolowo already, but that's been corrected. So that's fine. But naming an airport after himself is somewhat in bad taste. Let others do that in recognition or not of what you have done. So there it is. Buhari does continue to gift himself. So now, this next headline, this is a storyline that we have been following for several months, and it has now reached its natural conclusion. A lot of you may recall some hotelier somewhere, I think in Ogun State somewhere, who suddenly, this young student booked into his hotel, and the boy was found dead, his blood drained, and then, of course, some calabash, and the usual ritualist. So that case has now come to its crescendo, and the verdict, as you would have hoped for, court convicts hotelier 3 others for OAU student murder. So we've got a video clip that actually speaks to that. So we'll be looking at the video clip. I think the verdict of the court will be one that may please some of you. So now, I thought this guy would have made his escape from Nigeria, but it looks as though the security forces, they had it in close personal watch. Let me put it that way, close personal watch. So he wasn't able to escape, but instead now summoned to Aso Rock. Tinubu CBN Governor Emefiele in crucial meeting as president resumes work at Aso Rock Villa. So you want to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. So what direction can that sort of meeting even take? After all that Emefiele did to do this guy out of his opportunity, here he is now his boss, summoning him to Aso Rock to give details of the Nigerian economy. I wonder if they will only speak to the economy or if he will ask him to explain what he did during the election. Breaking, Tinubu CBN Governor Emefiele in crucial meeting as president resumes work at Aso Rock Villa. So there it is now. Tinubu's now first day at work. Tinubu's first day at work, but then of course the files are piling up. Topmost on that file, President Tinubu finally clarifies his stance on fuel subsidy removal. So it's not so much a case of a clarification, but really more a case of reversal, because of course a lot of people felt that that subsidy should not be removed until Dangote is ready. So there it is. But what does he have to say to clarify that? President Tinubu finally clarifies his stance on subsidy removal details. So very quickly, we'll delve into the details of that. So plenty to go through, and a few video clips as well to share with you. So as I said, plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it, surrender yourself to the space. But before you do all of that, click on like, click on subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all of that, they buy the coffee thing. So you know what the process is, so go through the process. Everybody to this session should really be subscribed. That's the barest minimum. So if you have not fulfilled that barest minimum, fulfill it now and click on the like button as well. To the care, guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you. Do you like my England tub? Amen to that. On behalf of myself and you, my friend. So, so before we get into the readouts, let me play you just a few video clips. They are very short, so nothing long and labored. So nothing long and labored, but something that can be long and labored is the word goodbye. So the word goodbye, it can be slow and torturous sometimes. So see how the word goodbye played out to Iscariot as he left Aso Rock Villa for the very last time ever. He's not going to be in that spot ever again. Never will he be let in there. So this is Iscariot saying goodbye forever to Aso Rock.
That's the point. They're already there, not going.
All right, so that was Yemi Iscariot Oshibanjo, his final goodbyes to power in Nigeria, and it just shows the magnanimity and largesse of Tinubu to afford him the plane from the presidential fleet. They should have just given him a few coins and told him to go and take a bus, Kolomudanfo, you know. So that's Yemi Iscariot. Departing the Aso Rock Villa. So that's Yemi Iscariot departing the Aso Rock Villa. But the person coming in now to occupy his quarters, he's up next. So now, is this signs of things to come is the question. The Yoruba people have now turned this very conservative, very stoic Kanuri man into an Owambe element. So this is what they've turned this guy into, a very reserved, very conservative man from Kanuri land has been turned into an Owambe merchant. This is what he has to do to occupy Oshibanjo's seat. Watch this.
Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you.
And there it is. That was your vice president, not Yemi Oshibanjo anymore. That's also a Freudian slip. We have to quickly wash our mouths of some of these names and very acquaint ourselves with the new name. So that was Yemi. That was not Yemi now. That was Kashim Shettima now being Yoruba-fied for his new role. Look at what they've done to the Kanuri man. They've turned him into an Owambe, barely a minute into office. So from Kanuri to Owam, but another person transmuting from one position to another. Water. I used to call it water until people corrected me that it is water. So if you've ever wanted to understand what water means, I think this now next 20-second clip, he explains it to you. This is water in the courtroom.
Is he back? This man never retired. He's still a minister.
Are you back? Are you back?
Is he back? He's still a minister. He has not resigned. You must tender your letter of resignation before I know that you don't resign.
No, he's not still a minister, you know. He's elapsed when the Federal Executive Council was dissolved. That was the end of his job. So he's not still a minister. But that is Festus Keyamo, as you all know, on clothing the cloths of ministerial position and garbing and donning the garbs of legalese. So there he is in court to give them hell. So that's water enters the courtroom. So water enters the courtroom. But now, this petrol policy of Tinubu, the immediate impact of it, we already know, the 300% spike in price at the pumps. So that already, but what is the government going to do about it? This is what they are intending to do about it.
This thing is very wrong, sir. In a state where we have a government sitting government, and funny enough, this thing it's a pronouncement from the president yesterday that has not even been implemented. How can you be so wicked? As of yesterday, this guy was selling fuel at 200 crores. 230. 230. You change it to 600 naira. Today. Overnight.
I'm not sure that he has the right, or even the government has the right, to seal at the premises of a private enterprise. He can sell at whichever price he wants to sell. And then it is down to the buyer if they can afford it or intend to patronize him or not. You cannot tell us that you're going to spike up the price of petrol at the supply point and then not expect a spike up in price at the consumer point. It's just a crass. We'll see how this plays out, but then we are already expecting reversals in positions because the trade unions are already up in arms. This is his first day at work, by the way, and not even his first day at work or his first pronouncement as a president, but now his first day at work, he will almost certainly have to address that as the first item. Fuel subsidies. And there it is right there. So that's Tinubu arriving at Aso Rock Villa. Look at the retinue of people. The king is dead, long lives the king. If you've ever wondered what that means, that was what just played out on your screen right there. The king is dead, long lives the king. You know why they say the king is dead, long lives the king? There cannot be a vacuum on the throne. So as soon as the reigning king dies, the person that succeeds them automatically becomes the king. Although that doesn't seem to happen in Yoruba land, where they take forever to tell us who the new Ilafin for your is. But no, the same retinue of people that would have lined up anytime Buhari was coming back from a journey to welcome him, the same retinue of people there now with new entrance into the space. So you saw Mala Kyari reporting what the petroleum space is saying and all that. So there it is right there. The government, the business of governance never stops. So there it is. Tinubu resuming resuming at Aso Rock for his first day at work as the president of the country. So that's Tinubu taking his first steps into what is going to be a long and funky 4 years for him. So long and funky. Let's go then to this space because this seems to be the most important story of the day. Breaking, President Tinubu finally clarifies his stance on subsidy removal. President Bola Tinubu has clarified his stance on the controversial issue of subsidy removal. Correspondents report that during his inaugural address at Eagle Square in Abuja on Monday, President Tinubu declared there would no longer be a petroleum subsidy regime as it was not included in 2023 budget he reviewed. In his address, President Tinubu emphasized the redirection of subsidy funds towards vital sectors such as public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and job creation. We commend the decision of the outgoing administration in phasing out the petrol subsidy regime, which has disproportionately favored the wealthy over the poor. The increasing cost of subsidy can no longer be justified given our limited resources, he said. This sparked reactions from various quarters of the country. However, in a statement on Tuesday, the newly inaugurated president clarified his declaration of subsidy is gone was not a new development or action of his administration. Instead, the president said it was an acknowledgement of the status quo as the previous administration's budget for fuel subsidy was planned and approved to last for only the first half of the year. The president further explained that this effectively means that by the end of June, the federal government will no longer have funds to sustain the subsidy regime, leading to its termination. As a result, he cautioned that panic buying triggered by his earlier communication is unnecessary, as the immediate effects will not be felt. At the full text, the public is advised to note that President Bola Tinubu's declaration that subsidy is gone is neither a new development nor an action of his new administration. He was merely communicating the status quo, considering that the previous administration's budget for fuel subsidy was planned and approved to last for only the first half of the year. Effectively, this means that by the end of June, the federal government will be without funds to continue the subsidy regime, translating to its termination. The the panic buying that has ensued as a result of the communication is needless. It will not take immediate effect. Furthermore, President Tinubu was clear about his plan to rechannel the funds previously devoted to the payment of subsidies into better investments that will cushion the effects of the removal on the general public, especially the poorest of the poor. This includes, but not limited to, investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve the lives of millions of Nigerians and increase their earning potential. So that is our Tinubu now. So that is not so much a clarification, but a doubling down. But because it looks as though he's somewhat doubling down on that position rather than clarifying it. So he's going to divert the subsidy funds into infrastructure, healthcare, education, and all of that, which are all noble and lofty things. But those are not immediate things. So the infrastructure will not come into place tomorrow to ameliorate the fuel subsidy removal. So the pain period between the effects of that diversion and the removal, how is he going to manage that space? And can Nigerians, everyday Nigerians, so not you elitist, but can the everyday Nigerian, can they afford that? Can they afford that subsidy removal? No, says the labor union. No, says the labor union, fuel subsidy removal, rise against Tinubu APC through protest rally processions, group urged Nigerian labor unions, students, traders. So everything changes, remains the same. It is the same reaction. They don't really care who the government is. The government, they just see it as an enemy. A civil society group under the aegis of the International Solidarity for Peace and Human Rights Initiative has strongly opposed the removal of a fuel subsidy by President Bola Tinubu, saying it is a clear indication that Tinubu has come to destroy Nigeria and not rebuild it. The organization said this on Tuesday in a statement signed by its president, Comrade Osmond Ogu, and Secretary Jerry Chukwukolo. So I wonder, because you always go ethnic when you are reading this thing, so I wonder if there's an ethnic lilt to all of this. The group said that it condemns in very strong terms the removal of the subsidy by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this action being the official assignment and offer at this time of harsh economy is a clear indication that Mr. Tinubu. So these are, because when I read the names of those people, because we're still coming out of an ethnically bruising election, you immediately want to draw inferences from the names behind utterances. So when you are seeing Osmond Ugu and Jerry Chukwukolo, you already start to speculate as to what their politicking is. But then when you come to this space, then that they're referring to Tinubu as Mr. Tinubu rather than President Tinubu, is never going to be my president and all that, then that conspiracy starts to get even more flesh. The group said that it condemns in very strong terms the removal of subsidy by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this action being the official assignment and offer at this time of harsh economy is a clear indication that Mr. Tinubu comes for destruction and not to rebuild the country and her people, and as such portends danger for ordinary Nigeria people, especially working class people. The statement further said, it is very regrettable that while the people are trying to get up from the deep economic pit where Buhari and his team have pushed them to, Tinubu, who was a chieftain of the National Democratic Coalition that fought against tyranny, is coming up at this point when Nigeria people are gasping and struggling for a breath of fresh air to push people deeper into the pits where there is no air at all. In these circumstances, we are calling on the oppressed people and classes of this country to rise up and resist this attempt by Tinubu to implement the harsh policies of the capitalist countries via the World Bank and allied multilateral organizations to subjugate the poor nations of the world, nay, Africa. So, if I was to just hold this paragraph as a standalone, you'll recall, of course, that in the build-up to Tinubu's swearing-in inauguration, he did a lot of travels, which they told us was to consult with international investors and the Western space. And I wonder if some of the conditionalities or some of the recommendations that was made to him was to act quickly on that fuel subsidy space. This is certainly what this paragraph is hinting to. The group called on organized labor via the Trade Union Congress, TUC, and Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, as well as Nigerian Students Market Associations, the faith-based and all CSOs in Nigeria, etc., to rise up and work in solidarity to save Nigeria from Tinubu and APC by embarking on consistent mobilization of their members and direct them to embark on non-violent but consistent agitation, picketing rallies, and road protests with processions in all the states until the decision is reversed and proper arrangements put in place for reactivation of all refineries and building of new ones in all the states of the Federation. So I'm not quite sure if a refinery is needed in all the states of the Federation. That sounds like a brainless thing to say. I think the refineries is only really needed in places where there's oil. They've now found it in Borno, I think, and Yobe, so they can have refineries there. They can have it in the creeks, and then they can pipe it through. Or not even pipe it through, they can just tanker it through. But there it is, they call for protest there against Tinubu's rather brutish thing to remove fuel subsidy in an inauguration speech, even though he's already telling us that it's going to lapse and it's not his original idea. So let's go on from that to this. Buhari's one of Buhari's very last actions as the president of Nigeria. Buhari names 15 airports after self, Awolowo, Akintola, Okadigbo, others. So now let's now see who got what. 15 airports across the country have been named after former President Muhammadu Buhari, late Obafemi Awolowo, Samuel Ladoke, Akintola, and 12 other prominent Nigerians. The approval for the renaming was given by Buhari on Friday. He explained that the renaming was in recognition of the contribution of the prominent Nigerians to the development of the nation in different sectors. The approval is contained in a statement in Abuja by the head of press and public affairs of the Ministry of Aviation, Odutayo Oluseyi. The affected airports are, so this is really where we're interested. Pardon me, this is really where we're interested in. The affected airports are Port Harcourt International Airport, now Obafemi Jeremiah Awolowo. So that's quite interesting and curious, actually, that they would name the Port Harcourt International Airport after Awolowo, because, of course, you want to say what's the connection. But then, of course, the airport in Abuja is in Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Nnamdi Azikiwe as far as removed from Abuja as possibly can be. Muritala Mohammed, Lagos, but you could say you can understand that. But certainly a curious thing. Port Harcourt International Airport now, Obafemi Jeremiah Awolowo Airport. Ibadan International Airport, I never even knew that such a thing existed. And why are they international airports, by the way? Which international flights fly to Ibadan? Ibadan International Airport, now Samuel Ladoke Akintola. Ebonyi International Airport, now Chuba Wilberforce Okadigbo. Maiduguri International Airport, now Muhammadu Buhari. So why quite he would name an airport after himself? It's like those Arab spaces, isn't it? Those Arab spaces where they paste the image of the leader all over the country. And Ilorin International Airport, now General Tunde Abdul Baki Ideagbon. So he's given his body from his junta days an airport. Others, Akure International Airport now, Olumuyiwa Bernard Aliu. So I'm not quite sure who Olumuyiwa Bernard Aliu is. Benin International Airport, now Oba Akinzua II. Dutse International Airport, now Muhammad Nuhu Sanusi. So I don't know who Muhammad Nuhu Sanusi is, of course. I suspect that might well be the father of Lamido Sanusi. Gombe International Airport now Brigadier Zachary Malari. Kaduna, how come they're not naming their northern airports after Yoruba people? Kaduna International Airport now General Hassan Usman Katsina. Makurdi International Airport now Joseph Sawan Taka. Joseph Taka. If you taka me, I will double you. Mina International Airport now Malam Abunakar Imam. So I don't even know who he is. I hope he's a Nigerian, no, because Buhari has that penchant. You know, the longest, most important road in Abuja has been named after the former president of Niger Republic. So he has that penchant. Nasarawa International Airport, now Shehu Usman Danfodio. So you'd have imagined that Danfodio would have gotten a more prominent, more marquee airport, something of real status. I'm not sure that Nasarawa International Airport is fitting and proper Sheikh Usman Danfodio. Osubi International Airport, now Alfred Sif. Yola International Airport, now Lamido Aliu Mustafa. Buhari also approved the constitution of boards for the agencies under the aviation ministry. So there it is right there. So I don't know if it's congratulations or sorry to the people of Port Harcourt, but the airport is now named after Awolowo. So now let's now go to this story. We've been following this story as a platform for near on 7 months now. Court convicts hotelier 3 others for OAU students' murder. So this is something we've paid close attention to. The Osun State High Court, sitting in Osogbo, has convicted the founder of Hilton Hotel, Ile-Ife, Raymond Adedoyin, and 3 other staff of the hotel of conspiracy to murder and murder of a student of Obafemi Awolowo University OAU, Timothy Adegoke. Adedoyin was charged, and by the way, I've got a clip for you on this as well, just a 2-minute clip. Adedoyin was charged along with 6 of his workers, and then they go on to give us their names as first to 7th defendants, and were docked on 18 counts, which include murder, conspiracy, oath of secrecy, amongst others. Chief Judge of the State, Justice Adepele Ojo, in her judgment on Tuesday, discharged 3 defendants, Magdalene Chifuna, Lawrence Oluwole, and Adedeji Adeshola, were discharged from the count of conspiracy to murder and murder. However, they were found culpable of other counts in the charge. Adedoyin was found culpable and hereby convicted of 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 15, and 16. The court held the second autopsy report, signed by 2 pathologists from Obafemi Awolowo Teaching University, was thwarted, as the court holds that it is a report by persons with vested interest. Justice Ojo established that late Timothy Adegoke lodged in the Hilton Hotel and paid into the account of the 7th defendant. I found the 1st defendant, Raymond Adedoyin, culpable of the murder of conspiracy to murder and murder. The court held that the evidence presented before the court placed Oye Tunde Kazim squarely amongst those who perpetrated the acts, and he was found guilty. Our seventh defendant, Adedeji Adeshola, was carefully choreographed into the act. The circumstances around her were not strong to be found culpable of 1, 2, and 3. So that is from the court. But now, let me quickly play you this clip, because now this clip now gives you the verdict. Right. So death by hanging was the verdict that came in. Death by hanging. So I hope that is a clear message to the ritualists in Nigeria. It's just going wild that going on there. So with this now marquee case, the verdict that came in, death by hanging. So there he is, that chap in the white suspect there, and the death by hanging. So, but should that same punishment to be applied to this the next element is the question. Tinubu, CBN Governor Emefiele in crucial meeting as president resumes work at Aso Rock. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, is currently at the presidential villa in Abuja for a meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Tinubu, whose vehicle entered the villa at 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May the 30th, inspected a parade by the guards of honor. Correspondents also reported that the president was later received by Vice President Kashim Shettima, Mele Kyari, Group Managing Director of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, as Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbadabe-Amila, and Permanent Secretary, State House, Tijani Umar. Wale Edun, former Lagos State Commissioner for Finance, and James Faleke, a House of Representatives member, was also at the villa. This is the third president that Emefiele will work for. Appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan, Emefiele also worked with immediate past President Muhammadu Buhari, who reappointed him. He, Emefiele, made some economic decisions which did not sit well with the populace. So there it is, right there. So you will want really desperately to be party to that conversation, what went down there. So what went down there is the question. So what went down there is the question, and the people with the answers are Ajandeko and Hassan. So Ajandeko Hassan. So it looks as though we're looking forward to a relatively short session. So Ajandeko and Hassan. So let me come to you first, Hassan, because you, of course, you were around about Abuja just yesterday. So how was the whole experience for you? What was that day like in Nigeria?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
One man, I am in 1999 when General Abdul Salam Abubakar passed over the mantle of leadership to Olusegun Obasanjo. I was in primary school in Asokoro, Abuja, and I participated in the parade on that day too. So this is my second coming to the Eagle Square for another transition. Well, the atmosphere was very, very celebratory, a lot of excitement, people cheering all around. Though I was with the Borno contingent, and because we now have the vice president in Borno, people of Borno are really, really excited about what holds in the next 4 years. So my experience actually have been, wonderful, wonderful. I had opportunities to meet some people on the sidelines, some people who are movers and shakers in certain aspects of Nigerian politics. It was a life-changing experience anyway, because I drove. I This is the second time that I'm driving in an official government convoy, and my God, there is no way to describe it except if you experience it.
Hassan, you felt like Mr. Big Man, Nabi. You felt like Mr. Big
Oh
Man.
my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Anywhere we passed one man within Abuja, every commission officer, every uniformed man will stand at attention and then salute us. Every checkpoint. Wow. I don't think even state governors have that privilege. But following the entourage of the vice president, wow, it's a life-changing experience, really. So that has come and gone. Now we're looking forward to what the
What happened to
Hello?
some of us are kind of close to the government, and you never there will be roles for us to play, but it's not yet materialized yet. But the signal that I was invited to, the inauguration ceremony, means something. Maybe there is something for me, so you guys should just pray for me. Who knows? I may be, an essay or something like that. You never know. So that was just
go for
it anyway.
Go for it. Or if the opportunity, if that window opens, go for it. Go for it if that window opens. So there it is. Before we go further, let me advertise what's to come tomorrow. So Hassan,
Hello.
it looks as though, yeah, can you hear me?
I have a poor network. Very, very poor network.
We can hear you. Okay, can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear me? We can hear you perfectly. We can hear you perfectly.
Hello. Let me leave and rejoin.
Oh, all right. I'll send you a text. We can hear you perfectly, but for the benefit of the others on the screen and the people listening, so we're getting a coup tomorrow. So on the screen there is tomorrow's session. We'll be joined by the Hassan. Are you there still? Look at him banking away. Let me send him a text. So Hassan, we cannot hear you. We can hear you, but you cannot hear us. So let me mute you for a moment. So
tell him to go out.
Joining us tomorrow will be the. Yes, I'll send him a text. So joining us tomorrow will be the chairman of the Social Democratic Party, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So that it is right there. That Abdullahi Adamu will be joining us because our SDP is as senior a party as the APC, actually longer standing within the Nigerian space than the APC. So the chairman of that party, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, he will be joining us tomorrow for 10 o'clock. So make sure you've got your questions ready and you're on time so that we can take him through as we took others through that have joined us. So bookmark that, a conversation with Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, chairman, SDP party. So I'm excited for that. You'll be excited too. So you'll be excited too, but the excitement continues now as Posh Collins that decided to now rejoin us after a long period of hiatus. So Collins, what happened? Now the elections have come and gone. I think we have to find things to talk about. Collins, are you there?
Hello, viewers. I'm going to be really brief, but I just want to quickly say that I miss you guys as well. It's just that the timing is not really working for me. During that election period, I had a lot. I struggled a lot during day to carry on with my daily bread. Unlike some people, I'm not lucky enough to be Nigerian politicians, so I still got to work. If you get what I mean. So yeah, but I just want to briefly join in to say that I've missed it. I haven't actually been following. That's the sad part about it, but I've missed it.
That part is unforgivable. You not being on the screen is understandable. You not following is unforgivable. How dare you? But no, how has it been for you? So a lot has happened since we last saw you. The whole hoopla and brouhaha has landed us in now a president-elect, now a president who has now removed the fuel subsidy. So a lot of things happened. Just give us a brief catch up on where you are with the Nigerian political space. Collins, Posh Collins, as we call him here.
Well, my take on it is that you cannot wish Nigeria well and wish Tinubu to fail, regardless of what we feel. Until the court says otherwise, he is the president, and everybody should just pray for him and wish him well. I think I should actually scratch that prayer point because I don't do that myself. So I think it's part of the things that I'm fighting against in Nigeria. We pray too much. But everybody should just wish him well, good health and sound mind. Everything that we thought or believed that he was suffering from, I think it's time for us to wish that he doesn't have any of those so that he can actually deliver on the tax because there's a lot to be done. And going by the decision about the speech he made yesterday concerning the fuel subsidy, that everybody is. I've seen a lot of. This morning, somebody sent me a message. You see what is happening? He did that in excitement. Like fuel is now sold for 2,500. Blah blah blah. And I called him. I'm like, okay, that is definitely not the fault of Tinubu because he didn't ask anybody to sell fuel for 2,500 black market. But I knew that he was saying it just to tell me that these APC guys will see something kind of. But I'm like, if there was any part of me that wanted to vote Tinubu if I had the means, that would have been the part that he would get. He would get this kind of things done because that needed to be done, and he would take only a man.
But in that manner though, it needed to be done. But should it have been in that manner?
Listen, one man. If Tinubu waits for a month, 2 months, 3 months to do that, you will find out that he will not be able to do that. Because the same people that I like, I want to first of all establish that I like Rufai because I know you hate him, of Arise TV. I saw how he celebrated Kenya. What's the name of the president of Kenya when he did similar, exactly the same thing that Tinubu did. And I see how he was going against Tinubu. I just kind of feel like, okay, maybe this is a bit, I'm having a bit of conflict right now because President of Kenya did it and he was applauded. Tinubu did it and he, he's like the way he done it and everything. I think that if anybody needed to do it, it has to be done like the way Tinubu did it. Give it a month, 2 months, 3 months down the line. A lot of people, because people haven't gained access to him. This is now Tinubu coming as a president who has some belief, who has some conviction about things that he believes that he wanted to do coming into power. He hasn't really been his mind is not yet corrupted. So this is the best time for him to say, this is what I want to do, stamp his authority on it, and just keep it moving and never look back. There will be pains, but there will never be a time this will be done without any kind of pain. The way I see this subsidy thing is just like for instance, a parent who pays for a child who earns like 200,000 naira a month and rent a property of 4 million a year in Lekki, and the parents decide to pay 3 million of that for him, and he pays 1 million.
Colin, there's two strands to this argument. There's people that look at it from the cold economic view, from the cold economic prism, which is where you are coming at it at, that it makes infinite sense, and he has to act decisively immediately, because if he leaves it, then it becomes a bit more difficult to do. But if you look at it from a humanistic point of view, just from the clip that I played, they had to go seal off a petrol station that was selling for 200 a few hours ago and spiked it up to 600 plus. So now the everyday Nigerian who has to access that petroleum now has to pay that, what's that, 200-300% markup on already stretched budgets.
But
can the space insulate? Yeah.
The point really is, even if Tinubu leaves this to do it in 2 years into his tenure, would there ever be a time that this will not happen? We know that we want to hold politicians accountable and we want to criticize them for everything, but we know that the impact that politicians have in our everyday life, they're very minimal.
It should not be done until local capacity is ready.
I just believe that if Tinubu gets into what you're trying to say now, this will never be done. Because even Buhari himself kind of believed that our subsidy was a scam until he ended up paying more than any other president has ever paid for subsidy. And it became the highest scam ever. If Tinubu did not do this, because what Tinubu is basically saying, that this is not me doing it, this is what has already been done. I'm only restating what is already there. So if you allow it, because people will be like, okay, you can push it more, push it for this to work, push it for this to work, and none of this will ever work, because by the end of the day, you actually need to free up some resources to get those things working. Because otherwise, where is he going to get the money? Borrow from where? Buhari has borrowed till the last seconds that he was in that office.
Collins.
Yes.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Please do. I know that you're very socialist.
Yes, thank you. Socialists must speak. We socialists must speak for the people. Look, we are not saying that it should not be done. But on the day, his first day, his day of inauguration, when he has not even sat down on the seat, when he have not even developed any policy on that petroleum issue, no plan, He doesn't even understand what is going on in that sector. As a president, he doesn't have his team together yet. And mentioning that oil subsidy is gone, the statement that is gone is a very wrong statement, because this thing is yet to be gone. It's going to go away by the end of June. Why are you saying that it's gone when we still have it in place? That is what caused the panic in the country. That is what is responsible for this panic buying and reaction, negative reaction to his statement. So these people in the position of authority, the president, they should be very, very mindful of the word they use, statement they make, the action they take. But this time, he made a very reckless statement that has generated a very negative reaction, and will cause him politically, and is causing people economically now as well. So it is a reckless statement. This, what do you call it? The petroleum subsidy is still on. Why said is gone? It's not gone yet. Why said it's gone? So that is, I think he misfired right there, and and that's what is responsible for this negative reaction. So let us just
all right. Hold on, Collins. Collins, respond to what Ajale Koko said, and then cap off your thoughts on the subsidy, because we spent countless hours on it yesterday. So I don't want it to be the theme of this particular session. But respond to Ajale Koko, cap it off, and then I'll move to another topic.
Okay, Ajale Koko, I respect that, and nice hearing your voice again. But let me say this as well. On Saturday, I had people doing some things for me. They were on my side, and as of Saturday, they bought 10 liters of fuel for 3,000 naira. So it had already gone up on Saturday. There was scarcity already. They bought black market, so there was already, the market was already like anticipating this, or maybe there was a leak memo or something that they got. But what I'm trying to say is that regardless of what Tinubu did or said or didn't say, because the thing is that if Tinubu didn't say anything about it, people will probably feel like it will happen even a month after, when the money that they budgeted for it elapsed, which I hope, everybody hope, that he will not be borrowing another money to put in there, because it's just like money going down the drain. Once you burn it, it goes, and we don't have any infrastructure, we don't have anything to show for it. Let him just do it. And that is why, if there was any reason for me to support Tinubu, which I did not, that this would be one of the reasons why I would support him, because very few people, Obi wouldn't have the clout. Obi needed the people. Tinubu doesn't.
Obi made the promise that was the first thing he would do.
Obi made the promise, but because of how Obi needs the people, Obi cannot do it the way Tinubu has or might be able to do it. Because if he does, he would. If Obi had done that, he's done. But Tinubu will survive anything. He's a man that never dies. He's a man that you tell that.
Do you think the Labour Party, the Labour Union will back him down? The Labour Union, the workers' people.
But they can make noise, but it doesn't really. If you really believe that this is the best for his presidency, Tinubu, unfortunately, and it's not just Tinubu. Anybody, for any of them that had the unfortunate privilege of having this position at this very point in time, will really have to take on some really hard decisions that will offend a lot of people. It doesn't actually need some niceties this time around. You actually need someone that will be really, really decisive in decision making. And if this is what Tinubu is showing me, I will be open to hear or see other things that he will do going forward, because we can't keep running country like this and the country is dying every day and people are suffering in every other ramification you can think of, while we just keep putting band-aid and try and claiming that we are moving forward. It's not working.
All right, brilliant. Collins, let me take you to this space. This was one of Buhari's last acts as the president of the country. So he renames just a slew of airports, some after himself, which I thought was somewhat in poor taste, because he should leave that to others. But what really struck me was that he renamed the Port Harcourt Airport Obafemi Jeremiah International Airport. So what are you making of that, the renaming of this airport, especially the Port Harcourt one? Is that a good thing? How do you think the space will respond to that?
I don't know. I'm not from I don't know. I'm not from there. I really cannot speak for them. But if there was among all the airport that you actually mentioned, that was the only one of importance. So that would be only name that will be remembered going forward. So I think if he did if he actually want to his name to be remembered, I think he gave him at least what is befitting to the man Awolowo was, by giving him Port Harcourt Airport. I mean, Port Harcourt people didn't build Port Harcourt Airport. It was government that built it. So whatever he feels like he needed to do, those other ones that you were mentioning that I didn't even know that existed, they were.
I don't know quite why they call all these places international airports. They are just airfields with grass growing on top of them, and they call them international airports. Where's the certification that they are international? Are they telling us that there's an international airport in Ibadan? I didn't even know there was a local airport in Ibadan.
Yeah, so were irrelevant ones. So yeah, people of Port Harcourt, it doesn't really matter what they feel. He has named it, and he has named it. And the thing is, how relevant will people be using that name, or will it catch on? Like, because the airport was already there, and I don't know. I mean, Nandaziki international airport caught on, even though Abuja Airport was already in existence before. Am I wrong to think that the name Abuja International Airport was already in existence before it was named Nandaziki?
I'm not sure, but if we go to the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, I think it was actually Lagos International Airport before it was renamed. But very, very quickly that was adopted, and people started to call it MMA.
So if it catch on in there, if it catches on, I think Awolowo is not. I think people of Port Harcourt, if anything, they should actually be honored. As long as Nigeria remains one, we really shouldn't be all these little pickings that we do at times. For me, is just it's silly, So the man Awolowo was a very prominent Nigerian who was selfless, from everything that I've heard from people that know him and have studied him. So he was a man that was larger than life, that was way above his time. All the legacies that he led is still what a lot of people of Southwest still benefit, and Nigeria to a large extent. So yeah, I don't think that was a bad choice. Every other one, irrelevant.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Collins. If you were to be a fly on the wall, you probably want to be a fly on the wall at this meeting. So there it is, our first day at work as the president. Tinubu Central Bank Governor Emefiele in crucial meeting as president resumes work at Aso Rock. So if you were to be a fly on the walls, I'm sure you will want to attend this meeting. But what sort of conversation do you imagine the two of them will be having? do you think he will be asking him about the economic position of the country, or would you ask him to account for why he tried to stymie his thrust towards that, as Sorok says? So Emefiele and Obasanjo, I was not Obasanjo, Tinubu, I would certainly like to have been part of that meeting. Collins.
I would not like to be there. I would not like to be there because you know what, one man, he will mention everything. He will mention the stifling of his opportunity to be president, but he will mention it jokingly. It will be a passing statement. No, seeing Tinubu, I think it will be something that he will say, like, you know, it will not be the core of that conversation. The core of the conversation, if Tinubu is the man, one man believe him to be, he will be more focused on serious business, because the bottom line is that he's now the president. So it doesn't really matter what Emefiele or anybody try to do to stop him from getting there, because if he wanted to be that petty, he would start with Buhari. You know, because Buhari was the first person that clearly made it clear that he didn't, you know, before he came around and everything. So I would think that he will be grown enough, given his age, given his wealth and everything that he has attained. Even people told him that he cannot or he will not, you know, by crook or by I have to chip that in. By crook.
No, now it did it with the retinue of Babalawos, dollar bags, everything. He threw everything at it. So you are right, by hook or crook.
Yeah. So if he has to be a man, he will focus on more serious business, understanding the situation of the country economically, why certain decisions were made, and what must be done moving forward, because he's not going to appoint a new governor tomorrow or next tomorrow, you know, so he's still going to need him to be in a functioning capacity for a month, two, or thereabout, before somebody else takes over. So while that is going on, these few months, these few days, will actually
Are you surprised that Emefiele did not run? A lot of people expected him to run.
But I think people that expected him to run, they are not being the way I see Nigeria, there's two ways I look at Nigeria. I look at Nigeria as the haves and the haves not. I believe that these rich people, they all belong to one class. They understand each other. It wasn't all Buhari that was coming into power and people thought that he was going to jail all the PDP politicians, and they all end up being in APC. You know, these people are the same people. I don't even know where Nigerians get this that politicians are against each other. It's only poor people that are fighting each other. The normal, everyday Nigerian politicians, they understand each other. Tinubu will probably understand that Emefiele at one point wanted to be president, you know. So him running or something like that might actually not. You know, these people, they are friends by the end of the day. They attend their daughter's wedding and their son's wedding and these people are friends. I'm not surprised. I just believe that they will do it like he will not get any other appointment or his appointment get renewed, but that would just be that. But running, no, I don't think so.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this final space, Collins, and then we go back to Hassan to continue to glory in his outing at the inauguration. But before we glory with Hassan, let's hear your thoughts on this. So I had not read this one out yet. So we're talking Tinubu, but how long will he be in that position is the question. Probably not for the full 4-year term if Peter Obi was to have his way. Tribunal admits Peter Obi's defense document in petition against Tinubu. So I've not read this out, so let me quickly speak through it. The Presidential Election Petition Court has admitted in evidence documents tendered by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in defense of his petition against President Bola Tinubu. The documents tendered on Tuesday in Abuja through the petitioner's first witness, Lawrence Nwakiati, includes a United States District Court judgment. The judgment allegedly indicted Mr. Tinubu and ordered his forfeiture of $460,000 in a drug-related offense. Mr. Kieti, led in evidence by Jibrin Okutepa, SAN, told the court that he was a registered voter and voted at a polling unit in his hometown in Anambra on the 25th. Counsel to the respondents raised objections to the admission of the document in evidence, but reserved their arguments to their objections until the final address stage. Under cross-examination by counsel to Tinubu, the witness, Wale Olanipekun. So Wale Olanipekun is not the witness, but Tinubu's lawyer, SAN, admitted that the judgment was not registered in Nigeria. Mr. Nwaketi also admitted that there was no certificate from any consular in Nigeria or America supporting the judgment, but that the ruling was obtained and certified by the person in whose custody it was. So it's unbelievable. The witness told the court that he had been to the United States and had read the entire judgment, adding that he would be surprised if no mention was made of the $460,000 for features in it. Whilst also cross-examining the witness, counsel to the All Progressive Congress APC Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, sought to know if the document had the certification of any police officer in the United States. Do you have a certificate given under the hand of a police officer in the United States where the alleged conviction took place? Are you aware of a formal clearance report dated February the 4th, 2003, issued under the legal attaché of the United States Embassy in respect of the alleged indictment and forfeiture? The witness told the court that he had no certificate from the police and was unaware of any such report. The witness further told the court that he did not have the charge against Mr. Tinubu because there were no charges since the indictment was from a civil forfeiture proceedings. Since Mr. Nwaketi was the petitioner's only witness for the day, the chairman of the court, Justice Haruna, adjourned hearing until Wednesday. So a farrago of nonsense, I would say. Collins.
Well, I think this case has been it's been wrangling for some time now, and I think we just want to. It doesn't really matter what I say about all these court cases, whether Tinubu stays president or he's not, is that these things needs to be concluded because they're already in court. So I don't even know where I don't even think that I have opinion because I'm not a lawyer, neither I'm not a judge, neither am I a lawyer.
And you're not really interested. You are not really interested. The whole thing is nonsensical, isn't it? Really,
I wouldn't really say that it's nonsensical because they might still come up with judgment that will shock you tomorrow, and you start doing a series on it, or they might unearth some details that you probably don't know or that are not probably very clear or something like that. So what I just say is that because I'm not in that field, I would, if it's something related to economics somehow or something like that, I will probably have a little more understanding of that. But what they're saying and what is happening, I'm just observing, just like any other person, to see how it goes. But I think for the for Tinubu's case, although we all know we know that Tinubu, we know what it was. It's just about would Nigerian judiciary deem it strong enough, or would they be bold enough to now, because it would be a powerful statement to say that sitting president in Nigeria is disqualified or something like that. Would they ever get to that point where they make such pronouncement? And if they do, would that mean that judiciary have gotten to another level, or will it mean that they're overreaching or something like? So there will be a lot of. I'm interested, but I will leave it. I would rather have say a bit more when the decision and when judgment is actually given. But right now, because I don't know which direction it's going, anything that I'm saying as a layman, like the lawyers would like to cause some people like me, will be me just like be the layman. You get what I mean? So I would rather reserve my comment until judgment is given on that.
All right. Finally, before we go back to Hassan, how are you progressing with your project? Reliable sources tell me that you are building too many estates in Lekki Phase 2. So what's the progress report on that? How is your project? What's your project even? Is this something you're happy to say, or what are you building? You're always building.
No, I'm not even always building. The thing is that is something that you start that will meant to be small, but it just keep governing so much money that you're not even able to like have a breathing space because it's just taking so much.
Is there profit at the end of it?
I don't know. At first, it was going to be a rented apartment. But as it's getting to completion, given everything that I put down in it, I'm beginning to think that I will do it a short let apartment. Although some people told me that because it's not
Airbnb.
Yeah, because it's not Lekki Phase 1 or it's not Ikoyi, that it might not so. But I'm biting the bullet, and I'm not listening to that because nobody will pay me anything that will satisfy me. So I would rather manage it. I would rather have it and it's my property. And whenever I get somebody to stay there, at least I will know, other than just have some random person just come and run it down, because I just put so much in it, and it's not even such a big project, but I've just put so much on that. Having to do some work twice, some even 3 times. I've had to do wiring, for instance, like 4 times using 4 different electricians. The first one, worked for my brother in Enugu. So my brother sent him. He came like, I'm your brother kind of thing. Without let me also say this might help any person. Anybody that wants to work with you and comes with I'm your brother when they are not actually related with you, instead of letting their work speak for them, and they start using that brother thing, sack that person, get someone that will actually do a job with you and believe that their work will speak for them. Any emotional whatever, not that I bought it, but because my brother kind of sent him, I was like, okay, even when I wasn't ready for the wiring and everything, this guy, what he did to me was unforgivable. You know what they call looping, yeah? I paid for these wires. They will buy the wire. They will take like a few pieces and put at the mouth of the switches, but there's no wire that went into the into the house.
Into the mains, yeah.
Yeah. So
it always goes back to that thing that you don't take on a project in Nigeria if you cannot be physically present. It's just so many stories like this, just too many. Even family members, like you said, have an emotional detachment from this, so that you can go and get the police to lock them up, and if they cross the, that's just the thing. But good luck with it. Keep us informed. So that's Posh Collins. Collins, stay with us for as long as you can. I know you like your sleep. You'll be off in a minute. But stay at least to hear Hassan continue to narrate then. So Hassan, a glorious day. We had the expectation of protest and all of that. If we even had, can you hear me, Hassan?
Yes, I can hear you, man. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yes, I was saying we had the expectations of protest on that day. There were even pastors that told us that on that day, Tinubu will be arrested by the security forces. So it was somewhat with disappointment that everything went smoothly. But you enjoyed yourself, did Hassan?
Everything went hitch free. In fact, a day before yesterday, the chief of defense staff, actually issued an announcement in which he admonished anybody that do not have any business to do within the Eagle Square should not come nearby, and that any person that violates that rule will only have he or herself to blame. In fact, the transition was well organized, well done. The speeches that Buhari gave and that of Oshibanjo, uh, I would say the Tinubu speech was quite inspiring. Buhari was more like a goodbye kind of theme in his address, while Tinubu is more excited about what lies ahead. Well, I did really enjoy myself, really, because there were a lot of people from all over the world who graced the occasion, and I enjoyed especially those parades from the Nigerian Army, the Guards Brigade, the Navy, the police, everyone. I just had a good day. I just had a good day, really. And maybe in the next 4 years, one of us would be there, and then we'll go there to go and share that person. Or maybe it's you, one man.
Is your ambition that big? You have Aso Rock ambitions. Look at this guy, eh? You are not even coming easy at all. Go to Bono State House first.
No. There is nothing wrong in dreaming big. It is only people who have the capacity to dream big that can actually go through and become big. If you are limited in your understanding and you keep telling yourself that you cannot do something, then that is you are reinforcing failure into it. However, I was not exactly saying that I'll go to the presidency direct. There is something on the pipeline for me. I don't know if it's going to materialize or not, but I'm going to get an SA to the vice president. So maybe very soon I may leave Maiduguri and go back to Abuja, depending on the time my appointment letter comes. So and that is just it. So I of course want to start from somewhere. Maybe say a chairmanship position or a House of or something like that. Then I'll grow naturally, reach governor and all that. So life is just like climbing stairs. The more you climb, the higher you go. That's just the way I see it. But frankly, it was a wonderful experience. I really enjoyed it.
All right. So you really enjoyed it, and we're really happy that you did. But the rest of Nigerians enjoy it is the thing, because as soon as the speech landed on the floor from Tinubu's speech, the impact of it immediately felt by Nigerians. The petroleum subsidy, he told us that this was now a thing of the past. The market reacts and the country agog. So was it a misspeak for him to have said that at that point in time, Hassan? Have we lost you? Hassan?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Okay.
Okay.
So frankly, the swaps and the fuel subsidy thing, I support Tinubu 100%. Because you know that 90%, 45% of our budgets go to fuel subsidy, and then the remaining 45 goes to servicing loans. So what remains for Nigeria is only 10% for current, expenditures and capital expenditures. So you can imagine how a precarious condition that we are in this country. I think Tinubu is coming at the right time to sanitize the whole system, to make sure that we're economically viable, and then we have a lot of savings just in case if there is a recession or a natural disaster or war, that we have money to go back to, especially for humanitarian purposes and things like that. So that's just the way it is. There is nothing different about it.
All right. And to Tinubu's appointment, are you hearing commentaries about appointments being made? We heard about 3 appointments yesterday, but he needs to start assembling a team now. And I think actually the constitution, because I think there was a law that Buhari signed on his way out that compels him to assemble a team, I think within 3 months or thereabout. So are you hearing murmurings of names now emerging in key positions?
Okay, I do not have any issue with him not appointing ministers right away. I mean, this is a Herculean task. You don't want to just appoint people for primordial reasons, because they come from a particular tribe, or because they come from a particular region, or because they come from if they are a kinsman or anything like that. You have to go with competence. And if competence is what we want, then I think we should give the guy some time, For me, I feel a year will be enough time for me, to judge him. I know.
Have we lost you? Hello? Have we lost me, or have we lost Hassan?
I think we lost Hassan. Yeah,
all right. So everybody, you have to understand that Hassan is joining us from Maiduguri. So it's even a miracle of the feat of technology that you can hear him at all. Here I am in my conservatory in Kent, speaking to Hassan in Maiduguri, the northern part of Nigeria. So that's just a marvel in itself. So glitches in technology does not really negate any of that. But glitches in technology, Kulata is in the United States, so you can expect, and even maybe the technology might not even hold up just as well. Let's go to Kulata, see if his technology holds up, and from one third world country to another. Kulata, are you there?
I'm here, but I'm in a hardware store, so I don't know if you can hear background music.
All right. Do you want me to skip you for a moment and then come
Yeah,
back to you?
skip me.
All right. Let's go from you then and go to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, I want you to come at it from the headline on the screen there. But on my way to you, let me acknowledge the super charts. International airport without this is actually pertinent to this headline. International airport without an immigration / custom post. So yes, all these so-called international airports in Nigeria is what Alexander Gomez is super chatting to there. And this was Prince Daddy, usually on the screen, speaking to us via super chat in this instance. One man, Nigerians hate short-term sacrifice, but prefer long-term pain. So that's him then super chatting to that never-ending conversation around oil subsidy, which hopefully will end with the removal by Tinubu. But I keep the super chats coming. Thank you to the people who have done that. Adale Koko, to this headline, then Buhari renames 15 airports after self, Awolowo, Akintola, Okadigbo, others. So I'm not sure that there will be too many resistance to this. Because these are, apart from himself, they are deserving names. You could say his name is deserving as well, but you might want to query that he should not be the one naming airports after himself. So Maiduguri International Airport to now and forever be known as Muhammadu Buhari International Airport. But is this good news for the people of Port Harcourt? The Port Harcourt Airport now to be known as Obafemi Awolowo. Obafemi Jeremiah Awolowo international airports. So what are you then making then of this parting act from the northern president?
Thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the reason for naming all these airports after our past political leaders is to first of all immortalize their name, and second of all to keep the unity among Nigerians going. The one for Chief Obafemi Awolowo in Rivers State is to enhance unity among Nigerians, because we have Muritala Muhammed Airport in Lagos. Like you said earlier, the airport used to be known as Lagos International Airport, but the renaming after Muritala in order to immortalize his name. And who cares about Muritala name? I mean, Muritala was he was a great leader, even though he was a military leader. Everybody loved him during his own time. His 6 months in as a head of state, everybody felt the impact positively. So, and nobody cares. So, naming.
How do you think the people of Port Harcourt will react to their airport being called now Obafemi Jeremiah International Airport? Is there love for Awolowo in Cross Rivers, or in Rivers rather?
Yes. I think, even though when Awolowo was practicing his, when he was alive, we didn't have 6 geopolitical zones. I mean, the First Republic, it was 3 regions we had. So, and in the Second Republic, yes, we had the his best friend that they started politics together, Etaeyo. I think it was from, is it not Rivers, or I can't remember, but from the south there. So it doesn't really matter. They're not going to kick against it. Awolowo is a great leader. Every part of Nigeria wish they had somebody like Awolowo as their past leader. Awolowo was a transformational leader. He transformed the governance in the West. He was the I mean, for a lot of things that he did during his 4 years, they are still feasible today. What do you call it? Liberty Stadium, Cocoa House. A lot of things that he did during his own time. They are still, people still recognizes everything that he did. So I don't think anybody gonna kick against it. It's a nationalist, one of the founding father of the country. So it's not a big deal. I don't see them. I think the federal government is just putting those names, in different locations across the country, just to spread that unity, just to ensure.
But Buhari renaming Maiduguri airport after himself, was that somewhat in poor taste?
That is where he got it wrong. He shouldn't have named anyone after himself. He should have left it for people coming after him to honor him. He shouldn't have done that. I don't know the reason why he did that. And actually, to be fair to Buhari, it might be some of his, his eye service ministers and people that work with him that slot in his name. He has warned them never to name, and even the governors, never to name anything after him. But,
this is the second thing that's been named after him now. The second Niger bridge, Muhammadu Buhari Bridge.
Yeah, I think he has maybe he even wrote a memo to that effect that don't name anything after me. But Nigerian government officials with their eye service and just to praise.
Angelica, can I also interject a little bit?
All right. Yeah.
I genuinely don't think that any of this will be named after him without his express approval. I think Buhari is very petty. I think what he says in public and what he says in private, they are two different things. I actually like that he named the Medjugorje airport after himself. At least there will not be any other big airport that will be named after him. So let him take that. Well, he's already taken second Niger Bridge. That's a huge one. So, but the Medjugorje one, let him take that. But for him
Is
to
that because
declare,
it's in his region anyway, so you don't care? Yeah. It's
he has,
them.
aside from being in his region, it's also like, who flies there really? Yeah, even local fly, did they even drop there? So he's better because he cannot be named after two airports, right? So he already has that one, so let him keep it. So but for anyone to be like oh, he's this man who doesn't, come on, Buhari is just he just played to, he just doing that. He just says that in public and he goes back and he tell people what to do. The one in the southeast, the second Niger Bridge, it's like in your face, Igbos, in your face. Yeah,
But to be fair, to be fair, they said it was actually the southeastern governors that met and insisted that it had to be named after him.
insisted but yeah, one man, you're too smart to believe anything
So
that
sorry,
says,
let me
please.
interject. Sorry, woman. Sorry, Mr. Dubem. I just came in because of this headline and what Mr. Dubem just said now. It would be very ignorant of us to be talking like this. That Buhari renaming and all that, this guy did not do it on his own. It was the people that insisted. Just like a Bonny State Airport, the governor wanted to. They wanted to. What the name he wanted to give that airport was Buhari, Muhammad Buhari Airport. It was Buhari that told him to call it Okadibo's Airport. He should name it Okadibo. So, like what Baba Jali Kuku first said, and you were saying that this guy is being petty. He's not being petty. That is the truth. The guy did not just most of the projects
Solomon.
or even that one
Did they stop them?
Solomon.
Did they stop them from from? Did they stop them?
Solomon, you want to tell me that when what's his name, Obiano finished the airport Anambra and wanted to name it after him, you know the kind of protest that the Anambra people went on, before they didn't name him Obiano whatever, and you think that the Anambra people or whatever would want them to name Buhari second Niger Bridge. Come on,
you,
this is all
you
Buhari,
know
and we
you know
know
you
it.
know
It's
that second Niger bridge is not just for only Anambra people. It's for the southeast. Do you
but,
understand? And
but
even
it's in
Soludo is even one
Anambra
of the
now.
front. Soludo is one of the persons that championed that cause of them naming that bridge Muhammadu Buhari. Even the people
Soludo
will vote.
is a Buhari boy. It's a Buhari boy. Soludo.
Yeah, I just want Dex to understand that yeah, the people will be like me. I won't lie to you. I'm not in support of them calling that bridge Muhammad Buhari, and let them not say that he did that bridge to for he just did it. Let it be like he has done something for the southeast, but calling it saying that that is him that gave those names. No, it was the people, the governors that gave those names. It was not Buhari that asked for it. Yeah.
All right. So that's you told, Collins. So back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
So sorry, before Angelica comes in, I'm not actually told because I'm not saying anything that I know. But when some of us also speak like we were in the boardrooms where these conversations have been had, I think that also speaks of naivety as well. Because I'm not speaking with authority that I know for sure that Buhari would want these things, but every politician is very egoistic, is very, to be a woman, you know what it takes to be a you know the kind of people that actually goes into politics. So these are not really humble men. These are not simple people. They can come and claim anything they want to claim. A simple person doesn't go into politics. So I'm not in the boardroom where these conversations have been had. These are men who think that they're bigger than other men, that they are more of a man than the next man. So having things named after themselves when they obviously do not have the intelligence or the capacity to invent things is the only way to immortalize their names. So I don't think it's out of place. The only thing is that some people with a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of reservation or something like that will probably not do with why they are in position. They will wait. When other people will come and like Obafemi Awolowo, I never, this is a name that I keep hearing, but I don't even know what year he died, but I don't think I was ever alive when he was here, but I just keep hearing him and things are still getting named after him today, so that's just my take on it. But Buhari, yeah, he knows, and
that's the proper order, isn't it? When somebody is long dead and past and his name still continues to recall in contemporary times, so that's to tell you then that legacy is one that society continues to appreciate. But but I don't think the people of the Southeast will. I don't think they will recognize that. They will call it the second Niger Bridge. If I know the Southeasterners are well enough, they will just call it. They will not recognize anything Muhammadu Buhari.
But it is a second Niger Bridge. It's a bridge that has a name of its own. It's just like you have Third Mainland Bridge, Fourth Mainland Bridge, and maybe Fifth Mainland. These are bridges that have names of their own. I think naming it Second Niger Bridge was just so people will know. And I think Buhari does deserve for his name to be there. If I'm not being,
but let's Tinubu or whoever succeeds him, let him be further, not within his own dispensation. Is the thing. He cannot name things because he's writing an exam and then marking the results himself. That's essentially what that is.
Yeah, hello. Can I quickly have an interjection, if it's possible?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Well, what I want to just say is this: I don't see any need why we're having this back and forth. Number one, maybe they recommend that he names it after him. Maybe I was objected. I have my own objections to some things in the naming. I have my own objections, but my objections are a little bit completely different from this. But before then, when they built all the railway stations and they named it after prominent people, people hailed it. There was no single one that was named Muhammadu Buhari railway station there. They named after Wole Soyinka, they named after Awolowo, they named after Akintola, they named after what's this guy's name? Fashola. They named after several other persons. People hailed them. So it's just a mark of honor to their contributions. The only challenge I have is this: if they are naming after leaders and head of state, where is Obasanjo? Where is Jonathan? I mean, if you have Jonathan,
I think the Atueke train station was named after him.
No, I'm talking of this. Yeah. I'm talking of this airport that you just mentioned now. So it will have been more police. I don't see anything naming it after Buhari. Now, the second Niger Bridge, Buhari has 101 reasons to have left it abandoned midway because of the cash crunch that we witnessed. But Fashola, except that people will say, oh, he's lying. We always come and say, look, if we wait for budgetary allocation alone, this project will not be finished. Can we devise a means? Let's just look for something around everywhere, anyhow. And
no, hold on. Buhari is under obligation to build that bridge because that is his job. It's not a favor. That's his job.
No, you are missing it up. You are missing it up. One man that you own the microphone. does not mean that you should be your president. So I say he has 101 reasons for those projects to have been abandoned because of cash crunch. But he went everywhere, camp in hand, devising all manner of means just to ensure, because he was passionate about it.
No, it's
That's
his
what I'm
job,
saying.
though. No, it's
Oh
not.
my God.
The fact that he's passionate about it is fine, but it is
There
his job
there is
to
no
complete
law. It is every government's job to build these infrastructures.
Yeah, but he's
It
the
is every
government
government job.
institution. It
I'm
wasn't a
coming
favor.
now.
It
You
wasn't
are
a
not.
favor.
You are not
Yeah,
listening to me at
it's not a
all.
favor.
You are not
Yeah, go
listening
on. But
to me, woman. You are not listening to me. You are not listening to me. There is a normal. It's not is in his It's not doing a favor. Yes, I agree with you. But it's not under any obligation also to leave other projects and concentrate on that one and insist that it must be completed. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not saying that he did a favor. I am saying he went extra mile because the circumstances we found ourselves with the recession, with the cash crunch, with the everything, and people were complaining he was borrowing money. There were enough excuses for all these projects we're talking about. Either they were not taking off they did not take off at all, or that they were not completed. Now that he used government money, absolutely, it is his responsibility. But at the same time, we were speaking here. I don't want to take us back there. There were people that did not even remember to lay any foundation, even in the year of plenty, when we had so much boom in our mono economy, something there. They did not remember to build those things. When they did heavy jobs. So if somebody said something a few minutes ago that why are we naming things about leaders that did not even have the capacity to think and invent things? I think that's a little bit derogatory for our leaders. Whether you like them, whether you love them, but at least there's a basic minimum that we should. He has done it. If the government after him comes and they feel he is not deserving of it, they will rename it. Simple.
No, but it's the wrong way around. Is what people hold on, Bishop. It's the wrong way around, is what people are saying.
What is the wrong way around?
What you just said. If the government after him feels he's not deserving of it, then they should rename it. So hold on. Hold on. I'm saying that's the wrong way around. I'm saying if the government after him feels he is deserving of it, then they should name it after him, not him name it after himself, and then dare people to change the name.
What is the name of the what's this bridge in Lagos called? Third Mainland Bridge. What is the name of that Third Mainland Bridge?
It's Third Mainland
Bridge.
Is
it not Bodelion something?
No.
After Babangida,
It's IBB Boulevard.
Exactly.
And they named it when Buhari built. No, hold on. Let me finish. The bridges, there are landmark infrastructure monuments that are named over after a lot of people. I have not gone to do a research. Did they allow it to be named after them when they were alive? I remember then there were some things I wanted to be named.
No. Sorry, Bishop. I don't want to elongate it, but I'm not sure you are where the discussion is. Nobody is saying that they should not name it after anybody or name it after Buhari even. Where the conversation is that it is in poor taste for Buhari's administration to name monument after their leader. So that's what people are saying. Yeah.
So it's okay. It's Buhari. 1 minute. It's because it's Buhari now. But when they named Fashola Bridge and they named Soyinka and they named other people the bridge, it was okay.
But Fashola is not the president. Soyinka is not the president. You are not getting
let's hear
the
interjection.
Let's move on. I don't think
Can I say something for my own candidate?
Let's hear from the prime first.
Who is remembering Dora Akuele, for heaven's sake? When I remember that woman, my body's still like, man.
What do you mean? Who is remembering her?
Like, those are the kind of project they should give her. She was a national hero.
In Abuja, Dora Akuele has 2 monuments after her. A major street. In Lagos, she has. In where again? So maybe somebody will name an airport. So maybe somebody will name an airport, or we change Anambra State to her name. So exactly. So those are monuments. I mean, a major street in Abuja, in the Federal Capital Territory, is a major monument. Except you don't know, if you are not aware of that.
Okay, maybe I'm not
Sorry,
aware.
one more. Let me just come in. Let me just come in, one more. Sorry.
Come in, Solomon, and then we go back to Ajan Lekoko. I don't want us to stay there for too long.
Yeah. Concerning this Buhari, this thing, most of the projects in Southeast now, like the Bonny State own and this Niger Beach, is I feel like our governors from Southeast, eye service that was just their problem. They were just doing eye service to make certain decisions by trying to name some projects to name those projects after this man. So this man did not really say they should name it after him. It's just eye service from those governors. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So back to Ajan Lekoko. Wrap up that space and then we'll move on. Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
Yes. So this naming of airport after Buhari while in office, I think he should have left it. He should have resisted it. But these governors are the one that putting his name on projects everywhere. And he stand to be corrected. I think he released a maybe press statement or memo to all of them that they should not name anything after him. Even there was a project he went to commission in Kogi State. He said it openly to Yahaya Bello that I have told you people not to name anything after me, but you guys will not stop. And he told him, in a joking manner that I will fine you or something like that. So, well, they have done it. There's nothing we can do about it. The one name after Obafemi Awolowo in Anambra, in River State, I think it's for national unity of everybody in that country. So I don't think the people of Rivers will have any problem with that. Awolowo was a great leader, and I think he deserved it. So on that, I think Buhari did right. The River State is one of the strategic states in our country. So putting Awolowo name there, we might not know the value now, but in the future, when that airport get into full operation, and I think people will appreciate that. Rivers is one of the strategic states in our country. Rivers, Kano, Lagos, those three states, they are they are more strategic than any other state in that country. So he did well for naming Awolowo that airport after Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you to the next talking point,
please, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. Princess, good to see you.
Yes, good evening, Mama. Good evening, everyone in the platform. Yeah, I just want to make a little contribution concerning naming monuments after oneself. I think sometimes it happens, like in the US here in Houston, George Bush Intercontinental Airport was named after George Bush Sr. while he was still alive. But usually they don't name it themselves. It is like maybe after the regime, some people will come together and then decide to honor them. But not while they are still presidents, they start naming airports and naming monuments after themselves. I think that was kind of a little bit vain.
It's poor taste, isn't it? It's in poor taste.
Yeah, it's vain and very kind of, it doesn't, it's like trying to impose himself on people, because it's better for one to honor you than for you to try to honor yourself. Because even if he hadn't done that, maybe later on, some monuments would have been named after him. So, but for him to be, even if he said he doesn't want it, and the other people did it, if he had insisted that no, he didn't want it, I'm sure they would have listened. They wouldn't have forced it down his throat. And then maybe after his regime, if they decide to name it again after him, then it's acceptable. To me, it's just kind of vain. That's the way I feel about it anyway. Thank you.
He is a very vain man, but there it is. Thank you, Princess. Stay with us. And just to that space, play some comes into the conversation via super chat. It says Governor Mario Cuomo Bridge was named after New York governor when he was still the governor. These things are done in advanced democracies that we copy. So yes, thank you for the super chat, but I'm not sure that really makes the point. It's still an act of vanity somewhat. But this now, this headline, Ajale Koko, come in, enigmatic.
Yes,
I think people love that topic. Come in.
Yeah, good. How would I say?
Good
Hi,
day.
everyone. I think that would be appropriate. Hi, everyone. So, I think people should look at what Buhari did in. I don't know if you guys are aware of already. Or probably I'll find it and send it to you, one man. If you see what this guy did in Katsina State alone, I think
20 projects. It was 20 projects.
Is it 20
massive
or more,
project.
or
it was 20 that I saw, but they were massive and they were very important in Daura especially.
He even had two important military, I think, outlets there now in Daura, and I could see why they actually gave him such a rowdy welcome. So when you see all this monument being probably named after him, I think it's more or less like vanity to me. But of course, you don't really know, what he did or what was the relationship with him, with those probably the governors or folks that were actually having to put that on his behind his name. But I just think if he had done what he did in Daura, if he had probably extended that to other parts of the country, he would have done a very good job. I commend that, but I disapprove of just locating everything in Daura. But of course, if you have to put it side by side with other presidents who, like Obasanjo now, that basically even forgot to even probably renovate the road to his Otta farm, or Jonathan that forgot about having to do anything even in Bayelsa. You could say Buhari is selfish, but sometimes you have to be selfish as a leader to do something at least within your locality. But that's basically what I want to say. But having to have all those things named behind him, I don't support it. I don't buy the idea.
All right. Stay where you are. Enigmatic. There's a particular topic that as soon as I saw your name popped up, I thought you'll be the person for it. But before I come to you, Ajale Koko, stock market gains are 1.5 trillion day after inauguration. So is that an endorsement from the market, Ajale Koko?
Okay, you said stock market gain what?
1.5 trillion naira a day after inauguration. So the financial space, they signal somewhat the approval that would suggest.
Yeah. I think if we're listening to that speech yesterday, Tinubu make he makes some economic he makes some point, he makes some how do I describe it, he mentioned some a way forward on how he wants to tackle the economy of the country with regards to interest rate, with regards to which other point did he make? Interest rate.
I've actually got the point that he made here. I was reserving it for enigmatic, but I'll put it on the screen now. Because our business day has itemized now the key takeaways from Tinubu's speech, and the petroleum subsidy gun, that was the first marquee item. Commodity boards to be reintroduced So you remember we had that back in the day, but it looks as though, and that's an essential thing, especially for a third world space, mandate CBN to achieve a unified exchange rate immediately. So that arbitrage that Kulata forever labors about on this space, it looks as though that's been addressed by Tinubu. That's going to be addressed by Tinubu. Thorough house cleaning at CBN. So if they carry out that thorough house cleaning, that will tell you then that our MFLA will be taking residence next to Nnamdi Kanu DSS facilities. Our interest rates too high and anti-business. So that identifying the problem, but no solutions preferred. Focus on infrastructural development to create jobs. So the infrastructural development, that's also an obvious thing. So these are rhetorics that's repeatedly been said by several administrations, but does the market have the confidence that he's able to actualize it? Electricity generation, transmission, and distribution to be doubled, with state governments encouraged to take part. So that portal for state government to take part was opened up by constitutional amendments that Buhari made in the twilight of his administration weeks ago. I remember he signed those 16 bills that transforms the country. All anti-investment and multiple taxation policies to be reviewed. So that was a signal to the investment space that he's business friendly. But now this last item, repatriation of investment and profits to be facilitated immediately. So you remember that period when airlines were struggling to get their money out of Nigeria, and it became a thing. But I'm not sure that that it should be made easy for people to repatriate their money out of Nigeria. I think they should have a phased repatriation, just so that those monies can be domesticated for use within the Nigerian space for a short period of time, just to galvanize the economy. But I think all of this wrapped up is the response that we're seeing now in this bounce on the stock market. Ajanle Koko.
Yes, all this economic policy statement that he made are quite interesting and attractive to investors, both local and foreign. So investors are energized, and that was what was responsible for that positive market response. So, and I believe that his personality too, and the track record that he had in Lagos State, is also responsible for that. Investors have confidence in him that this is a man that achieved so much as a governor of Lagos State in terms of the management of the resources and monetary management of Lagos State. So they have that confidence that coming back again at the federal level, he will be able to replicate what he did in Lagos State. So the speech yesterday was very unique. It targeted it well at investors, what investors wanted to hear.
That was a well-calibrated speech. The only misstep was that, according to some people, although it's debated, is that petroleum something.
What investors wanted to hear was what they hear from him. And, he got the positive response. So those are the things. His track record as a former governor of Lagos State is antecedent, is well acknowledged, and the speech as well was very unique. So, and if we want to go back to memory lane, the same thing happened when Abiola contested. Abiola being an international businessman, So everybody knew him around the world. Investors knew that, oh, this is a fantastic international businessman. So the moment that it was clear that he won, the market responded positively. It happened as well during the time of Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was declared the president. So when the new president, anytime that a new president is declared the winner, and on the inauguration day, the market always respond, positively. New president that they trust.
Did we have a bounce when Buhari came in? Did we have a bounce?
That I cannot remember. Maybe. I can't remember. I'm not sure. I don't want to say what. I'm not sure of that. But for this one, for this Tinubu, I think he prepared that stage very well. He knew what the investors wanted to hear, and he gave it to them, and they responded positively. So, very good speech, except what I disagree with, the petroleum subsidy that he mentioned. I'm not saying that he should not remove subsidy, but he shouldn't have mentioned it. He mentioned it, and that generated this negative reaction that has started putting pain on the people. So that was where he got it wrong. But on every other thing that on that speech, unique. It was unique, historical, and fantastic speech. So that's my take on that.
Can I just say something on the market response?
Oh, yeah, come in now, Patrick. If we can hear you, that is, we can see that you're driving now, but come in.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I think
carry
before
on.
the election, the market position went down. I'm not very sure, but that's the normal thing. Because it is anxious, they don't know what is happening, they want to be sure there's going to be a smooth transition. So investors should take a position by holding on, and then once they see that there's a transition and then they start repositioning. You understand? So in most cases, that's what happens. You are moving, in Abela's case, you are moving from a military government to a civilian government. It suggests some hope, and then the market positions well. It happened in Obasanjo, I think it must have happened in Buhari. So that's okay. But to see the actual response of the market, it would happen in maybe another 3-4 months. By next quarter, we'll start seeing how the market will respond to some of his policies and to the earlier position, the initial positions that he's going to take. But I think it's too early to begin to attribute these things to what he said. It was, to me, a market that was declining and then responding.
Patrick, this is the second bounce off the back of this guy. When it was announced the victor, the market bounced, and even the international market space. Remember, we discussed it. They reacted positively, and now after his inaugural speech, the market reacts positively again. There's no doubt, because it's from that space. It's from the space of finance. It's from the space of business. It's from the space of multilaterals. So he knows their language, and they may well be liking what,
Woman, people don't put their money because the person who is managing is a finance person, or because the person who is the president is a finance person or not. To tell you what happened was that before the election, they were anxious whether there was going to be a successful election. So it was probably knows that I'm going to check the thing when I get home now. So once the election was successful, the market will rebound, and then some people, it will not rebound fully because some people were still very anxious and thinking that this would not be successful, especially on the back of disobedience, problems. And then the inauguration was successful, so people start taking position again. You understand? And it will continue. But if you want to see a rebound that can be attributed to his policies or to this government, then we have to wait for him to start taking policy positions It's just what he did yesterday was like repeating his campaign promises. You understand? Until he starts sitting down and start taking policy positions, making executive orders, and appointing some people to positions that are key and drivers of economic indices, then we can start saying, watching the market respond. That's my understanding of this. So I
all
think
right.
it cannot really be attributed to he spoke somewhere.
Patrick, but he took a policy position yesterday, a definite and firm stance on subsidy. That will make any market react
He said he
because
would do it now.
that's
That
a
was the promise.
structural problem.
He has not said
He said it's
I've
done.
removed
That's
subsidy.
a
Yeah.
He said it. He said
It was done
it's
before
done
now
as a matter
because
of
of
fact
the
because
petroleum industry are
there's no money for it.
One at a
Yes,
time.
yes.
Come
Yes.
in, Kulata.
No, there's some
Let
kids there.
Kulata come in.
There's some kids there. Because of the funding. Buhari, it was gone under Buhari. Eventually, by July, it's over. So by reaffirming that, that's a firm, strong stand that your structural problem, as far as finances is concerned, I'm addressing it. I'm not going back to this area that neither gets us far or there. So the market can see that, okay, while it's not, I agree with you, it's not a long-term market play because market, all they care about is stability and we had a peaceful transition of power. So that's stability. But as far as policy position, that's one of the most impactful day one policy statement anybody can make because he spoke it as a matter of fact, very decisive, is unwavering. So outside of the normal bounce that you expect from a peaceful transition, that was reassuring to a lot of people.
All right, brilliant. So back to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you to this space. Court convicts hotelier 3 others for OAU student murder. So Ajanle Koko, you remember that we've been tracking this story for quite a few months now. It's the narrative of this character in Osun State, in Ile-Ife, Mr. Big Man, but you never really know what hides under the agbada of Mr. Big Man. So we're talking about Ramon Adedoyin, who is the owner of Hilton Hotel in Ile-Ife, a big man in his community, but it looks as though it's voodoo money. And that voodoo needed to be satiated. Unfortunately, a master's student from Obafemi Awolowo University, Timothy Adegoke, he walked into the moment that voodoo needed to be satiated. So he booked a hotel. He booked a room rather at this guy's hotel. And then in the course of his stay at that hotel, he was found dead. But then when they got there, his blood had been drained and put in a calabash. So court red-handed, but now the verdict are death by hanging. A lot of people will align that this verdict is exactly what needs to be done to send the signal to that sort of space. Rudolph, mute yourself for a moment. You know the process. Let me mute Rudolph. So to that space, Ajanle Koko, we've been tracking this storyline for quite a good while now. So now the verdict comes in. What's your take on that? Do you remember we did a session on this?
Oh yes. Say this judgment, I think it's a welcome one. It's a welcome judgment, and that judgment strongly believe that it served that guy right. This kind of dangerous element in our society, people of criminally minded people should not be spared at all. This judgment, I think, it should. You see, we have to, the family of that guy, we have to give thanks to one guy in Ibadan. What's the name of this guy?
Kola Olotu.
Not
Kola Olotu or something.
No,
is this some radio personality?
This radio guy. If not that guy that amplified this thing and stood firm and said that we are going to pursue this thing to the logical conclusion, maybe it will have been swept under the carpet. Police will have carried out their magic and have this thing swept under the carpet. But that guy made a very loud noise. He used his radio station and it's everything. And he met with the family of that guy and he said that this will not go away. He's ready to sacrifice his life for this. They threatened him. They did everything, but this guy stood firm. So, and that is number one. We have to thank Femi Falana too, that jumped into this case, that we will not let this go.
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko. Somebody is saying Oriyomi Hamzat. Maybe that's the name. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
That's that. Thank you. Whoever that.
That was Kenny Spencer. Yeah, carry on.
If not for Oriyomi Hamzat, that started making very loud noise and said that he will not let this one go. And Femi Falana as well that jumped into this case, maybe big manism and money would have played out and this thing would have been swept under the carpet. But Femi Falana jumped into it and said, no, these all the evidences prove that this guy committed this. Police did everything to manipulate this thing. So, and at the same time, we have to give thanks to the Inspector General of Police too, from Abuja. They ordered him to be transported to Abuja. He was taken to Abuja and all this. So, everything is just unfortunate.
Do you think this sentence will be ratified? Because the one thing I've noticed within the Nigerian government space is that they are somewhat often reticent to carry out a capital punishment. There are so many people on death sentences. Usually these death sentences have to be signed off by the state governor. Do you think this will be ratified? Do you think they'll follow through? Or do you think this is just for the optics, for the cameras?
I think the guys still have an option for appeal. To appeal, right? I think this is a high court decision, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a high court.
Yeah, so it can still. I think it will appeal. It might go all the way to the Supreme Court, and but I think we just have to wish that if it should appeal, the appeal court should affirm that decision of Supreme Court. Of the High Court as well, and the Supreme Court as well should go in the same line. That is what
you will wish that justice be done now. With due respect to the person that have died, you understand? Our own wish now should be that justice should be done.
That is
if this man was responsible, let him be. But if he's not, then let him also be free.
Patrick, what people actually want is a strong signal sent to that ritualistic space.
Yes. It's not by killing somebody who is not
for money.
Now. Yes. It's not by killing a rich man because somebody died in his hotel.
Nobody wants that now. Nobody wants that.
Yeah. So if Ajaleko said they should oppose it, they should go ahead and do justice. If this man's done it, then let him go for it.
I think you are missing Ajaleko.
No, I didn't miss him. He said let them oppose this. That's
no. Hold on, please.
Let him speak for himself. He's dead. Let him speak for himself.
I can interject now. You can interject now.
No. But you know the rule. One voice, just one voice.
But I can interject now. It's when other people.
You can interject.
I'm trying to contribute. Now people contribute when I'm talking.
Just hold on. Have that interjection. Ajanle Koko round of that space. And then I want to go on to Rudolph to sample just what is going on latest within the Nigerian space. But Bishop.
What I was just going to add is that when Ajaloko said they should uphold the judgment, he's saying the same thing as he is saying that they should. He hopes that the appeal court will still uphold the judgment, the death sentence passed, and that the same thing will happen. So upholding means to uphold the judgment that has been passed. He's putting it the other way around and it's making it look like we are fighting.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Yes, Bishop made my point. That's what I just wish that all the way to the Supreme Court, we are going to have the same judgment. This guy, they caught him red-handed. They got all the facts against him that he did it. He even tried everything to the camera in his hotel, the register in the hotel. He tried to manipulate everything so that they will not get, but he was caught. So this will set signal to all these, what do you call them? What's the name they call these people that?
These ritual money people.
Ritual money. It will set signal to them that there is no hidden place for them in that society. And people of that country too should do the society a big favor by saying something when they see something. Because all these criminals, they live among us. They live among us. They live among us. So people should not.
You know when I look at this case, Ajanle Koko, it reminds me of an Orlando or song. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń ṣe big man lóde iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn kò ṣe rí, you know, yeah.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ló ṣe big man lóde iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn ò ṣe rí. So this criminal should not be protected, should not be covered up by our people. They know them. We know them. They live among us. So this guy, well, we have to thank God. It's unfortunate that that guy have to lose his life. Is it sometimes one man, I don't want to go to Nigeria sometimes. I'm scared. After this incident, I'm scared to go and sleep in a hotel. I'm scared to sleep in a hotel in Nigeria.
You have to lift the sheets and lift the beds to see what's yes.
For God, what is this, for God's sake? Imagine you travel to Osun State or all these outside Lagos, and you can't come back to Lagos that very day, and you want to sleep in your hotel, and you are scared for your life. You're scared to death. To travel in the night, you're scared to death that somebody might kidnap you. What kind of? It's just unfortunate. But this judgment is a welcome one. We have to thank the government. I mean, we have to thank Femi Falana, and we have to thank Oriyomi, and we have to thank even the family that did everything, cooperated and gave.
The other verdict that we're looking to is that Choti read. Remember that pastor, prophet or whatever he calls himself, that some child suddenly disappeared in his church and the mother went ape. Do you remember that? Choti or something like that.
That one is it in Ondo State or Ekiti?
Yeah, that's in Ondo State.
Ondo State, yeah. They're all over. But look, we just have to. I think we, the people, have a lot as well to do concerning all this criminality that happens among us. We should.
If this guy is found guilty and the case is categorical enough, I would not object to this sentence being carried through to send a signal to that space.
Oh yes, it will send a very strong signal that there's no way for it's a zero tolerance for money ritual. We should send that signal, and the government should be able to stand strong on this, particularly the governors that have to sign the death warrant and then ensure that they carry that termination of their life. But like you said earlier, most of these governors, they when it comes to death sentence, they say no. They will act like Pilate, Pilate that wash his hand. That no, I don't want to be part of those of you that want to kill Jesus Christ. No, they will not sign it. They say no, I don't. But these people, as hypocrite as they are, they can send their thugs to go and kill their political opponent when they are pursuing, during the time of election, for them to win election. But criminals within the society, for them to sign their death warrant, they will not sign it. All because they don't want, they think that, they don't want to be part of, they don't want their hand in killing of their fellow human being. So it's just unfortunate. But this judgment is a welcome one, and I think it's a victory for the family, and we have to thank those two men, Inspector General as well. We have to thank Oriyon, we have to thank Femi Falana. And Femi Falana is there. He will pursue this to the end, to Supreme Court, because he assured us that he will stand by the family and he will make sure that this man will not be spared. That is what Femi Falana said. Thank God he has won this round one. In round two, if it should come, he will win it as well, and the final Supreme Court. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, let me go from you to Rudolph. But on my way to Rudolph, let me share a bit of excitement with you, Ajanle Koko. So this will excite you. So tomorrow, we're having Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, the chairman SDP party, joining us. So I am a real coup for the platform. So whoever is listening, bookmark that spot. Because you have to know the SDP party, as you all know, was the party that Abiola straddled to win that presidency, and we all know the narrative that followed suit after that. So now this gentleman on your screen, he wasn't the chairman then, but he is now the custodian of that party. So he knows the backdrop to all of the narratives and what played out in this particular sequence. A conversation with Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, chairman SDP, is tomorrow. So that should be the excitement that should rally you all for tomorrow. So bookmark it. I've already put it out there. So just go and put on your notification. So Ajanle Koko, so that we have a big fish joining us tomorrow. But we have a big fish joining us tomorrow. But some people will insist that he's also a big fish. We're joined by Rudolph to discuss the politics contemporary. So good to have you, Rudolph. So how have you been?
Good, nice to be here. How are you?
I'm good. You sound nice and relaxed. Are you lounging somewhere, enjoying some pina colada and all of that? Those are up-market life that you live. Eh?
I just ate dinner. You know, I'm a civil servant. Unlike you, I'm not a big shot. You know.
Look at that.
I just wanted to say hello to you guys and to let you know that I always listen in whenever I get a chance. And I don't really like to come in most of the time. I just listen, and that's enough for me. I enjoy.
You should come in. It's a free flowing space, as you've probably noticed. We start with one topic and we end in the middle of nowhere. But hopefully, with your professionalism, you keep us steady for whilst you're here. So Rudolph, now there is only really one thing to talk about. There were pastors telling us that on that day they saw. The Lord told them that as Tinubu enters Eagle Square, he will be arrested by XYZ, and there was that he will be stopped by anyway, it's come and gone. So what did you make of that occasion? It went a lot smoother than a lot of people anticipated, because a lot of people were expecting some sort of skirmish and a lot of warnings from the security forces, but they didn't really need to take any action because the day went just as smoothly as they would have hoped for. So what did you then make then of the inauguration of the now President Bola Tinubu?
Well, it went very well. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. I wasn't expecting that he wouldn't be inaugurated. I think what we have to learn in the whole process of what happened during this election is that I think it's for the first time that most Nigerians are beginning to understand their country, how it works, and what goes on there. That's why people were surprised. A lot of people were surprised about what happened. I wasn't surprised. I've been watching Nigeria for about 30 years. So, for instance, a lot of people don't understand the Nigerian presidency. If you have been around or close to the presidency in any way or form, you know that it's a very strong presidency. Even if there were people who had any intention of stopping anything, they will understand that if there's something we do well, is learning how to exhibit power and show power. If you watch what the military did on that day yesterday, we got that part well. We got it well. We know how to do that, and I think we can secure presidents and organize things like this. But in terms of running the country, we are yet to get there. So I wasn't expecting anything other than what happened. For people who were expecting that something, it's just that they did not understand. So I pity them sometimes. So.
For the because there were only two things for all of the pomp and pageantry of that day. There was only two things that happened: Tinubu signing the documents to become formally the president of the country, and his much anticipated inaugural speech. So that inaugural speech, a lot of people felt it was an inspirational speech, but there was one faux pas that the market reacted to. So that the fuel subsidy is gone. The fuel subsidy is gone. Only 5 words, but that 5 words now are 300% at the pumps. What did you make of that? A lot of people thought it was a misspeak, a rush of blood to the head, the excitement of him now getting a lifelong ambition. What do you make of it? And do you think it's a position that he will necessarily have to reverse?
Oh, I thought he did already. I was getting some feed that he backtracked. But the point is that there's anybody who had been named the president of Nigeria at this point that wouldn't have to say that. You have to say that from the very beginning. You have to remove it if you can, because the country is broke. If you don't remove the subsidy, you can't do anything. There's nothing anybody can do. It doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu or Atiku. You have to do it. But it's difficult to do. It's very difficult. It's not an easy thing to do, especially in a country like Nigeria. So that's his big challenge. The only problem, my worry with Tinubu being able to do that is a government like Buhari. I believe that when Buhari came, he had more goodwill when he came in, but he couldn't do it. I don't think Tinubu has that kind of goodwill that Buhari came in with. So for him to do it, it would take a lot of guts and I don't know how, but I wish him well. It has to be done. It has to be done because the country is broke. If it's not done, there won't be money to do anything. That's it.
A lot of people argue, Rudolph, that if he was ever going to do it, then this is the moment to do it because this is his strongest phase as the president. So there is nothing that is going to remove him, barring whatever happens in the court. But is certainly not going to be impeached within a month of.
Nobody will impeach him. Nobody will impeach him. But I think
this is the strongest position to do it.
It's not. The problem he has is that remember his percentage of people that voted for him. So if you have a lot of people who are still on the sideline about your presidency, and the first thing you give to them is hardship, I'm not thinking that will win them over. I'm not thinking that they will make things easier for you. Even the people that voted for you, that supported you, are going to be, because this is a complex thing for ordinary Nigerians to understand why they have to suffer. Even the government may have the best intention, but local people like traders, somebody selling Gary in Oshodi, there's no way you can convince her not to increase the price of Gary, and landlords. And, it's a tough thing. If Buhari did not do it, I know it's a tough thing. Not that
let me interject briefly. Rudolph, have you thought, this is Kulata, have you thought about if this was a Machiavellian approach? Right, because everybody is thinking about it the straightforward way, which is you have to buy people's goodwill, and then so you can leverage your political capital. But what if you use brass balls tactics and say, I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to be decisive, and you guys will be begging me, and I'm going to do it. And then maybe later I'll show you guys a little bit of mercy, and then you guys will, using what classic dictatorial style.
Oh, yeah. Jonathan did that. Jonathan, 1 January, I don't remember the year now, removed subsidy, announced that it was gone. And then the prices of things went up, and then he came back and said, okay, I put it back down a little bit. I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is that because of the enormity of the consequences of this and the difficulty in pulling it back when it starts, look at what's happening today now, and what will happen tomorrow and next tomorrow. Pulling it back, it's very difficult to play that game, especially when you have not consolidated power and you don't have a lot of people, masses behind you. That's a challenge. I don't know. I wish him well. I hope he does
Sorry,
it.
can I
I,
come?
I really support that. I think it's a good thing to do, just because the country is not in a good shape, But I don't know how he's going to pull it off. Anybody else, will pull it off.
All right, Rudolph, let me take you to this space. So the Tinubu's administration is getting its first full day here. So still at the euphoria of it, the pomp and pageantry still. We saw when he drove into Aso Rock Villa, the retinue of everybody. Mele Kyari, he has suddenly jumped. Abubakar Malami was in Daura welcoming Tinubu, welcoming Buhari rather, but Mele Kyari, who is in charge of the dollars, he was at Aso Rock doorstep waiting for the new president. So all of that. So now, as the administration goes forward, what signals are we looking at to see the direction of travel? And are we looking to see those signals in the sort of appointees that it makes into key positions? So what are you looking at to identify them to indicate the direction of travel that the
first
administration will take?
For me, is the appointments. I'm disappointed to see that Dele Aleke just issued a statement. I think I saw that on cable, that he wasn't appointed the spokesperson for the administration, that it was fake news. So I don't know how that could happen. I understand that Femi Fani-Kayode was the one that tweeted it out. But you can't start this way. We are watching the people around the president. We say a lot about what is going to happen. So I'm looking at, I'm not comfortable with Babio, Lawan, Ganduje, and all those characters being the face of the administration. But if that is Wike and people like that, if that is what we are going to get, I don't know how it will be possible to see a transformational kind of administration. And when you have those, I'm sure there will be older politicians that will be there and people will know their names. But if you don't have new blood in the system, that will move things in a different direction, we just wouldn't notice any difference. That's my fear,
He did promise in his inaugural speech that we should look in anticipation of youth and women in his administration. But that Akpabio space, is that not a child of necessity? Just because of the way the government is structured at the moment, a Southwesterner, a Muslim president, a Northeasterner vice. So the Senate space now, for all of the religion and ethnicity that built up throughout that election, it has to be a Christian one. And then these regions underrepresented, the Southeast and the South, it has to come from there. So if you look then within the APC structure for talent within those spaces, only two names come out, Ojezo Kalu and Akpabio. So it is just by osmosis that is going to land on one of those two spaces. And you know that they have to have some sort of, what do they call it, a backdrop in the parliament. There's a certain term. They have to be tenured or something.
Yeah. I think there are other people, but they're not well known. And it's not just the two. It's not just the two that you mentioned, but they are not well known. Whatever they have to do, I mean, they have to do whatever. But it's a signal. You're sending a message to the country, to the world, that people like this who have issues, and you are, I don't know. I'm not comfortable with that. That's my point. There has to be a break.
Yeah, you cannot be on. Do you have options?
I wouldn't care if there's somebody who is unknown. I mean, I think there's a senator somewhere who is indicating, I think in Enugu State or somewhere, indicating interest that he wants to be and he's qualified. There are other people. It's not just the two of them. But if that is what they have to default to, I'm concerned. But it's not the only thing that will determine the success of the administration. But if you have such in several places, that perception is of concern, And I, like a spokesperson for the government, I was happy when I heard that the first story that it was delayed, that is not Bayo Nanoga. If they go back and give it to someone like Bayo, it tells me that they are maybe deaf to some of the concerns about the way he has been operating in the social media space and the image he was giving to the administration. So I thought when I first heard about that, I said, okay, that is an indication that they are getting it. They know how people feel out there. But, so these things matter.
But Bayo Onanuga's commentaries during the Lagos State gubernatorial, that damned him. I'm sure you saw his tweets warning the Southeasterners not to interfere in Lagos politics. So that damns him as a national figure. So I cannot see how they can give it to Bayo Onanuga, because with those tweets, I think he exempted himself. But do you agree, though, that they should narrow the search for the Senate president to the South and the Southeast?
Oh, if that is, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not a big fan of, but you have to represent every region. But I don't really care. This is what I think they should do. If they don't have a senator they think they are comfortable with from that region, they could switch things around, get a speaker from that region and get a senator from another region, whatever works. But we have to make a statement that we want to move away from all these characters that are not inspiring, that are basically telling us that we don't want to change the country. Because young people you're talking about, the young people of today, this is something that we're missing when we discuss Nigeria. And I want to make it something that I think we should think about it very well. On my show yesterday, somebody was talking about the Supreme Court judges in Nigeria complaining that young people were abusing them and that they were threatening them. And it's not just a Nigerian phenomenon. In the US here, the Supreme Court judges were being threatened for the first time. And the world is changing. And for old people and conservatives all over the world, they're beginning to see that something is happening that is beyond their control. And it's not just Nigeria, it's all over the world. So for young people, they want to see that there is a difference in direction. Let me tell you something I have not said before. I think I hinted at on my show yesterday. No matter what you think about Tinubu, there's an example of what happened to Nigeria that actually happened in Anambra State. I think in when Gige won the election. I forgot the year, 2003 maybe. Ngige was actually, they rigged Ngige in, and everybody knew that. And Ngige came in and he saw that there's a threat to him remaining there. And the godfathers, the people that brought him in, were not happy with him. So he ended up performing because he wanted to be in the good books of people, to the point that when Obi won in the court, people were telling Obi to forget about it, to wait for the next time because Ngige is already doing well. We want Ngige to remain the governor. So I think people may not think about this. I think the situation now may actually inspire, hopefully, Bola Tinubu to do well, knowing that he has to win the confidence of a lot of people, considering the way the election happened. So that may be a good thing for the country. And it was a good thing for Anambra State. And since then, Anambra State has become at least better than all the other eastern states in terms of the quality of the governance.
All right, Rudolph. In previous sessions, this was under the Buhari administration. The tail end of it, we were scorecarding Buhari just in terms of auditing the last 8 years, but we narrowed the parameters to economy, infrastructure, and managing the country's diversity. So, as the man now leaves to a rousing welcome in Daura, how would you scorecard him just around those parameters? The economy, infrastructure, security, and managing the ethnic diversity. Scorecard from our president from Daura.
I am not good at this, scoring anybody. My metrics are simply the lives of ordinary people in the country. Was there any improvement? And I tried to look at, when my grandmother was alive, I look at her life. I look at, people like my parents when they were, some of them, I look at people who didn't get the opportunities that I got, who didn't go to school. What was it like for them? I think in terms of the economy, well, whatever, I don't think the economy is anything better than what it was when he took over. So when he made that speech and said he left the country better, it was horrified that he could say that. But I understand that he won't, rate himself bad. Infrastructure, the money they spent, I'm worried about the value we got for the money they spent, the money they borrowed. It doesn't measure up. I feel that we were cheated. But I'm not going to say that they did not do something. But in terms of the money, and that's the issue with Nigeria, the fact that you spent 10 billion for something we could use 1 billion to do, I'm not going to clap for you. And so when you look at it, you think about the amount of things we need to build and what we're able to build with money we don't even have, and we borrowed and we don't have any plan to repay it, because most of these things we built are not going to make money for us. You can say that the economy will improve and there will be more movement and there will be more taxes, but we don't typically see that happen in Africa. So this lack of planning of how to pay for these debts, and that's why we're in this situation now, that he has to say, this new president had to say on the first day, I'm removing the subsidy, because there's no money to pay back the debts, not to talk of do new things. So in terms of security, of course, nobody will rate him anything good. It was terrible. We have insecurity now all across the country. When he came, it wasn't everywhere in the country. At least there was a sense of people could still travel through the middle of the country. People still do, but now it's impossible to do any of these things. So I'm not impressed by him, and really it's a terrible disaster that his administration was. I think our expectations are so low. That's the problem we have in the country. We have governors who will build a roundabout, what they call roundabout, rotary, and paint it, and we clap for the governor, or somebody paying teachers and workers, we clap for him. I'm not impressed by those things. Our special expectations must be increased so that we demand for more and hold people accountable. And I hope that your platform will do that more. Irrespective of who the president is, all of us, we owe that to the nation, people who listen to us. I do spend time listening to you and this platform and other platforms, even though I may not come on. And I think that's our responsibility, because I want the country to work. It will be good for me, good for everybody else if the country works in a reasonable way. Right now, it's so terrible. The standard is so low.
Just this last space, and then I'll see if anybody else has a question for you. In terms of Tinubu's administration, usually people allow for a period before decisions are made. So how long are you expecting or are you even expecting at all a honeymoon period for this administration before people form conclusive thoughts? So how long a grace period? Yeah.
There won't be any honeymoon, and there is none, because the reason is you just have to go back to Bush versus Gore in America. That was when America stopped giving presidents honeymoon. I think we had our own Bush versus Gore period this election. What I mean by that is that when the country is so divided along, even questioning the election itself. So what it does is that who will give you the honeymoon? Is it the 37% that voted for you, or the 60-something that did not vote? They're not going to give you the honeymoon. They're going to look at errors and point them out. So I don't think he needs that. I don't even think he needs that. I think if he's well prepared, which I think he should be, I believe he should be better than Buhari in terms of preparedness in taking this challenge. He shouldn't be waiting for anybody's honeymoon. He should go ahead, and he should have announced some appointments even before the swearing in, and to pull back the basic appointment of spokesperson is disappointing. That should be easy by now. But anyway, there's no honeymoon for him, because who are the people giving him the honeymoon? There are people who are still angry about what happened and the process and everything. So he shouldn't expect that. He could move on without that. I don't think he needs honeymoon to perform.
All right, brilliant. So to borrow an initiative from you, Rudolph. So Rudolph now suddenly our accidental guest. We have a planned guest for tomorrow, by the way, the chairman of the SDP party. But he's just strolled in and suddenly found himself on the hot seat. So any questions for Rudolph from anyone? No questions for Rudolph?
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys.
No, you don't run away yet. So I have a question for you. If nobody does, you know you cannot come, and we will not.
I have a question. I have a question for Rudolph.
All right.
So when you think about your platform, how are you going to sustain your audience now for the next 4 years that you have someone like Tinubu? Because elections are over. How do you keep interest in the country?
Now is that too personal?
No. How do you keep interest in the country going?
That's good.
Because
you're right. You're right.
Because it's just factual. People are tuned in because of elections. This is the time people should learn civics.
How long will you have it causing people there before?
Kulata, that's a very good question, and it's something that everybody will have to adjust to. Not just me, anybody who has a platform, newspapers. Because if you've been around the media during this period, people pay attention, people read, people buy papers, people watch TV. After that, CNN, the ratings go down after the election. So we expect that a lot of people will drop off. People are still processing what happened. But that's why, for me, I don't know about other people. For me, as much as possible, we have our unconscious biases, and as much as possible, you stay in the middle. It was easy for me during this election. I didn't have any dog in the fight. Do
you want to repeat that? What did you just say?
No, I said it was easy for me this last election.
You said you didn't have a dog in the fight.
I didn't have any dog in the fight. Yeah,
sure?
I said everywhere. But it's you can have your own perception about what I did. But it's okay. That's my my.
It's all right.
But what I'm saying is that it's easy for me to continue to do what I do. I don't expect to have the same number of people tune in, because I understand that people are processing this. But as long as the platform is such that it's open to anybody, we could have conversations around things, not just on any side, one particular side. We will keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully people will continue to join.
Just to that space, Rudolph. My thoughts are that there will be drops in audience. I think right across the board. I think that's almost inevitable, because a lot of people were caught up in. So they'll probably go for a detox period, and then. But I feel. So the topics will have to gravitate to more like an all-inclusive sort of subject matters where people feel they don't have to be especially aligned in any way, and they can just come as themselves. So I think it has to gravitate towards come as you are sort of a thing.
That's what we've been doing. When we say have your say, we are not saying have a pro Tinubu say, have a pro Obi say, or Atiku say. That's not what we're saying. We say have your say. And as much as possible, we try not to ban anybody. We try not to remove people unless it becomes impossible to handle, So that's it. It's about who wants to come and have their say, and they have their say. That's all.
All right, so to the Obi space, witness tenders U.S. verdict on Tinubu's 460,000 forfeiture. I never thought that the court would entertain this, but it looks as though they are entertaining it, because I didn't think it was substantial enough. I thought they would negotiate it out of the pleas, but there it is. It's been submitted, but in the cross-examinations, the person bringing it forward looks somewhat silly. So people suggesting then this Peter Obi's mandate that maybe NASA should send a probe to Mars to go and look for it. So Obi pursues his mandate still. What says you, Rudolph?
No, what's the question? I didn't get the question.
No. The question is really around the court admitting as evidence this certified copy of Tinubu's forfeiture, which people thought would not make it.
No, but it doesn't mean that they're going to say that it matters. That if I mean, I don't know how. I've never been in a courtroom. I've never followed court proceedings. I don't understand it. But I don't think it means that they are one way or the other saying that it's important. You know, when they present something, you have to accept it and look at it in part of what you are discussing. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Like I said, I've never been inside a courtroom. I don't know what happens there. I don't watch court TV. I'm not interested. So, but whatever they do, I don't care, you know. But what I want to say is that the Supreme Court should rule on certain things. I don't want next election people will still be talking about Abuja and 25% and all those things. Let's clear things out and make sure that whenever there's an election, basic things, people will know this is what we expect. And that's why I think the case should continue and get all the way to the Supreme Court, and let's get some rulings.
Yeah, you were correcting place somewhere on the Kumo something. We were talking about Buhari naming monuments after himself, which some people felt it was in poor taste, but the Buhari supporters feel that it is well deserved.
I don't know whether he named it himself or people named it after him. But the point is that if you know what happened after George Floyd died and how things were renamed and some monuments were taken out, I look at a long history, long range, not the short term. I'm thinking 100 years from now, maybe the people that will occupy Nigeria, they will throw out all these names we have. But I'm sure when they read the history, whatever the final history is written, some of these names that we throw around and name airports after, they might just remove them and put some other important people. So it doesn't matter to me. I don't care if everything in the country is named after Buhari or Babangida or whatever. 200 years from now, it's a different ballgame. Some of these things will be thrown out. You see the way, this is something I discovered. When we had the Encyclopedia Britannica, when you go, the physical encyclopedia, when you pick it up, every 5 years or so, they bring out another one So you see the names of the people, like President Kennedy may have 7 pages today, this year. Next time that it will come out, the pages will reduce to 5. The next time it comes out, it will reduce to, so that's how history is. Sometimes relevance of somebody today wouldn't mean anything in another 200 years. So I'm not worried whatever they do for themselves at this point. They have short-term memory. The view of history is wider and bigger.
So the first meeting that Tinubu is having as president of Nigeria is with Emefiele, the governor of the central bank. So they've had that meeting, crucial meeting. So what direction do you imagine it will go? Do you think it will be a policy-led conversation or a politics-led conversation?
No, it's about where is our money?
Exactly.
What are we looking at? Are we broke? It's about tell me, show me what's going on. Can I pay my people? So actually, like I said, this is the most important thing he should do on the first day, which is the money. There's no money. They've blown the money. They never had money. And he can, if he could cut the size of governance, that would be the best thing to do. But even if you do that, I don't know how much you can get out of it. You can't close down the Senate and the House of Rep. You can't stop governors from using 20, 50 cars when they go out. There's so many things that could be done. But it's difficult for a president sitting there to do it. But the number one issue for Tinubu is money. Where can I find money? There's no money.
All right, still with Emefiele, a lot of people feel that it would be a travesty if this guy did not do some jail time. Can you see why people will think that, and do you align with those thoughts?
No, because I don't have any inside information on what happened. So I don't think Emefiele on his own woke up and decided to do some of these things. Okay, it's not possible. I don't think he has that kind of personality or the power or the structure behind him. So there were people who probably used him and directed him to do these things for their own goal. I'm not saying it's not a reason to hold him accountable for that. But what I'm saying is that what the new government will find out is that if Emefiele did these things, that these are the people who made me do it. Okay, and these are the people you don't want to get angry, because if you lock up Emefiele today, let's say that Buhari told him to do these things. Like, for example, I'm not saying that. and Tinubu decided that I'm going to lock this guy up because of what he did. That will not make Buhari happy, and Tinubu will not want to make Buhari unhappy. So there's some things we may not know that you find out you may end up seeing Emefiele hanging around and nothing will happen to him. So it's not that simple the way we see it. Some of these people are connected. There are so many. I'll give an example. There are so many people that children of all these big people you are seeing in the country that Emefiele hired, and they are working at the central bank. So when I had Tinubu say that there will be cleaning of the house, I'm thinking that those are some of the people that he may want to clean out. But then let me give an example. Let's say Ganduje, I'm not sure, I don't know anything about Ganduje, but let's say Ganduje's son or daughter is at the central bank hired by Emefiele, and then you said that
Abba Kyari's daughter is there with the sovereign wealth. Yeah,
exactly. There are people like that. So you say now you are going to punish Emefiele, put him in jail for whatever he did. Then you are also telling the people, they will call you. These people will call you and say, "What are you doing? What are you doing? This is our guy. Leave him, let him go." And being that's the biggest challenge that we have as ordinary people watching the government. These people have a lot of interconnectivity and things they've done in the past, and we are looking at them like they are going to do the right thing, but they're tied. Their hands are tied.
All right. There's this storyline, Rudolph, that we have been following. I'm sure you don't pay attention to those spaces, but it's the narrative of this hotelier in Ile-Ife, who a young student booked into his hotel, So they've given him now his verdict comes in death by hanging. Do you have any thoughts on that story? Because it speaks to that ritual money thing that seems to be around the country like a wildfire.
Yeah, I know that. It's unfortunate. But let me say something about, you mentioned during that section that governors are not signing death warrants, but you don't know why they are not signing it. You know why?
Why?
You know why they are not signing it? They're not signing it because most of these governors have done worse things than these people that are facing death sentence. And despite, some of the people we have in government, that's one of the things that regular people like us don't know. They've done so many bad things that they are not actually humans anymore in terms of feelings and in terms of, what you call having the humanity in them. But some of them, they will look at somebody who is supposed to, because they stole a cell phone, you sentence the person to death. And they know how much they're stealing every day. They can't sign it. Those who still have conscience, they can't sign it. And knowing that some of these people don't even have good representation in the courtroom, and they were tried and sent, so that's why they can't do that. But in this case of the issue of ritual killings, and it's a pandemic in Nigeria, and it's unfortunate that we haven't figured out how to deal with that. This is a good example of someone that, if they want to use as an example, I don't believe in death penalty, killing people. I don't believe in that. I think if they can give him, long sentence, or even if it's life in prison, that's enough. But
yeah, you're an American. You don't believe in death. Is that not your feeling in your country?
No, not in New York. I'm in New York. New Yorkers don't believe in that.
All right, brilliant. Any questions for Rudolph? Because
I have a question for Rudolph.
Go ahead.
You're from Anambra State, right, Rudolph?
Yes.
What is success by Governor Soludo? What does that look like compared to
that's a good question. I am, for the public disclosure, I know Soludo before he became governor. So we're in a different situation in Anambra now because of what his intervention in the election, Soludo's intervention in the election. A lot of people now have written him off. A lot of people, basically, he's in the situation that Chris Ngige was when he rigged himself into the position of governor. So Soludo now has to work hard, 3 times harder than he needed to do to win re-election. So success for him. Soludo actually has a master plan, and I was part of a group that he set up before he even said he was running for governor to come up with a 50-year plan for Anambra State. This was something commissioned by Obiano, and Soludo was made the chairman of that team to come up with a 50-year plan. And he contacted people all over the world Anambra people, and he drew a plan. He has a master plan that if he implements it, he will transform the state. But the question is, this is something that people don't know about Anambra State. And there was a time, one day you guys were having conversation. I wanted to come in, but I couldn't because there was no space. This is something people don't know about Anambra State. Anambra State is not, you can't compare it to Lagos or Rivers or Kano. The money, there's no money there. It's not rich. It's not a rich state. So there's, even if you take all the budget of Anambra State every year, it won't be able to transform the state. The governors are not, most of these states are not that rich. It's better than others, but it's not like Rivers or Ogun State or Lagos State or Kano State. So that one is one. People should know that. So I don't expect the governor of Anambra State to build a Kanji Dam or build something giant. There's no money to do that. So, but what they have achieved, what they have done in the last, since Ngige, was that despite their flaws, the governors we've had, they've been able to kick off the godfathers who were the people who were stopping most of these states from actually performing. So they were able to do the basic things. So now we don't clap for any governor because they pay their workers. We don't, in Anambra State, we don't. Teachers have been paid, the retirees have been paid for many years. It's not expected. So that's those basic things, or that you build roads. Now, Soludo, I heard, and I think it's true, because I just spoke to somebody in Anambra State. They said he has constructed more roads than all the governors from P2B to Obiano to Ngige since he came in. He has a master plan, but because of these political moves that were not popular that he made, he has to do more to convince people. He has promised that he's going to build our own Anambra State power generation, and that there will be 24-hour power in Anambra State in the next, I don't know how many, maybe 2 years or so. So if he does things like that, he will obviously be rewarded. And he has to do it now more than before to get people to think about voting for him again because of the history of what happened during this election.
Go on, Kolata. Yeah, go on.
So, see, Soludo is someone that kind of like has national appeal. And someone like me, I mean, if Soludo runs, I'll probably vote for Soludo or support him publicly. But there's some funny situation in the Southeast whereby politicians like Soludo that may have national appeal, they're repelled by their own people. So what will be Soludo's next move, assuming he's successful in Anambra? We would like someone like that to lead Nigeria, but will he be able to get out of this political rut, even if he's successful?
Yeah.
Sorry, Rudolph. Before you respond, let me add an addendum to that, because that was where I was going to, as I wanted to come in. A lot of people feel that there's an ideological chasm shaping out within the Southeastern politics. And straddling the divide is the politics of Peter Obi and the politics of Soludo. Like Kolata was just saying, the Nigerian space gravitates towards more the politics of Soludo, but that sort of NSAS and predominantly Southeastern space gravitates towards the politics of Peter Obi. Do you identify that chasm? And if you do, which one of those two divides do you think should and will win through?
Okay, let me say this here. It may be controversial for other people, people who are from the East, but it's actually the truth. Before P2B became the candidate for Labour Party, you guys have to know that since he left Anambra State as governor, he went to PDP, and he tried several times to have his PDP people as governor of Anambra State. It's failed. Anambra was consistently voting for Abga. Okay, so P2B was not that popular in the East. So this idea that P2B is like Obama. Obama was not Black people's candidate for president of America. P2B was never Igbo people's candidate for president of Nigeria. What happened was that when they saw that other people are supporting P2B, essentially because of one speech he made at the platform, People saw him as in somebody national leader. It wasn't the Anambra people that projected him that way. And then they said, okay, if people like him, we can go with him. Ideally, what could have happened in the East, and it might still happen in the East, in the politics of the East, is that P2B is just it's an aberration that happened. Labour Party has had no basis in the East, and depending on what happens to the Labour Party, I think what the new politics is going to be centered on Oti, the governor of Abia State, okay, and Soludo misstep was something that the ideal that we were thinking about in the East was to get an effective governor in Abia State, an effective governor in Anambra State, which Soludo was going to be, and Abia State and Enugu State, so that the Southeast can become a geopolitical zone where things are functioning. That was the only thinking before P2B became this national figure and basically changed the whole dynamics. It wasn't the Southeasterners that were pushing P2B at the beginning, but when he became that, they had to support him. So what we should be looking at, it's unfortunate that Imo State is the way it is now. There's no hope in Imo State. There's no hope.
You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
No, I never thought that.
That's a real line.
It just came out now, but there's no hope. There's no hope in Imo State. But the thinking was that if we have three major states, Abia, Anambra, and Imo, under real good leaders, that the Southeast politics will change. So I don't know what happened to P2B and the movement, but Labour has no home in the Southeast. So if Oti might become the center of the new politics, okay? If Oti performs in Abia State, it will put Soludo in a bigger, I don't know, it's complex now, but the point I'm making is that the Soludo idea is what should have happened. In fact, I wrote an essay where I said that Soludo, this guy in Imo State, there was one guy that won under PDP. If that guy had stayed in Imo State, and then Oti that won in Abia State, that we could begin to see the Southeast in a strong position of projecting effective leadership. It could still happen, but I don't think that, I don't know the fact.
You mean to make your head on?
He said, "Well, he had yeah, exactly, that guy, But he fizzled out. I don't understand his what happened to him afterwards. But let me go to Kulata's question. Not that anybody has any problem with Soludo in terms of, if not that what he did, the intervention, he will have been the way you are talking about for a lot of people in the East. But this is something that works for the Eastern people. If he performs, they will reward him, and he is determined to perform. They will reward him. If there is 24-hour power in Anambra State, there's no way he can win re-election. If the roads are maintained, there's no way he can win re-election. So if he follows the plan that I know he has, he will get the support of the people at the end.
Sir, let me come in, please.
But do you think?
Let me come in, please.
Do you think that?
No, hold on, Ekene. Let Solomon go first. Solomon.
Yeah. Like Mr. Rudolph said, that Soludo, the Southeast will not really back him when it comes to presidency. Yeah, that is the same way it was because of what Soludo did during the election. Even though what he did was right and there were atoms of greed in it, though, but he said the truth. That was what made Make Idea, instead of him to experience embarrassment because he knows that the people will not support him anymore in Imo State. So that is why he had to withdraw his ambition of contesting under PDP for the governorship of Imo State. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Come in, Ekene.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Thank you. Mr. You say you are from Anambra State?
Yeah.
Mr. Rudolph.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm from Anambra State too.
Okay.
So, concerning Soludo matter and everything, what you said about Soludo, me, I'm also from Anambra. Soludo made a lot of promise. People hold him on a very high esteem.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you that Soludo has performed below what he has promised, although there is still time for him, because I don't judge any government by under 1 year or you must finish your 4 years. But if he can pick up to do what he promised, because he puts himself in that scale that people now have to begin to weigh him to know what he's going to do more than Peter Obi that will end him another 4 years. You understand? He put himself in that position. Nobody put him in that position. And the Peter Obi helping to project it. You understand? So a lot of people know when you're talking about salary not being an issue in Anambra State now, and the pension and all that. Who started it? Who made it possible? It's Peter Obi. There was a time Anambra was paying more than 30 months salary and all that. It was a time before Peter Obi came in.
Yeah, but Nigeria, I know.
So when you fight a man that gave the state such a good legacy, it becomes a problem to you. You campaign on his legacy. You win on his legacy. The only thing that happened to Anambra is that Anambra has so much love Apuga. But he's trying to destroy it. He tries to destroy the image of the Apuga. So you cannot fight a man that started that legacy and say that and gave all that you gave during his election period just because of your greed and all that. Nobody is saying that Soludo is not good. I campaigned for Soludo. We voted for him. You understand? I loved him. But not to the extent of destroying a man that that started that foundation of everything you are talking about today that are not issue in Anambra State again.
Yeah, can I thank you? I got your point. I understand. Most people feel that way. He miscalculated. There was no need for that. There was no need for anything that he did. There was no need for him to have written that letter, that essay that he wrote. It was not necessary. But he miscalculated. He was too ambitious, and he was too, what we call in Igbo, like my comment on that, it was, I don't think this was vetted by anybody. He just wrote it and pushed it out there, and, he was just annoyed by the attention. It was a classic case of, being jealous of what's going on. But I think
excuse me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Don't you think that write-up he brought out he wrote made other regions in the country know that everybody is not blinded in following Obi? Like there are still people who understands the way the Nigerian space is. Because that's write-up, there were atoms of truth. It would be very unfair for us to come out and say that he was being jealous, even though, I said earlier.
No. You didn't have to say it out.
Hold on, Ekene. Hold on, Ekene. You know that the elite in the South they did not necessarily and even predominantly back Peter Obi. They did not. It was the people that backed him, but not the elite.
They did not. That's a good point.
Yeah.
The other point that you should understand is that there are so many governors. You just think about it. It's like saying the current governor of Lagos State writing such a letter about Bola Tinubu when Bola Tinubu was running. He could point some things that Tinubu did not do well when he was governor of Lagos State, but he didn't. You understand? So for Soludo to come out, and he doesn't have to do that. Why is it that all the past governors of Lagos State are not criticizing, did not criticize Tinubu when he was running? Come out and make a statement like that. Why? Think about that. That's how people in the state were feeling about that. It's not about the ideal of we need to know. We need to know. There are people today who know exactly where Tinubu went to school, what his everything we don't know about him, but they are not saying anything.
Do you think it's a case of Soludo feeling that Peter Obi is occupying a space that should naturally belong to him? No. Ivy League educated, Peter Obi, a trader, according to himself.
Yeah, there are so many factors. I can't say everything here, but the most important thing is that You see, just like what happened now, Tinubu being president means that we may not have another person from the Southwest as president for the next maybe at least 16 years. Maybe. You can't predict politics. So the same way Soludo was saying that if this P2B becomes the president, then his generation will not be, there won't be another Soludo as president of Nigeria. So I think that's probably what pushed him. I don't think he's trying to save Nigeria from President.
Can I give you a different theory, Rudolph? And before I give you that different theory, let me acknowledge super chat from your plethora of fans. Wema, he comes in. He says, "Welcome to our show, Dr. Damages. We all love you. Please kindly restructure your show to accommodate all voices." So thank you, Wema. But I think with Rudolph getting 10 times our traffic, he knows what he's doing. But the space that I was wanting to take you to, what people were actually thinking was that Soludo wanted Atiku to be president so that he could serve his 8-year term and then have a thrust at the presidency after Atiku. So it wasn't even necessarily about Obi Soludo, but he wanted Atiku to open an 8-year window for him. Have you heard that theory?
No, that's the predominant theory then, and it still could be true, but it has to be, it has to work only if you stop P2B. So to stop P2B, that's true, because if Atiku becomes president, that gives him the chance, and then P2B maybe will fizzle out before Soludo finishes at least one term in office or two, and then he will run. It's all the same thing I'm saying. It's all the same thing. So it's about stopping, making room. So either he didn't believe. I don't think anybody actually at the beginning believed that P2B will just go to Labour Party and make this splash, to this point. I don't think most people believe that. So I don't think he was actually thinking, he may not be thinking that he will become the president. And he was so sure when he was writing he won't win this number of states and all those things. He was so sure. But that was a miscalculation. And in politics, you don't do that, especially if you are in that sensitive position that he was. You don't do that. He miscalculated, and he's paying a price for it. It will take time, but I think he can recover. But he has to perform. That's the only thing now. He has to perform and regain the trust of people. But people trusted him. People voted for him, and people wanted him to succeed.
With this court case, hold on, Solomon. With these court cases going on, if these court cases don't go in the direction of P2B, which a lot of people speculate that it might not, do you think we will see him in 2027, or do you think this window is a one-shot deal for him?
No.
Yes.
You'll see him again. He may not be under Labour Party, but you still see him. He's not going to go away. Unless something else happens. If something else happens to him and his reputation, he may, then that's when he will go away. But if nothing else happens, he will continue to be seen.
Do you think he'll be able to hold on to this mass up till 2027? Because it's a configuration of so many vested parties. Do you think he will hold on to the mass, or will it boil down to its essential core, which a lot of people still feel will be Southeastern?
Yeah, it depends on it. It depends on how he handles the end of the case. So, for instance, in Kenya, they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled for William Ruto, who is the president. And initially, Odinga didn't accept that and wanted to continue to protest and go on the street and demonstrate. I don't know how they were able to settle it now. He hasn't been doing it in the last few months. So it depends on how P2B handles the end of this case and what the end will be. And then of course the people who were following him, how their reaction to the end of the case. But I think keeping the coalition that supported him some will have to go, some will leave. There are some that are impatient. There are some young people who are totally impatient with change in Nigeria. They may not have the patience to say, let's wait for another 4 years and do this again. And then there will be some people who will work harder and try to go deeper into the remote parts of the country to build this. It depends on how he carries himself. He still has a chance. I think he will have a chance into next election season if the courts didn't go his way.
Sorry, Solomon. You wanted to come in. I cut you off, Solomon.
Yeah. I want to tell him that he said something that no matter how that if Soludo should perform well, to me, I would say that Soludo is already doing well. Within a year, he just celebrated 1 year being in office, and he has outdone Obi in road construction. That is something they should
Are you from Anambra
applaud him
State?
for. No, I'm from Abia State, sir.
Okay.
And
Are you in Anambra?
Yeah?
It's from Abia.
Are you
It's
in
in
Anambra?
Abuja.
And I'm in Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
Then why do you
And
say that Soludo is doing well?
you just said something here now. He pointed out that Soludo has outdone Obi.
You pointed it out. It's not in Anambra. I tell you that Soludo has not done anything to prove what he. But I will not count him on that.
Hold on,
Soludo is not doing anything.
Solomon, I'm the one that said it. I saw it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it was you,
I saw
Mr.
it in
Rudolph,
a
that
story today, in a newspaper today. That's his people saying it. But the point is this, okay? The point is that he's going to work hard because he has this ambition to be president of Nigeria. He's going to work hard to make a change, to transfer Anambra State. I've not been home since he became governor of the state. I can't give you a first-hand report. But people in Anambra State, all they care about is that government should do their own thing, leave them to do their own thing. And as long as he will do that and have things he could show them and it touch their lives, I think they will forgive. I think they will forgive. They will forgive what happened during the election and give him a second term.
That is why I came in. The thing there is that I'm putting it to you now that if except Soludo goes the hard way, that is how he would retain. That is the only reason he will retain that seat as a governor. But as it stands now, he's losing that seat. And I like this Valentine Ozigbo definitely is going to be the next governor of Anambra State because because of this letter, that this truth that this guy just said, the people are already agitated and they want him. No matter what he does, I have that strong belief that there is nothing that would redeem his image towards these people that will make them vote for him.
Are you saying it's going to be one term? Are you saying it's going to be one term?
Yeah, I have strong belief, like 100, like let me say 90% or 85%. 85% sure that he would have only one thing.
Solomon, let me tell you what might change. Solomon, let me tell you what might change. Okay, if the Labour Party, if it breaks down, because it's a possibility, you're looking at something that don't be surprised if you hear that Peter Obi and the group, they form a new party if they feel that Labour Party becomes toxic for them. So if that happens, and then also the other thing that could happen is depending on how OT performs, because now you can see that he's the only governor from Labour Party. People are trying to come around here and build the Labour Party from there, which was something that Peter Obi did not do with APGA when he was the only governor of APGA in the Southeast. So they're trying to build a base for Labour Party in the Southeast using Governor Oti. So if that happens and they continue to maintain the appeal of Labour Party in the Southeast, because it's still not organic. It's something that happened because of Peter Obi. If that happens, then Soludo will have a much more difficult time. But I can tell you this, if there is 24-hour power in Anambra State in the next 2 years, and the roads are good because they are better than other places in the Southeast, and the roads are maintained, they are good, and he does some other things he has in his plan, people will look at it and say, look, we rather continue with this guy who gave us this, who made life easier for us, who did this, and than to say, let's try somebody else. You can never say where Labour Party will be 4 years from now, 3 years from now.
Can I say something?
So hold on, Ekene. Let's see if anyone else has a question or a position for Rudolph.
One man, I want to say something on this thing that he just said.
Yes. But before you say it, let me just sample if anybody else has a question or a position for Rudolph. Let's hear from Ajande Koko first, Ekene, and then we come back from you just to vary the voices.
Yeah. Thank you, woman. Thank you, Rudolph, for coming here today.
Thank you.
I believe that Soludo will win second term because doesn't seem to me as a corrupt person. And like you said, he have a plan. You see, when leader doesn't have a plan, then they won't be able to achieve anything. So he have a plan, and I believe he will pursue those plans, point after point. So the recent election, even with all this problem against him from the obedient, all this anti-Soludo campaign, he was still able to win the majority of the House of Assembly in the state. So that tells me that the people of that state are still in love with Abga, and they approve the job he's doing. So going forward in the next 3 years, I believe if, like you said, if he can deliver more that is physical, visible to the people, they will give it to him. So the people over there love that party, Abga. That is number one. We have to recognize that. Then number two, the recent election, he won majority of the seat against even the Labour Party that was so strong behind Obi. So it was just that presidential Obi that people follow. When it comes to the local election, people don't care about Obi. You can see across even the federation, he won 12 states. How many governors did he win? Just only one. So I don't see Soludo losing the next election. He have plan. The only problem I see with him now, which he confirmed recently, is the revenue generation. His target, according to him, is 4 billion monthly, but he struggle hard due to the economic, reality on the ground, economic problem in the country. He struggle hard to make 1 billion. So that is not good for him. But he's an economist. Maybe he have a plan, to beat that challenges. So we will see. But the way I see him, with a plan, with his knowledge in how to manage money, and with his knowledge in economic affairs, I think he'll be able to deliver more for the people. So that's one side. Then number two, I have advice for you, Mr. Rudolph.
Go ahead.
I have advice for you.
Don't tell him how to run his platform. Is that what you're going to tell him, Adan Lekoko? Okay, carry on. Okay, carry on. Yeah. Okay, carry on. I don't want him to feel picked up on. That's just the one thing. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm a big. When it comes to that, I've been in it. Go ahead.
We have seen situation where some people rain curses on some people just because of they have a different they're putting up a different political.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Carry on.
Okay, so we've seen some situation on your where some people rain curses, generational curses on people because they have different political opinion, and you allow them to have it through, no consequences. I think that is not good for your personality. You see, if you take it as a matter of policy, where anybody trying to act such on civilized manner, if you can take that person out that day, it will send signal to everybody that yes, there's a discipline on your platform. So when you don't do that, it appears to me as if you are supporting them in doing that thing. And it can irritate some people to come and to come um, to even view to watch your platform or to follow your platform. Like I like to watch your platform every Saturday, but when that happened, and I've seen it several times, they did it on one man, they did it on collateral, they caused, I see they caused Tinubu from heaven to hell and stuff like that. I said, oh no, this is not good for. Why is Rudolph allowing this? It's not good for him, and he shouldn't tolerate this. So it's just an advice that when people come up with such uncivilized behavior like that, you should take them out for that day and let them know that no, they should not rain curse on other people that are just really expressing their own political position or something like that.
All right, thank you. Before you respond to that, Rudolph, take a question from Fatai as well. But as much as possible, hold on. I want other voices that have not yet had the expression. You know, we delight in your voice, Ekene, and we enjoy it all the time. But other voices as much as possible, not so much to his personality or his platform, but to the politics of it. So, to the politics of it, Fatai.
Hello, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, hi, Fatai. How are you?
Nice to meet you second time. Yeah. Actually, I would decide to jump in when you mentioned Governor Mbadineju. I don't know. I don't remember the midst of the conversation anymore. I think with regard to the state resources and stuff like that, I think from the time of Dr. Mbadineju, I think there is an Orient refinery. I think Anambra now is an oil producing state.
Yeah.
So I just would like to, I just would like to ask you, as close as possible, information. Like if you know how oil, this Orient refinery and oil generally plays into the politics of that area. I'm not from Anambra, by the way. I'm just joking. So like, just a close view as possible, if you can, if you have any understanding of how because oil plays a lot of politics. When oil enters its situation place, do you have an understanding of how Orient refinery is that plays into the local politics of the area, and also how does the oil from Anambra and particularly I think there is a refinery. I think Orient refinery also is there. Does it not, because refinery is now everybody's talking refinery? Does it have any implication for the national space? Just the local versus national, but especially how it affects the politics of the oil, the discovery of. Because now Anambra is taking, I think 13%. They're taking derivation. I think that has also contributed to the shift in not being able to pay salary. I think maybe now they are getting richer. Maybe you'll become petroleum minister, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay, all right. Let me take on that. So about let me just start about Soludo, the election in Anambra State for State House of Assembly. So ABGA has 17 seats, Labour 8, YPP 3, and PDP 2. That's out of a total of 30. ABGA got 17. So in Anambra State, that's more like a failure. If normally ABGA will sweep everything, which happens in other states too. So it doesn't mean that I forgot the person that said that people were supporting Soludo because of that he won majority. That you have 17 out of 30 in the scale of things in Anambra or any other state really, where the governor is in a different party. It's not a big win. It's not a win. It's not an endorsement. And Soludo did a lot to get this majority. He really opened the bank and did everything, whatever is needed to get that, because he was afraid he would be impeached. And also you have to understand that the performance of Labour Party at the local level and the small positions why it wasn't that wonderful is because by the time people knew, remember that people did not know Labour would be a major factor, and already people have taken these positions. People have become candidates. You know, there were some cases of somebody, I think one of them in Anambra State, that there was no way this guy could have won any election in the state, but because he was in Labour, people just continued to vote for Labour and all the way, and that was how he became a member of the State House of Assembly. So I just wanted to point that out, that it wasn't a big win, but it doesn't mean I can't say that so far what he has done so far. If election happens today between Soludo and what's the name of the guy that they called in the Labour Party that follows Peter Obi around? Valentine will win. If it's done today, Valentine will win. Okay, but Soludo has time to reverse the perception, and he should do more, not just building infrastructure, but that's the first thing he needs to do. So in terms of oil production, I have no idea figures. I know that in 2021, Anambra became an oil producing state, which means that they started getting whatever cuts other states are getting. I don't know the quantity that is being produced in Anambra State. I don't know how much difference it has made in terms of, but I don't think the quantity of oil in Anambra is something compared to something in Rivers or what Rivers is getting in other states. It obviously hasn't made much impact because Soludo is still complaining about money, that he's not getting enough money to do what he wants to do. And people are complaining that they are being overtaxed in Anambra State because there's this drive by the states to raise money to accomplish things. So that's all I have to say. If I miss anything, yeah.
All right, Thomas, no, hold on, Ken. Okay, go on, go on.
I want to respond to some things now. So
yeah,
what
I want to make sure that as many voices can be heard whilst Rudolph is with us.
No, before I lost my thought now.
Oh, okay, go on.
I want to respond to some things, like when people say that Soludo still win majority and all that. If you Anambra, number one thing you have to understand about Anambra State don't play godfatherism kind of politics. You can see when you perform in Anambra State, people will know that you perform. Just take for instance of YPP. It's only in Anambra State you see existence of YPP, just because of somebody like Ifeanyi Oba. In that his zone, he has been doing well, and people will already reward him for that, and the other areas. So, like when people say that Soludo is doing this and doing that, I'm from Anambra State and I'm in town. I know what is happening in Anambra State. Soludo is taxing people a lot and is becoming a problem to them, especially KK people. They are paying a lot of money. And the road you are saying he's building, I don't see them. He put many things down. Those things are still there. Just check, for instance, you know the time they slap Odumeje when he destroyed all the things. That place is still there up to today. No, nothing has been done there. A lot of areas. So the man has not started, but I'm not writing him off. So I blame him for not focusing on his government than going after his own brother, and his own blood brother, not just a brother, just a close relationship. You understand? So everything about Soludo is all about he is playing a bitter politics, which is not doesn't align with Anambra people. That kind of politics don't align with us. You have to love your brother, support him in anything, and his own blood brother. You understand? So he has done nothing.
If his brother is putting hand in fire, he should doing something that would cost
he didn't put hand in the fire. Your brother knows an ambition. Even if you don't have to support him, just take for instance somebody like Ngige. Do you think Ngige never opened his mouth? Even when Sheung dragged him, is he more popular than Ngige in Anambra State? Ngige still maintain Ngige today, no matter the struggle and everything. Ngige can still stand up and say yes. In Anambra State, nobody will criticize him. You understand? And you raise the standard for yourself. You raise the standard. He's the one that raised the standard for himself. So nobody says he's not doing it in terms of security. What has he done? Is it not in Anambra that we have the worst security in the southeast today? It's in Anambra State, and he's not making any effort. So let's not. I'm from the state. So let's not all these things that you put down in Anambra. Say, I can tell you what happened in my own town in Oba last month that he couldn't even handle. What happened in Anyamelu local government? He couldn't handle it. He brought soldiers there, they shoot almost the whole village. They burned down houses there. He couldn't come in. What I know that wouldn't happen in the time of P2B, he allowed them to scatter the whole village.
There was a lot of killings in. Hold on. Kene, hold on now. You know the rules. There was a lot of killings under P2B directed by him as well. There was a massacre. Remember, there was a heavy violence in Anambra State then, to the point that a state governor was even kidnapped. And when P2B was governor, he gave a shoot on sight order to security forces to the point that I think over 100, maybe 150 people were wiped out, thrown in the river. So there was heavy violence on that P2B. So I'm not quite sure. We all know the history of that place.
One man, you cannot. I'm telling you, I'm not talking about IPOB and all. I'm telling you community
that was not IPOB
settlement.
because IPOB was not even a play.
Even I don't know whether it's Masop or so. But what I'm talking about, is the land. What I'm telling you that happened last few months is land dispute between Anyamelu local government and the which you can just come in. They were writing letters to you. You couldn't do anything. The people that solved that problem were indigenous of the state, as in elites. This man that is the speaker of ITEL. It is those people that came in, brought out money.
All right.
Those security people to settle that thing, and the government is
all right. All right, Kenneth, thank you. We'll leave that as a rhetorical comment and have Thomas.
Just one more thing. I have to go, but let me address Fatai. It was Fatai that was advising me on. I just want to say that we are aware of certain things that may not be going well with viewers, and we are doing things to correct them. So, for instance, we have put in some guidelines and rules, and we are taking steps. So it's gradually we understand that, and we're doing something about that. So the goal is to make it a viewer's platform where people will be comfortable watching or participating. But like someone said, it's open to anybody, and we're still open to anybody, and so we're aware of that, and we accept criticism and people suggesting things that we should do. So we're not saying that we got it all figured out. So
all right, thank you for that, Rudolph. I stepped away from my computer for a moment, so I didn't hear what Fatai said. I did say to limit to.
I think it was referring to me.
Sorry.
Okay, can you take a final position from one of your panelists, Thomas? Thomas.
Good evening, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how you doing?
You know me now. I'm one of your favorites.
Yeah, man.
Yes. I will come again and again on your platform. Thank you for coming so much. Thank you for coming on this platform. I just want to ask you what is the future? What future do you think is going to happen to Peter Obi politically? That's just my question.
Oh, thank you. That's what we're discussing. I don't do predictions. They see what happened to pastors who did that during this election. But I don't want to be like them.
You are not a pastor now, Dr.
I don't want
Rudolph.
to be like them. But so I think it depends on so many moving parts. Some of them he may not have control of. So, for instance, if Tinubu performs wonderfully, it's still a possibility. I was telling them on my show yesterday, even if you think Tinubu was or is Saul, he could turn out to become Paul. And so if Tinubu performs wonderfully beyond the expectation of anybody, that would make it difficult for whoever wants to challenge him 4 years from now. If Labour Party continues to build, if they continue to build, that will make it to be a more formidable next time. If they break up into pieces, we have to find a different vehicle if he wants to continue. there's so many unknowns. And in politics, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years is a long time. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to give up the court case. I don't think he's going to give up the dream of being president. But it depends. I wish every one of them well. I think the more we have,
Mr. Rudolph, sorry, let me just ask you this last question. With the kind of politics he played, do you see him becoming the president of Nigeria?
Okay, so that's a very good question. It depends on who you are asking this question. I don't mean me. I mean the perception. So there's a perception in the North about the politics he played. There were two things that went wrong there. One was the perception that he was being religious, pushing for Christians to take over their country. That's the way they understood what he says when he says, take your country back. They didn't understand what he was saying, that he was saying that people should take their country. They were seeing it as Christians. So that's the perception in the North. I don't know how he's going to correct it. Maybe he has this. It's possible. Just like Soludo and what he said about P2B, he has to correct that to get regain the trust of people in Anambra State. So P2B will have to do something to correct that, to get a majority of Northern people to see him as central figure. Which other thing that was really against him, apart from the Christian thing? There are a lot of things that were.
Do you not think the North feels it's too ethnic as well?
The what? Say it again.
Do you not feel the North feels it's too ethnic as well?
Yeah, okay. The ethnic one, I don't have any evidence. I can tell you, I don't have any evidence to say that he is.
Yeah.
Other than the fact give me one. Let me know. Give me one, please.
How will an Igbo man be the Labour Party coordinator in Sokoto? Does it make sense at all?
So do you think that he forced that Igbo man to be the Labour Party? I don't think so. I think they don't have anybody. That's exactly what happened, and they picked whoever is available. Forget that.
Is that not showing that he's not being accepted there, or he was not?
Yeah, but it's not his fault that a party.
It's just a perception issue. It may not be his fault, but it's just a perception that.
Of course. Just like the one about religion, I don't think he intended it to be that way. That he's telling Christians to take over their country, but that's how they saw it in the North. But the point I'm making is that he has the chance to reverse those things if he wants to continue to run, and he may be able to. He may not be able to. I don't know. It's up to him. I'm not his advisor, but whatever happens, what I'm saying is that if, for instance, Tinubu didn't do well, okay. Things got worse, and to give another chance for him to come out and introduce himself and say basically, this is not what I am, this is what I am. I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't have any dog. I want the country to work. I don't care who is there. I just want whoever is there to make it work. If you don't, we criticize you, we hold you accountable. That's my job.
Rudolph, can I ask you a last question if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Okay.
There's so many last questions, but yes,
yeah.
But only one rule: not to his personality or his platform.
No. No. I know Rudolph now. Since Sahara Reporters Day, no problem. But my question is, I'm going back to Anambra State. Two questions. One, how would you rate with the exception of Mbadinoju now, Obino, Ngige, and Obi, and with the exception of Mbadinoju, I think it's late now, may so rest in peace, and then Soludo. So Obino, Ngige, and Obi, how would you rate their performances while they were governor? One. Number two, do you see about Obi's perception now generally in the national politics? Are you privy to information released by most of the Muslim gubernatorial candidates under Labour Party, what they said about Peter Obi? Like 4 of them or 5 of them.
No, I don't know. I don't know exactly what they said, but I have an idea. I don't know. I didn't know there are 5 of them, or I don't know. Yeah, but let me say in terms of perception of the governors, the former governors or the current governors. I think what is clear about Anambra is that they built on the success of each other. The one before them, their successors, and so like Ngige was the one that set the foundation. You know, it's like erosion site. Ngige built the space for flood to flow so that it won't destroy the road. So no, so the Ngige did well. Obi came and built on Ngige. Obiano came. For me, Obiano should be the weakest. But I can't say that because people in Anambra State will not believe you because they saw something. They saw an airport. They saw a stadium. There are people who those things are what they use to evaluate people. That's not for me. I think so. If I'm going to say Soludo is also building on what has been there, So if I'm going to rate, because I know the plan of Soludo, I think Soludo, I have more confidence in Soludo being able to, if he executes the plan, I have more confidence that it's going to be, it's more planned and diverse. Obi solidified on what Ngige was doing and got the basics in place. The basics, which some states are yet to get. Who else? Obiano was, Obiano was riding the cruising on the tide. But he did something that people who think that way will say that he did well. I didn't think Obiano did well. The roads he built were not good, and he allowed some roads to go bad that were built by past administration. And I saw this myself. I was there. But he built an airport for them, and people are happy. He built stadium and did other things. But I don't think, in terms of, there's something I value in governance, the tone, the professionalism. Those Obiano and his wife, they just really brought it down to the lowest level. But people hail him. So that's how I see that. About Obi's perception and the north. Okay, so this is the thing. This is what I wanted to say. Zik was the last Igbo person that ran for president, and I hope I'm right. Seriously ran for president under a major party. Zik was never a factor. There was no threat that Zik could be president of Nigeria when he ran. I think in '79, I believe. There was no threat that he could be president of Nigeria. So we didn't know how. And Zik was more like a nationalist, from the beginning. And the politics was not as vicious as it is today. So Zik didn't get the kind of evaluation that P2B got. And remember, when Zik was running, there was no IPOB, there was no talk of Biafra. So P2B came out in a very disadvantaged time. And just the idea that there were IPOBs and there were Biafrans in the Southeast, it was immediately transferred to P2B. And if you listen to my interview with Dr. Haruna on Sunday, he said that this is what they teach them. They were teaching this to them before there were Biafran movement, active Biafran movement. And now that there is, you can imagine the fear that some people have in some parts of the country that this is another Biafran person that is going out there, So I won't be able to say that. I would like to see another candidate. I don't think if Soludo, this is something that is important. If Soludo is to run for president, I don't think he's not going to inherit some of these perceptions that P2B got because of where he comes from. I think that's.
I don't think so. Personally, let me tell you. Personally, I just wish and I pray that the obedient will not. Let me use the natural Nigerian parlance now. Will not use their own sansan to condemn Soludo's political Gary because of their childish hatred for him. Unfortunately, personally, around the country. Nationally, people want, a Southeast politician in the ilk of Soludo. But these folks, they are so hell-bent to actually destroy Soludo's political, capital because of the fact that he came out to say, speak his mind. They actually did the same thing to Emeka Ihedioha before he retracted that statement that time. They should understand it's just politics, and it's quite unfortunate. Soludo is a figure that everybody wants from the Southeast, because to be honest with you, Rudolph, and to be very, very straightforward, I see that Obi's political future is already determined, and he's going no further than this. This is probably going to be the best for his political shot. I can tell you that from what I know from the North and the Southwest, they already know his game now, and they're not going to allow him to do what he did the last time. So Soludo should be that person they should be working towards, who you have that national appeal, but they are doing everything within their powers to actually pull him down. But I'm very sure Soludo is learning very fast the ropes of politics in Nigeria, and like I said, he's probably going to show them Pepe to say that in the second term election they wanted this Valentine Ozibo to succeed him. But Soludo is not just going to fold his hands and watch like that. But I wish him the best. I love that guy, and I wish they would just leave him alone and let him play national politics for them.
All right. Thank you, enigmatic. Solomon. No, I think you've had a bit of a say. Let me put a position to Rudolph. I know he's eager to Rudolph, the Nnamdi Kanu space. So that remains now a big fish, still a big matter to be settled. How do you anticipate that Tinubu is going to play that space? Because nobody has the anticipation that it's going to be a judicial adjudication that would decide Nnamdi Kanu's fate. It's going to be very much political. So how do you think he will and then should play Nnamdi Kanu to the politics of Nigeria, and especially the politics of Obi?
Okay, so I think there was no chance. I knew there was no chance that Buhari will release him. In terms of what Tinubu will do, Tinubu understands that in the North, they don't want that to happen. So he may not make any move at this point because he still has to consolidate power before he makes a move that big. So I don't know. It's a different ball game now that he is the person there. I don't think the kind of feeling they have towards Buhari, they have it towards Bola Tinubu, the Biafran movement. And it's also interesting because there is the Odua movement that people will watch what they do next. Are they going to relax? And they've been, I think they've been that kind of talk between them and the other elements who are talking about moving out of Nigeria. So these things we all play out and we see what happens. But I don't think that Tinubu is going to release him without thinking about what am I going to get out of this move. So we'll see. I have no idea what's going to happen on that line. Anyway, I gotta go. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for joining, Rudolph.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Rudolph. And always pop in whenever. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Can you hold on, please? Thank you for joining us, Rudolph. Feel free to join us anytime the mood takes you. Ajale Koko, did you want to have a final word? I think Rudolph was about to say goodbye.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph, for coming. But before you leave us, let me ask you this question. It's very important to me. Why didn't you support Showore, your best friend?
Why didn't I support Showore?
Yeah, why didn't you support?
Did I support anybody?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you didn't support anybody, but you are very close to him. We saw both of you work together. And why wouldn't you support him being a very close person to you?
Well, I'm playing a role, okay? I'm playing a role as a journalist. And if I'm going to interview I try to interview Tinubu. I try to interview P2B. I try to interview. I won't be able to say I'm going to be neutral to talk to P2B, to talk to Tinubu, and when I'm out there supporting Showore. So I want to give everybody the same chance. It may not have appeared that way, it may not have worked, but that's the role I'm playing. For me to say I'm supporting, if I'm actually going to support a candidate, I will have to quit playing the role of a journalist. I can't say that I'm going to. You understand? That's the idea. That's the point. But people consult me. People talk to me and say, "Oh, what do you think about this?" I give you my idea personally. If you're my friend and you are running for office, but I can't come out and say I'm supporting this person and still go out and say I want to talk. If I'm a politician, I won't talk to you. I won't come to a platform where the person asking me a question is supporting a candidate. I wouldn't be able to do that because I know you are not going to be fair. So that's why.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Rudolph. So thank you, Rudolph, for joining us. And as I said, feel free whenever the mood takes, just pop in. You will get a superstar treatment next time, or you'll just be one of the
I
boys.
do watch. Listen, I listen to you almost every day, so don't think that I don't. I do listen to you, but not whenever I have the chance. I listen. When I'm doing something, I pay attention. So you guys are good. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. So that's Rudolph, of course. Needs no introduction to anybody here. The shining star of the wherever the star is shining. So I didn't know quite how to land that metaphor, but that's Rudolph, of course. You all know Rudolph. So thank you, Rudolph. Let's continue with the conversation and take the conversation. Prince Daddy, you've been especially quiet all the way through. Prince Daddy, do we still have you?
Hello, one man. How you doing?
Oh, all right, brilliant. I just want to document your voice. So thank you. Let's carry on the conversation and take it in the direction. I think we're still with Adande Koko. Let's go on from Adande Koko to Enigmatic, because I wanted really a conversation around this space, and I thought Enigmatic ideally suited. So Enigmatic, so it is what is on the screen, and we're still with that Tinubu speech. So they've the business day has gone to itemize the takeouts from the Tinubu administration from his inaugural speech, because of course they are going to use that to project then the possible direction of travel of his administration. So these were the highlights. Petrol subsidy is gone, so I think we've over-labored that. So they've identified that as a takeout. Commodity board to be reintroduced, so they've identified that as an item. Mandate CBN to achieve a unified exchange rate immediately, so that especially will excite somebody like Kulata. Thorough house cleaning at CBN. So that I think we all in unison agree that that is something that needs immediate attention. Interest rates too high and anti-business. So that's identifying a problem but not preferring the solution. Focus on infrastructural development to create jobs. So that sounds like a political speak. But this one now, it might well be a game changer. Electricity generation, transmission, and distribution to be doubled, with state governments encouraged to take part. So if that is achievable, Nigeria transforms. All anti-investment and multiple tax policies to be reviewed. So that's specific and targeted to a particular demography. So he has identified, of course, in the readings of the Nigerian landscape, that is what a pain point. But this last item, repatriation of investment and profits to be facilitated immediately. So what are you making of the takeout of the Tinubu administration, which the business day is using as a guide to project the sort of future for the next 4 years? Enigmatic on D.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity once again. So from what I would just say, I think I would congratulate Nigerians first, at least for, the patriotic ones. If you know you are not patriotic and you want doomsday for Nigeria, you should count yourself out of the congratulatory message. Nigeria is going to witness at least, let me say, a political move, needle move now to say that from what we know about Ashwaju and then his politics over the years and his political trajectory and track record from Lagos State, you understand that from the projection of his ideas and the fortitude of his mindset, people will begin to see what kind of man he is and how well he's been able to prepare for this job. He made some bold statements in his inaugural speech. One of those inaugural speech bold statement was the the subsidy statement he made. But people should understand the fact that he's not removing the subsidy, or he did not remove the subsidy by virtue of that statement. The subsidy already has been activated by virtue of the Petroleum Industry Act that has been that was just promulgated not quite long. It is in that bill that the subsidy will have an expiration date at a certain time, and that bill does not even accommodate no provision for subsidy in that bill. So it's more or less like a natural death to subsidy now. But he had the courage to send a signal across the political landscape and to send a very strong message to some subsidy and subsidy merchants in the political space, basically. Of course, there are general market forces and reaction to that, which largely can be pointed to the greediness of our people and the avaricious nature of we Nigerians, basically. The hobo nature of our people will not let them understand that they need to put patriotism before the gains of their pocket, because it defies logical definition to say you are by just by virtue of a statement, not even let me say implementation. People basically increased petroleum products from $250, $250 naira thereabouts to 600, 650, 750. That is not Buhari. That is not Tinubu. That is not you. That is not one man or myself. It's Nigerians who are doing that to themselves. And I hope the government will do something drastically to, send some, to set a precedence, seal up some stuff and basically let them understand that there's a new sheriff in town. So what this actually say, if you look at the tempo and the structure of his inaugural speech, it was a clear departure from what used to be, the general, language genuflecting. Basically, he went straight to key core issues that actually matters to the country. Was a clear departure from trying to give some sensational speeches or the symbolism of, that gotcha moment speeches in a inaugural, speeches. No, like Buhari was saying, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody, reading a whole lot of stuff that made absolute nonsense. This guy was actually, it's like he went for some bullet points, hit it up, like he just highlighted now. And then he captured the mood of the he captured the mood of the international community that actually came for his inauguration, because from what I found out, he commands the highest number of foreign leaders that has actually witnessed Nigeria's inauguration so far. And then immediately after the inauguration, they went into the inner recess of his official quarters in Abuja to have some discussion with him. And there are some countries already who actually extended, state visit to him. One of them is South Korea, UK did, US did, and then
Ukraine as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so almost 5 of them already, and then do not forget this man. He's the international deficiency and the that Buhari lagged. This one had it. He had that global mindset, and they know him already. Like that lady. What is her name? The Forge, Marcia Ford. Marcia, if you know Marcia Ford very well, you will understand that she came a long way with some very close allies of Tinubu in Chicago when he was in the US. I forgot this man's name. Is it Roy Miller or whatever his name was? Used to be the mentor of who was Marcia Ford's like a godfather, right? She was the man that she used to be a godmother to was very close to somebody that was close to Tinubu. So you could see she was the one that she was selected to actually even lead the team. And one of those female, I think the one with a Nigerian name, Ebong, she's very close to the former Union Bank, is it Union Bank MD or something like that. So what you see in the inauguration speech is you are seeing a new trajectory of Nigeria's politics and the political, the presidential politics having a different trajectory and different ideas now globally. And then I wouldn't be surprised when he starts churning out his maybe core appointments. There are 2 appointments I want to see. The foreign affairs minister, I want to see who is going to be the foreign affairs minister. And I want to see who will be, or those that will actually constitute the board of his economic team, basically. So he understands finance. He understands how the global corporate ecosystem works. Unlike Buhari is like somebody that they just went to dig him out from one death to just bring him to political limelight and then he couldn't help himself. Of course, you don't really have to know much, but he couldn't help himself by sourcing for talent. Even when they sought for talent for him, he couldn't see the need to use the talent. He basically rejected all of them. So that's why you could have somebody as a willful nuisance of an attorney general like Malami, spearheading one of the most important, portfolios in a national cabinet in Nigeria. And I keep saying it, if you understand Malami very well, when Malami's name was being touted to be the attorney general of the federation, a lot of people were embarrassed, right? And then you could see does he even have economic team? The economic team that was actually structured for him, he basically, isolated them, ostracized them. He never, tapped into their knowledge. So this is not going to happen. And you saw the first day of his, or the first official day in the office, the key areas of the economy, the CBN, and then the oil and gas sector. There are the two guys that spearheads those 2 sectors. He had meetings with them. Nobody understand. I mean, we are not privy to what it is or what it was, but of course, we can actually probably suggest with a hint of hindsight that okay, he's probably asking them the status quo of where Nigeria is, what is the situation, and what is happening. So that is somebody who is ready to govern. And that's somebody, and for you to actually govern, to be a leader, you must be the leader that listens, right? If you've attained a certain position in life, especially become maybe corporate executive, boardroom person, you understand what leadership means. Leadership by, when you take some certain leadership courses or certain leadership classes, there are things that nobody needs to teach you, nobody needs to tell you. Buhari, failed in that aspect. This is a reassuring. Let me say, it was a reassuring inaugural speech. It was an inaugural speech that was very effective inaugural speech, and then even the day started with a rain, showers all over the place, signal blessings and ease and the beginning of, something new, that we can hope for the best in Nigeria. Beyond that, Ashwaju is very big on policy. It's big on policy and it's big on, creating institution, enabling institution that will outlast even his administration. He did it in Lagos was able to create the Lamata, the signage agency. Plethora of them in Lagos State, and I can tell you for a fact that he's probably going to replicate such, in the federal level, and then there will be a reorientation, a national reorientation within the civil service in the federal government,
Thomas.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he had to basically do a whole lot of house cleaning like he said he was going to do in CBN. The house cleaning he was talking about in CBN, I can tell you he's going to revisit the Naira policy, and he wants to know what are the things that actually went behind the scene. So house cleaning basically means he's talking to people that you understand the figures, the figure of speech, quote unquote, the lingua, right, of business, finance, and management. Basically, he has worked at the same level in the corporate sector before.
All right. Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, before it came to politics.
So sorry, carry on, enigmatic. I thought I'd muted myself. I was on a phone call. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, before his forays into politics. So, and then when you check his when he was even a senator, I think he crafted and promulgated one of the most effective, budgetary tool in the Senate, and they still refer to it up until now. So there are so many things that will be bringing on board, and we've actually attributed the fact to him that he knows how to hunt for eggheads, for talents, regardless of who you are, wherever you are, all over the world. I'm very, very sure that especially in some certain sectors, right, he will be very, very meticulous in looking for people who knows what they are doing. We had a minister of finance, the lady that was ousted because of her NYC certificate saga.
Adeosun, Kemi Adeosun.
Then, because of that issue, we're expecting him to probably bring somebody with a similar, intellectual mindset. But what would you get in replace to replace that? So I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Enigmatic, can I push you back a little bit? Because I'm having some concern about Ashwaju.
Okay.
This is one of my reservation against him. That's why I didn't support him. You see some.
Sorry, Thomas. Before you push back against enigmatic, let me just do. Apologies, enigmatic as well. Let me just do a couple of things. Let me signpost this session for tomorrow. This session for tomorrow is going to be with the chairman of the Social Democratic Party, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So make sure you are booked in for that. So that's going to be one of those moments in times of the platform. So a senior, topmost politician coming to join us just to tell us exactly what happened in 2023 February and what to look forward to in the future. So join us for that. And also to the people that have super chatted, that's been that's been I beg your pardon. So that's been Prince Daddy, who does that with some regularity. Alexander Gomez, who does that with some consistency. Play Summer, who does that whenever it's available. Ayo, who you all know, the sponsor of the platform. Wema comes in, and Thomas, the co-host, he does this as well to welcome Rudolph when he was around. So thank you for that. And then let me hand over to you, Thomas, as the conversation carries on. So put that position to Enigmatic, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah. Enigmatic, are you hearing me, brother? Enigmatic, are you there? Maybe.
Go ahead.
Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead.
You can hear. Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah. You see a couple of videos springing up yesterday. About Ashiwaju almost falling down on the rostrum yesterday. I think maybe a misstep. This is a couple of things people have been highlighting since he has emerged at the primaries winning and they emerged as the president of Nigeria. Do you have any concern regarding that? I don't. It's mentally okay. It's fit, but the health is still something people has to ask question about. So what do you think, brother?
Okay. We will not stop hearing about this. About this is health, issues. Basically, if you think that it's gonna just evaporate, just like that, it's not. Do not forget that this man, he went through hell to get to where he is politically, especially to land himself in Nassau Rock. And you do not expect overnight that those people who do not even wish him well, who wish him death, a lot of people even wish him death, will not suddenly, become latter-day saint for him. Of course, is he as agile as he was in those days? Of course not, right? But look, God forgive all of us, right? And God forbid that any one of us will suffer any misfortune, health-wise or whatever. Just suddenly yesterday, somebody that
Enigmatic, I'm not mocking. You know that I'm not mocking.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to let you know. And people, they've actually advocated for this conversation several times on this platform. We lost a respectable and one of the illustrious sons, a pathfinder, a pioneer, right, in Nigeria yesterday, in the name of High Chief Raymond Dokpesi. Nobody expected it will happen. It happened.
May so rest in perfect peace.
May so rest in peace. And we've lost a couple of people like that. This is just to tell you that only God gives life and only God takes life, right? Regardless of what people could be saying, is falling, is this, is that. Buhari suffered the same fate. Buhari is here today now, having completed his 8 years, right? We could say anything about his 8 years, but we can't really say much about the magnanimity of God in his life to keep him alive. And the same God who has kept him alive, I do not pray, regardless of the misunderstanding, I do not pray for anybody's or wish for anybody's, misfortune. Let's keep to me, I'm very focused on what he needs to do or what he should do for a successful administration. As for me and my family, right, I pray for I pray that his administration and his time in office shall favor me in all ramifications. I don't know about others because
let me come in there, please. I was telling one of my family members yesterday, even my own elder sister, the firstborn of our house, I said, my sister, if you see anybody causing Tinubu to fail or they are causing him. Anytime you see that, you try to clamp them down. I said, why did I say that? I said the failure of Tinubu will affect all Nigerians. The success of Tinubu will affect all Nigerians. So I said, this is our reality. This is what? This is our reality for another 4 years. So let's pray for him to be successful. Go on, my brother.
Yeah, you are right. Because look, I don't know about others, right? I'm invested. I have interest in Nigeria, in Nigeria's progress, in Nigeria's leadership. If it fails, then it will affect my my interest, right? In various capacities back in Nigeria. It will affect my investment. It will affect things that I care about. But why would I pray for his failure then? Why shouldn't I, be optimistic and pray for his success? And I know that doing the right thing, doing the most important thing, will make him, successful. What I see, if he's able to assemble a competent and diverse team, with a very big emphasis on that diverse. I want him to go beyond. I understand that he wouldn't be so he wouldn't be so pedantic or being nepotistic as we've seen in Buhari. He's never had that in his nature, right? So if appointing and working with capable individuals now, in key positions, very crucial, very germane, right? And then as a president, I expect him to select, folks, individuals with cognitive expertise, experience, and a track record of success in their various endeavors in the corporate world, in almost any field. Building a diverse team that reflects different perspectives and the backgrounds, that will foster inclusive decision making, the inclusive national decision making. When you look at it, when you go into the room, you are not basically, you say you have a security architecture of the country. You are not looking at a security architecture that will be basically Yoruba people. No, I don't want that kind of nonsense. I want a security architecture that will be diverse. You see people from the north, from the south, from the southeast, from almost every diverse ethnic group that we have in Nigeria. That is what I want. I want him to have to develop a clear vision and a policy agenda. A magnificent policy agenda, articulating a clear vision and establishing policy. And a policy that that prioritize basically is the essential reason why he's actually in office. He says this is his.
But enigmatic. My concern that I lined up for you earlier on. Do you know it's not only we know this section from, I know we can say some section of the country, they don't still really accept him as the president, but even some section that even accepted him as the president, they still flesh out this concern. Purposely, I'm talking of Yoruba, the Yoruba's heritage. Some of our folks in Yoruba land still talk about this same predicament around Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I'm not sectioning it to only some people from the other section, even the folks from his own heritage, Yoruba. Some people still have the same concern. So what do you think?
Thomas, Asiwaju will be okay. Okay. And then I'm not cynical and I'm not a pessimist. And this is why I'm basically you notice I'm trying to focus on what I expect him to do, what I see for I wish him that he could do. You don't
Edmatic, please, can I just interject for a second, please?
Okay.
If you don't mind, please.
Go ahead now.
Yes. Okay. Concerning his health, I mean, and I want to comment on yesterday that they said he stumbled a little bit and almost lost his balance. For me, even if he has a failing health, as long as he's mentally fit, I think he's still going to make a good president. I mean, for instance, in the U.S., in Texas, our governor is no, I don't want to use the word handicap. He's wheelchair bound. He
Is
had,
disabled.
yeah, he's disabled.
Yeah.
So, but he's still making good decisions. His brain is not disabled. He's only physically disabled. And I know in the U.S., so we had, I think in the history, I don't know if it's Roosevelt. I don't know if it's Roosevelt. There was one president that was kind of handicapped also, and he made a good government. I mean,
You don't
he
even
made,
have to go. You don't even have to go far, and that's
yeah,
why I'm
that's
not
what
really
I'm saying.
trying to harp
So
on that. You
yeah,
know.
so even if he's not physically fit, I think he is mentally alert, mentally fit. And as a president, he's not going to be like running on his feet all the time. He's going to be delegating. He's going to be using his intellect, his mental to develop the nation. I mean, does it make sense? You have somebody that is physically fit and is not going to do anything, and then somebody that not physically fit but mentally fit to be able to address the problems in the country. So I think
Let,
he's going to
let,
make it.
let me
Yeah.
say this, Thomas. You saw him. He read his oath of he read his oath of office by himself. He had his inaugural speech, right? And then he did you see any mental infirmity from that? As long as his brain, even in the military in the US, you see some battle bodies that have, blown off to shrapnel, right? Like, as long as they test them mentally and they're okay, right? And the doctor certify them okay, they could have lost probably their limbs, their everything is gone. But when they are okay and they are certified okay, then they will just they will go back to work with some few accommodation, with some few stuff. But do not forget, like, people who do not want you in the first place, right? They will always be looking for the negatives. And do not forget, this man had a major knee surgery. He had a major knee surgery. If I don't think if you have you taken a look closely to how he walks sometimes.
Oh, yes, you are right.
He's
You are
right.
right.
He's
Yeah.
right. Look at
Yeah.
his right. He's right. He's right.
Yeah, yeah. Enigmatic. I'm in the medical field, so I know what it takes to have a
Yo,
name replacement. So
so
yeah.
he had a major one, right? And he's not a man of 40 years or 20 years or 50, right? He had a major knee surgery and he's not using any stick for that. So that by the side, the he was able to, because people were looking at, okay, is he gonna stumble yesterday before some people were expecting him to probably ambulance would be around to ferry him off, air ambulance will be around to ferry him off. They are looking at if he's gonna be saying some bala blue blah. Nothing of such happened, right? The mental infirmity is what should be questioned. If that is 100% okay, then every other thing. Biden is going through his own stuff over here, right? We have presidents who are who are in their 80s and they are doing very good, as long as every other thing is okay. But I'm trying to focus on what is expected of him, right? If this man did not fall or did not have any issue during the tense period of the campaign, those people who are still talking about his health, they should be focused on the positive now. And that was why I was trying to tell you what I'm expecting from him. If he's able to achieve all these few things, right, I will say the narrative will be changing. But do not expect the narrative to change, right? Do not expect the obedience. They will never change. They will never accept him. He will never be president to a lot of people. As we speak in the US over here, Biden is yet to be president to a lot of MAGA Republicans. Do not forget, Republicans are divided into two. We have the MAGA Republicans, the insurrectionist part of Republicans, and we have the GOP, right? The real Republicans, the conservative ones, like the Liz Cheney's and all of them. So you have the obedience and you have the Labour Party. Do not forget, Labour Party is a clear departure from obedience. Obedience is more or less like mob, like the mob, the insurrectionist part of Labour Party. They will never see anything good in the country. They will never see anything good in Nashwaju. They will never see anything good in anything that anybody does or any candidate does, even Showore, Atiku, all of them. The only person they want to see a good thing from, or probably they will defend to the end of life, is the one they call their principal. But I would rather focus on, it's a new Nigeria, brother, right? And what I'm expecting him is what I was trying to say. If he runs a different presidential system, different from Buhari, then he will be, I wish I know he would. Like, I expect him to, like I said, to develop a clear vision, and a clear-cut policy agenda for his cabinet, so that when you know what you are dealing with, then you know how to move around certain things. So there will be compliance. That supervision should be top notch, and then consistent, continuous monitoring. Articulating a clear vision, and then establishing clear-cut policy priorities, which should be crucial to his day-to-day activities in the cabinet. And him now, I expect him to have a clear definition of his administration's goals, right? And then he should ensure that he communicates those goals effectively to Nigerians, to the Congress. I mean, to the legislative part of the politics of the politics now, both chambers, right? And the executive branch, the business communities, and then basically this type of mindset, will provide more or less like a framework, for action, and the guides, and it will guide decision-making processes. That is, like it's going to be like a chain process reaction down to the last person. And I expect a clear.
Enigmatic, do you think the main labor people associate themselves from the obedience concerning the victory of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
The Labour, look, Thomas, Labour Party is a political party that is probably the oldest in the country, right? Unfortunately, they've just been more or less like a SPV, special purpose vehicle, special purpose political vehicle for political orphans, like Peter Obi that just came. But Peter Obi's case was different because he had a whole region behind him. So, and that is why you see them having these issues now, because the issues of the leadership tussle, it goes beyond just a certain individual. It is a matter of trying to reclaim what belongs to them. Because when you see Labour Party, they have a clear agenda of what political party means and what they want to do. But obedience, they came more or less like they are basically usurpers, and they have Peter Obi as their arrowhead, right? And as you heard what his name Rudolph said. We all know, if you read political, if you know politics very well, you will know after the dust of the tribunal is settled and the gate is shut against them, Peter Obi will find his way out of Labour Party. They will all fizzle out, right? They will all go. So the testament to that now is what you are seeing from the guys that they elected into the Congress now. Those people are already making deals with opposition party, and at the end of the day, they will find a way to go either into PDP or APC, and then everybody will just find its way at a certain time. But of course, nobody cares about obedience, right? Because we know obedience is just a political movement. I mean, they are obedient. They are just a movement that moved into Labour Party with Peter Obi, they care less a hoot about Labour Party. The only person they care about and the interest is Peter Obi.
Enigmatic, can you please hold on?
Can I interject?
Am I only the one? Madam Mayor, I just want to say that. I said, am I the only one, Enigmatic or Rosie on the platform? Maybe everybody has left. So let's make it conversational.
Please,
Thank you.
can I say something in addition
Let's
to what?
let's Madam Sita come. Then you come after Madam Sita. Then Enigmatic still has the floor.
I just want to say something in addition to Enigmatic.
Yes. Go on. Yeah, go on. Then
Yes,
Madam Sita will come after you. Yeah.
Okay. In addition to what Enigmatic said about his health, yesterday, Monday. Which was what? He actually did well. I mean, he stood there for several hours. He went through the parade and everything. I mean, he never collapsed. He stood his ground. He gave the speech. He did very well. And then another thing is that we might elect a president that is very physically well, everything fine today, and the next day he gets a diagnosis, a bad prognosis, and it's gone. You say one thing about health, you cannot predict. You can see somebody that is frail and look like Yoruba say daku daku kinku. You can look somebody that is so frail, so weak, and you think the next second he's going to drop dead. And yet he keeps moving on. And then you see somebody that is strong, hale, and healthy, and the next second something comes up and boom. So I think let's just give him a chance to.
Rosie, do you see Buhari looking like a 40-year-old boy?
Yeah, Buhari
standing upright.
Okay, look at Buhari. When he came in, he was looking so
Go and
frail.
look at Buhari's image when he came in.
Yeah, he was looking like a whole. He was looking old and wretched and frail. But right now, look at him. He's had all sorts of organ transplants. It's like renewed and so I think we should give him a chance. He's going to make a good president. Thank you for the opportunity.
No worries, Rosie. Thank you, my sister.
Good evening, Thomas.
Good evening. Hold on, yes. Good evening. Let's hear from AI. Then we come back to you guys here. Enigmatic, you still have the floor. I still have a question for you here. How are you, my sister?
Good morning, everyone. Thomas, I actually
hello, Madam Zita.
Oh, Rosie, I love you. Thank you for always coming.
I love you so much.
I need another woman on this platform. It can be crazy.
Yeah, I'm following your footsteps.
Thank you. Thomas, you asked Enigmatis a question. Not actually a question. You said you have concerns and you mentioned his health. That means you have concerns about his health. I want to say this. You have concerns. So there's a lot of people who have turned out to be Tinubu's doctor, and there's some of them even have his medical report in his hands. They say he has some neurosurgical problem. He has neuromatics. He has psycho. He has all manner of things. He's weak. He's frail. Now, that's your concern, right? Thomas. Hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
So that's your concern.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. You said that's your concern. Now, he is the president of the
No, that's not my concern. People's concern.
Okay, fine. I'm still talking to the people. Okay. That's their concern. And he's now the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Is your concern? What is your suggestion? What next? What are they gonna do? No,
there's nothing we can do.
Have concern about something, and it so concerns you. You feel really bad about it. What's your suggestion?
Are you talking to me, Madam AI?
No, I'm just saying because you are relating
in general.
People
can chime in. Enigmatic chime in.
Yeah.
Please, Enigmatic, can I please chime in, Ruby? It's just on this topic too, please.
So,
go on.
Okay, good evening.
They are showing so much concern. And when you have so much concern about something, you should come up with a suggestion because it's bothering you. So can they lay down their suggestion for Tinubu?
Madam
So
Peter, there is
next
so
time they
much
show
concern,
you,
but
what
no
I'm saying
solution.
is that next time they show those concerns, if you get hold of them, ask them what their suggestion is, because it's there and it's going to be there for the next 4 years. So what is the way forward, since the health is so bad that is concerning them? So what are we going to do?
Good evening. Please, I just want to chime in on this same issue before we go too much further.
Yeah, let's hear from you. Yeah.
All right. The concern is not that thing that happened yesterday is not about Tinubu's health. The first video I saw, the first clip I saw, it's the manipulated one. The people caught the original what happened in that environment and put only that
Thank you.
that
Somebody
place.
said that thing to me yesterday.
No, this is
thing
what
you
I'm
are
saying.
saying now, somebody told me that thing yesterday.
Yeah, no, he actually misstepped. That is right. But prior to his misstep, that was when a pressman was trying to jump on the stage and he was whisked away. So it was that action. Immediately that thing happened, he turned. He didn't know what to do. Maybe he turned that they wanted to take him off stage, the security. Then the security guys came again to tell him, no, don't worry, don't go away now. So he turned around. If you go and look at that video, if you have the video, play it again. There is a white carpet in front of him. Immediately he turned. He saw the white carpet and it was like a reflex. So he tried to step above the carpet. That was when he misstepped. It was not like it was because he was weak or something. That action took place. So he didn't know what to do. For all this story we are hearing that they are going to bomb the inauguration ground, everything, and an incident happened. And he saw how the security guy pushed somebody away. He was almost leaving the stage too. And they came to him and told him to turn back, to go back to the stage. That was when he misstepped. So it was not like something about his health or anything. He's an old man, right? But you guys can go and rewatch that video. You will reason to what I'm saying. Because I watched it over and over again. It was not because he was weak or anything. That's what I wanted to say.
But Sir, please, someone.
Yeah.
What normally baffles me is people will just cut out 10 seconds video. The full video, what led to that incident, we will never see it, because that small snippet they cut out, like 10 seconds, what led to that 10 seconds? Nobody knew.
That was what I saw. It was the 10-second one I saw first, but I noticed there is something happened before that 10 seconds. So I went to the original video. I went to watch it. So I saw when that press guy was running.
One man jump on the stage.
Yes, and the security guy pushed him away. So all those scenarios, if you look at Tinubu, he was looking at all those actions. So he already was almost stepping out of the stage. Then the security guys around him told him, no, everything is in control. So immediately he turned around to the podium. That was when he misstepped. And there was a white carpet. So he turned around and saw a white carpet in front of him. He raised his leg. So that was when he misstepped and he quickly hold the podium. That was what happened there. It's not about and the only time I watched it closely, the only time I even thought this guy was weak is when he was going to enter the parade vehicle. The parade vehicle had a step. Nobody held him. He climbed the parade vehicle himself, walked to the top, and held one of the rails. Go on with this guy. Yesterday was his birthday. For all those people who thought he's sick, no. For all those actions he did yesterday was his birthday.
Thomas,
yes, yeah.
To corroborate place on
come back to you.
Statement, right? I just told you yourself to go and look at this. While he was taking his oath of office, go back and play that video. You will see the way. Did you notice how Shabuari was so happy when because he was basically, I'm concerned about the mental state, right, of Asiwaju. And when he was reading that oath of office, note, he was pronouncing those things sequentially, using the right pronunciation. The everything was ability, and then he was trying to use that his American accent at some point.
Yes.
At some point. And then while he was even giving his inaugural speech, you could see he was. So people, is he not the same man that they basically doctored the caricature of him, you know, with several software tools to make him look ridiculous? The same person that where's the Bala Blue? Did you see Bala Blue yesterday in his speech? Did you see Bala Blue anywhere yesterday? But the fact remains that you know, the people who do not want you, regardless of what you do, if you go to Mecca to bring Mecca back to Nigeria, right? They will always look for the negative part of that. And I'm not cut out for that. Elections are over, and I'm trying to say what I am expecting of him. If I'm not seeing this from him, I'll become agitated, and I'll start feeling agitated. And I'm already seeing that already, right? So I have things in my head that I'm already thinking that the assurance that no, this is what I just expect from him. You know, he shouldn't make that mistake, which I know he does not have. He does not have that capacity to make such mistake, right? It's not a tribalist. It's not a nepotistic man, right? And I expect him to engage in effective communication. That is very, very important, because effective communication lack of effective communication killed Buhari's achievement. And Buhari did a couple of things that nobody knew about, and at the point he was frustrated. He had to vent his frustration when he went to Imo State, that people were not, you know, publicizing or probably communicating enough to Nigerians to let them know what he's been able to achieve. You know, regular and transparent communication will be vital for his administration.
Enigmatic. I was so amazed when I hear that Buhari administration actually borrows farmer, give them loan for farming, because all these are not being pronounced out. As I met with somebody that even benefits in this loan about farming, and they said they should be paying the money instrumentally, and all these things has not been really propagate in the open.
Buhari's
People don't
achievement.
know that. Yes, people
Yeah,
don't know that he's doing
to be
all
honest
those
with you,
things.
I don't pity Buhari for a second, because Buhari caused whatever you know, misfortune that he suffered in his administration to himself. Buhari is the president that was helped, you know, that had the goodwill of Nigerians, but he never tapped into that goodwill. Nigerians were ready for him to make him successful, but he chose to go with the dredge of the society to drag himself down. And this is what I was trying to highlight to you too. You know, effective communication is when you have somebody like Ajuri in Galilee, right, in your team, and then you relied on an old ag like Gaba Shehu, who has an unsophisticated, primitive mindset of the yesteryears, to be the architect and the face of your communication to Nigerians. You know, an Almajiri mindset in the 21st century Gen Z, you know, generation. When you have somebody who can propagate what you've been able to do and your ideas, basically. So this is where I'm looking at, and I believe Ashwaju will get it right. You should engage with the public, with stakeholders, with the media, to foster that trust, you know, that will keep the nation informed and united. And that effective communication will help even the expectations, and then it will, at a point, it will garner support for him, it will generate support for him, it will build support, and it will, in a manner that he will be able even to manage crises or challenges that will arise with, you know, in a punctilious manner, and then with so much precision. Look at what he did today, the AFCC versus DSS. Buhari would have been acting stupid and as if he didn't hear nothing. And after, like, it's probably been degenerated to Iraq and the Iran war, he will say, "Oh, I'm surprised." What did you usually say? Is this "I'm surprised" or "I'm shocked"? Yeah, I'm shocked, right? And then he will go back to go, you know, tell some funny is with a statement, you have the power already. Use your power, you know, and then I'm not gonna dwell too much on his collaboration with the Congress. He will know how to collaborate effectively with the Congress. But in some critical areas where they need to achieve some certain policy goals, right? They need to really start pushing that effectively and almost immediately now. And I know he has a lot of let me say, institutionalized revamping in Nigeria. And I know he wants to really, there's going to be a revolution. He's going to revolutionize the civil service. He's probably bringing the template of the revolution that happened within the civil service in Lagos to the federal civil service eventually, and then probably tackling that ghost worker menace at the level, by leveraging a lot of high level information technology software,
technology software in that field. Yeah.
SAP, which I know already.
Thomas, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Simba. How are you, my brother?
And then
Fine.
I will be I will be expecting him to implement some very proactive and sound governance and ethical practices too. This is what is missed. This actually missed in Buhari's administration. No discipline, no goddamn discipline in that administration. They were everybody. It was
like a free for all.
It was a lunatic asylum sort of cabinet that he ran throughout. So I will appreciate if he's able to uphold some certain ethical standards.
But enigmatic, you are saying he didn't really flesh out what he's doing, like giving Gabashewu that thing, and we have that young guy, I forgot Ajiri or what they call his name.
Ajiri.
But if government is doing that, will people not thinking that they are just propagandize? Don't you think people will be thinking like that?
You can't say that because because of his clannishness, right? Because of his stoic nature, he wouldn't give certain roles to people that are beyond, the ethnic cloak of his understanding, and that's why you see him. It's not propaganda, because even politics is all about propaganda. It could be positive or negative, right? In the US over here, you see they have their daily media chat with almost all the almost all the media houses, reeling out government achievement on a daily basis, policy ideas. What if Biden signs a $2 bill today? It will be promulgated all over the places. It will be blasted all over the places. That's why you have people who can do that.
We don't see that in Nigeria
because you can't say we didn't see that in Nigeria. Obasanjo did it while he was president. Obasanjo was having media chats on a monthly basis. Wike did it. Wike. How did people know about Wike's achievement in Rivers State? How come people did not really know about El Rufai's and Ganduje's achievement in Kano State? Because Wike took a different route, right? This is 2023, 21st century. It is beyond you talking about propaganda now, because if you do not use the propaganda positively, your oppositions will use the propaganda negatively against you. So who wins? Right? So you have to deploy the intellectual, the intellectual media guillotine machine, right, to your advantage. You can't leave the opposition to dictate the tone and the pace of your achievement for you, because they will basically distort the information that they churn out to the general public. So it should be a sine qua non for you to implement sound governance and ethical practices in your administration. Part of that is for you to have a good media team. In all spheres of the social media, you have to have your presence, right? So, and I expect that because for you, promoting good governance is very fundamental, right? and then of course, he will prioritization of maybe transparency, and then the accountability, of course, should be there too, and integrity in all actions. Accountability in the sense that when you see somebody like a Mayfield, you don't allow people to ride roughshod on you, and you cannot really count on politicians' integrity unless you put them to account. They have to be accountable for every action they take. There's a reason why I've put you in that office. I'm not going to put you in that in even in the corporate world for the fact that you are the vice president, the manager, or probably the team lead, right, of your team. That does not give you the latitude to basically do what you want. You still have to be accountable to somebody. There are compliance mechanisms that should be put aside for people to give accountability of what they are doing. You don't just say, "I trust you," like Buhari did. He gave them a blank check to run Nigeria's, to run the cabinet as they want. And he gives them duties with no supervision. That is absolutely, incredible of a president. You don't do that. That is a primitive mindset of running a government, right? He does, and then he does not. But he did not. He did not. Let me put it. He did not address immediate challenges, which I believe. I'm telling you what somebody did wrong and what he needs to make some adjustment or a clear departure from that. Tackling present issues, promptly will demonstrate your leadership capacity. Like I give you an example of the EFCC and the DSS that happened early this morning, and he had to call them to order with immediate effect, right? And then he told them, "I do not want this." That's a signal. I do not want this type of shenanigan, that prevent the whole of Buhari's administration. For the fact that even a DSS chief had the audacity, right, to go to the Congress to threaten lawmakers and Oshibanjo had to fire him on the spot. Well, if Buhari wouldn't have done that, Buhari would have
Never.
quiet, right? Buhari, look at what's his name, the ex-Attorney General did. Went to the homes, to the premises of the justices of Supreme Court to harass them. You don't do that, right? And then it's a signal to the whole country that this is a president that identifies and then we address urgent matters, economics. Like, okay, look at this removal of subsidy while people are being greedy, the gas stations and all of them. They're already springing into action, right? When you have national security threats, when you have public health crisis, when you have social issues, taking decisive action in all these issues early on, nipping it in bud real quick will set a positive tone for your administration and for the nation. They will look at you in a different tone, like, "Oh man, this man is like, bring the American standard of politics to Nigeria because you were trained in America. You work in the corporate America. You know how things work over here. This is the first time we are having an American trained and an American embodied, president so far, right? And then I want to see that. And of course, I expect him to have a good, robust, relationship with the international community. Basically, it needs to be global minded. He needs to have an expansive global mindset. He needs to cultivate that diplomatic relationship that is very crucial for global, expansion and global cooperation, which I expect he will do, and he's already doing that by the virtue of what you saw during his inauguration, and the number of leaders that came, and the number of leaders that actually went into his that went with him. So he needs to engage those leaders. They need to establish critical alliances, and then basically negotiate. I expect him to negotiate agreements basically that will promote mutual interest. right?
Oh yes, yeah.
Thomas, can
Yeah,
we? Can I? Can I?
yes, yeah, yes. That I'm about to call you. Yes, yes. Can you come into the conversation?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody on
Good
the
morning. How are
platform.
you?
Yes. Eddie Market, thanks for your inaugural lecture. I just want to make some contribution about what we have discussed earlier. You know, what one thing I observe about Tinubu, the guy has to be careful very well. He has a lot of enemy, and his security is at stake.
God bless
And
you.
that came to forth in what happened during the inauguration. The guy has the fear in him, and that is why his wife has a lot of role to play in taking care of this man. He has to watch everything this man is doing, everything is putting into his mouth, anything is handling. So we should not see it as she being overbearing. Then about his close allies, the people that are working closely with him, he has to put people that he trusted, people that also have belief in him, people that can take care of him. And when he's appointing those people, we should not see him, if he's actually from his ethnic group, we should not see it as being an ethnic bias. That's one thing I want to say, because we know what is happening in that space, and this guy has to be very careful. If not, they will kill him. So we have to look at it from that angle. His wife, his close allies, the people that will be working closely to him, they have to be people that he trusted and people that also believe in him, so that he will be safe to rule that country. That's what I want to say about that. Then about the loan that Thomas raised, that Buhari gave out to farmers. He gave a lot of loan to people both for farming. But one thing we don't realize is that most of these loans, the CBN was unable to recover this loan from the farmers, and the farmers were giving excuses. You know, it's very easy to give excuse not to return loan for farming, especially if the loan is coming from farmer, because they gave them this loan without collateral, and they are saying that there was no rain, and so people give you excuses. So most of this loan just went down the drain, and we didn't see the impact. So one thing I want to advise is that Tinubu should not go in that direction. Nobody should give loans to farmers in Nigeria. I'm a farmer, and I know what is going on in that sector. The only thing that the farmers need in Nigeria is put infrastructure in place, put road and everything that will enhance farming. People have the money that they have to invest in that thing. And then this commodity board that he said he wanted to put in place, in fact, that will go a long way in helping the farmers. Because what happened in Nigeria is that we have seasons for farming, and once during the season, you see that most of the foodstuff and everything that we are producing in Nigeria will come down, the price will come down. But by the time we are approaching the dry season and the off season, the price will rise up, because most of these things cannot be preserved. And then the farmers, because most of them are poor, they want quick money, so they cannot actually store this thing for a long time before they will sell it. Presently, if I tell you now, presently a kilo of maize now in Nigeria is about 270 naira, 1 kilo of maize. So, and before we have bought that kilo of maize in maybe late in November, December for about 280 naira, 180 naira. So what if they can create those commodity boards so that the government can mop up this thing during the season, and so that the price will be stabilized throughout the year? And the farmers also, they will not lose much, because if they can have an idea of how much they can sell their goods, immediately they produce it, and they will be able to project their profit. So they will not go into loss. So if they can put storage facilities, have commodity board that will mop up excess during the season, and then during the off season, when the season is off, they can start selling it, so that throughout the year the price will be stable. This will help the farmer. But if he made a mistake of giving loans to farmers, they will not return those loans, and that will be a big problem for him. Then the other thing is about these labor activities that we are talking about. I'm very afraid of that, because the Labour Party, they are in charge of the labor in Nigeria,
And the way we practice our politics in Nigeria, it's not a constructive criticism. Most of what they will be doing is anti-government activities. They don't want its government to succeed. I don't know how it will handle that. It has to do a lot of negotiation, a lot of meeting with them, so that they will reason with him and be able to follow his agenda, so that we move that country forward. So that is because the way it's been now, the first thing that, like now, they just day before yesterday when it was inaugurated, the so-called judicial, they have started strike in Nigeria now, the Joint Health Sector Union, which comprises all other health workers except doctors in Nigeria. They've started strike the day it was inaugurated. So you can see, so you can see what I'm talking about now. So, and if that space is not properly handled, that is what will be agitating the people, and people will start talking bad about his administration. And there are a lot of all these union leaders that are ready. They have been bought and they are ready to sabotage his government. So you should be very careful, and you should know how to handle that space. Then the issue of if you look at,
do you listen to that? The man that was sentenced to death by hanging, the one that killed a master's degree holder, that man that owned Houston Hotel in Ife. Yes. And finally, the court has given their final verdict, death by hanging. So what is your take with all these ritualist people?
We have so many people who have been sentenced to death in Nigeria. But do we really have the political will to do that? They will just put him in prison and he will be there. Then after some years, the governor will come and say, okay, they got him pardon. The politicians that are ruling us now, they don't have that political way of signing that death sentence and to carry that out that judgment. When last did you hear about somebody being killed by a death sentence in Nigeria?
Simba, what I normally heard is that all those governors, they will say they don't want the blood of that person to be on their hands or maybe on their head, so they will not want to sign it. That person will just be in jail, maybe life sentence.
That's what I'm saying now. They are not ready. You remember during the Oshomole regime in Edo, when this kidnapping of a thing was rampaging in Edo State? He made the house that time to actually made a law that was okay. Anybody caught with and found guilty of kidnapping will be sentenced to death. They did that, but how many people have you seen sentenced to death? So that's the problem in Nigeria. We don't have the political way. So this one now is just by mouth. The guy will just be languishing in jail. After some years, he will just disappear and nobody will hear anything about it. So they don't have the political way. The politicians don't have the political way to carry out the sentence.
But why the prerogative, or maybe the person that needs to sign this, why don't you be the House of Assembly? Because if the House of Assembly, they're gonna vote like you know what I mean. Not the governor.
No, you cannot subject what a court of law has already judged to prerogative of the House of Assembly again. It's just like a duplication. You can't subject. So the final arbiter rests on the governor.
On the governor
to sign it.
Give the verdict, the signing. Yeah. Oh, yes, you are right. I'm not even thinking in that direction. Yeah, you are, because there are many people hanging in our courts today. They have death sentence. Maybe by hanging, maybe by shooting, maybe by all those things, but they are just lavishing in jail. No governor have the balls to sign those things because of this religion mentality. Christian, we said, I don't want any blood to be in my hands. The Muslim, we said, no. They will quote one Quran in the Quran. They will quote one verse in the Quran that the blood of person must not be in your hands. But this is governance. Sign them up. Let them go.
If you look at it, even from the religious angle, in the Islamic world, people are getting executed daily for one offense or the other. So it's not even about religion. It's just about our own mentality and the kind of politics we play in Nigeria. Let me tell you, Thomas, in Nigeria, there are a lot of things that politicians cannot do just because they needed vote from the masses. And so they compromise a lot. And that's why we are still talking about, can this democracy actually work for us? Because you need them in the 4 years' time to vote for you for continuation of your government. So the politicians, they compromise a lot.
I disagree with you. Signing people to death, people as already condemned by the court, does that really affect your vote?
You don't know how people will see it. And even in America and some states where they are still giving death sentence, people are still campaigning against it. Some people will come out and say fundamental human rights and all those things. So there's so much thing that is attached to this thing. Any governor that did that, you will see the backlash that will happen to such a governor. So it's a very delicate issue.
Simba, I disagree a little bit. Governor Shomole did it. He was the last governor that signed death warrant in Nigeria. And nothing happened to him. Governor Shomole, he was the last governor that signed death warrant.
So Shomole did that?
Yes, he was the last governor during his term. Since then, no governor
signed the law. I don't think he didn't sign anybody.
He signed death warrant, not the law. He signed death warrant.
The person was executed.
In fact, according to story, even the state doesn't have the executor. They have to go and get them maybe from Mondo or Ekiti. Because
they carry out the act. And they carry out the act.
Yes. He was the last governor that signed it.
Wow.
And he's still there today. Nothing happened to him. So it's just a personal thing to them. Like they don't want to have blood in their hands. And
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
And even Rudolph mentioned something too. Like some of them have committed even more heinous crimes. So they are having guilty conscience of having to sign that warrant on some smaller crime than what they have done before. It's just pathetic.
But if a court has pronounced somebody to death by hanging or by shooting by squad, I don't think they need the prerogative of the governor anymore.
You don't understand.
Inspector General of Police. Yeah,
there are people who do that job. People who do that job in the water or police. People don't go to take the job. It's another profession in the armed forces. Executors. In some states, they don't even have those people in that state. There are people who would go and do firing squad, who go and hang. Their own profession is different, but they are armed forces, they are police too, or what's it called? The prison guards, part of them. But people are not taking even that they're not going to that. Like in Nigeria, I think it's only like 2 or 3 states that has that designated appoint jobs.
Wow. And we don't really have the facility to keep people in prison.
That's why that's why it's getting more congested.
That's why we're even having this jailbreak every time.
People on death sentence are more than 3,000 in our prisons. There are more than 3,000 nationwide.
But it's something has to happen in that direction. Because if the court, you can't kill somebody, and court has finally said you kill this person, and court has pronounced for you to be killed as well, and you are still living. What are you living for?
Imagine, and it's even Rick, you mentioned the jailbreak the other time. There are people on death sentence that will have escaped, even during those jailbreak. People on death sentence will have escaped, and they are dangerous to the community.
There should be. I think federal government should to really swing into action. Even though states have their own power to do their stuff, but there's something should happen. You look at this person we are talking about now, a master's degree studying in Ife. They just kill him for his family just like that, and this man will just be lavishing in jail. Even though the court has pronounced for him to be taken down, he should be take down so that their family too will be crying. As those people they cut their life short to, their family they are crying till now. And this guy is the breadwinner of the house. He has father, he has mother, he has wife. Come on, this is still on justice because you are still living. The person you killed is gone.
The funny thing about this guy is, just like we were saying before, by the time it will go to Supreme Court, they will have reduced his sentence to like 20 years. And before you know it, a new government will come and they give him pardon.
And he will still appeal. He will still appeal for this case.
That's it. When he appeal, they will reduce it from death sentence to life sentence. Then after that, he will go to Supreme Court. They will reduce from life sentence again to like 20 years. Before you know it, another government will come.
Please, that is a speculation. It can still be, the same judgment can still be upheld, and they might say maintain it.
But I've seen instances in Kano, one lady who stabbed her husband to death, she didn't even spend up to 5 years.
Okay, I remember that
you
lady.
Remember?
Yes,
and there are so many like that. Influential people, they will go and get lawyers. If this case was pushed to the latter because it was Falano, Pro Bono was the one that took the case up. If it was not Falano, this guy might not get left the death sentence. If it was just some small lawyers.
Thomas, you know what? Another thing that is affecting that space in Nigeria is the way we relate with ourselves in Nigeria. You know, family to family and all those useless things. Because, for example, the example that someone made about that lady is actually too influential family, because the guy that lady killed was also very influential. But I'm very sure they will have some people will have gone to meet the family and say, okay, what are you going to gain by killing her, by doing this and this? And they say, okay, we give everything to God. And it's our belief, our cultural belief, religious belief. There's so many things that surrounded this. Let me tell you, if a governor signed a death warrant, like let me say now, this happened in Osun State now, and Adeleke signed this death warrant for this guy to die, let me tell you, it will have a long-lasting repercussion on Adeleke family, because this same man is also very influential and also from a very rich
he has
family.
like 2 universities, hotels. He's an influential man.
So an Adeleke will never do that for his own political future. Also.
Oh my God! Are we building a country? Are we building a country with this? It irritates me, Simba. What you are saying, it irritates me. You have been sentenced.
Whether you like it, it was not. That's the reality.
Oh my God! Yeah. Because this story of this guy, I followed it back to back. One guy in Ibadan is the one doing his case. I forgot that guy's name.
Nobody will take that bold step for killing this guy. Believe me, nobody.
Oh my God! Oh my! It's very, very, very painful. Very painful. It's very painful. They should take him down within 3 months. I know they are going to appeal, and it may go to Supreme Court, but I know Supreme Court will. The last thing Supreme Court will do is to give him life sentence. I know Supreme Court will not go back, because the evidence against this guy is very enormous.
No, but you know, it was him and his son, but his son ran away.
So they were
trying to push it on his son. So that is why I don't trust Nigerian judiciary, because they might just find a way to push everything on his son, and his son is not there. They will keep reducing it, because that was what they tried to do. It was because he was a strong lawyer.
You are really following the.
I'm following it now. I'm following it very well now. Yes. It was him and his son that was prosecuted, but his son ran away. So they were trying to push the case.
It's out of the country. Yeah.
Yes, out of the country.
Really one. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Oh my God! It's just pathetic. If you see how they kill this guy, they just kill him like a chicken. And that is why sometimes when I see all these rich people, I don't envy them, because Yoruba we said you don't know where their money is coming from. This guy is having university, and they said this university students have been missing.
Even the hotel. Even the hotel itself.
Even the hotel.
You do know what it was? You do know why they were able to get this man? It was the staff who was going home that already recorded when the dead guy came. When she recorded it, she took a picture of the register and went home. So later on, when they were looking for the guy on the register, the guy name was missing.
That they thought the page already.
So it was from the girl phone. Say, but this guy they are looking for. I was on duty that day. I was the one who checked him in. I have his name here. That was when they were able to know that was the hotel the guy lodged. That was ready to put the camera. They manipulated the camera. They destroyed it so that they can't get
destroyed the
evidence.
evidence of the camera. Yes.
You know.
So it's a premeditated crime. They already
it has been happening there. That's what they do. They share the register. When the police come to find out if somebody come and they won't see it. If not for that lady who took photo of the register before she went to, they wouldn't have known. There wouldn't have been traces.
Oh my God! I follow those stories. Sometimes tears will just roll down of my eyes. Come on, Nigerians. It's just when we say we have mentality, we are criminal people. Some of Nigerians, and you know, many people are doing this thing. They have not been caught. They are still doing it till now.
A lot.
Till now. And this guy struggle in life.
Did you see this culprit, this man? Did you see him in court? He was not even remorse.
He was
not
even
remorse.
laughing.
He just sat down.
Actually, if I might comment, when the guy paid, the money was paid into the girl's account.
Yes, because their account is not working, so they paid to the guy paid to his personal account. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Oh,
trying
Rosie,
to
you really follow the story. You really follow the story.
They were trying to hide their tracks. So the money, it was paid to the lady's account. And then
are you sure? Are you sure even that one was just one of the attempts to cover up? Because if he paid to the company account, that one
not
can
the
easily
company.
be traced.
No. This lady didn't know anything. Their machine is not working that day. So he transferred, the receptionist told the guy to transfer the money to our own account. Then the lady will transfer to the company's account later. So this lady didn't know their plan.
I think that's why you take the picture of the.
That's why he took the picture.
Yes.
That's why he took the picture.
The ledger. Yeah. The ledger where their names were written.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's God that made them to actually able to trace the death of this guy.
That's because
everything just went in favor of this. Yes. Exactly.
And as well, when you are going to any place, inform your family member. Again,
and you know what? That guy, they've been tracing him. That was not the first time he had lodged in that hotel. So they knew his movement.
Yes, they knew his movement. He always go maybe twice a month or thrice a month.
They knew, So they knew when he was.
Don't let us forget that is his wife that made them smart stay.
That's what I'm saying. The wife find one of the receipts.
One of the receipts, but they have been they've been waiting for him in that hotel. That when next he comes, they're gonna strike. So he came in.
Maybe they know. Yeah, they've already discovered the guy that this one will be very. This one
that he has a great destiny. Yeah, so the wife.
They know it's not local. It's not local to Osun. It's coming from outside Osun. So to be traced will be very difficult.
He comes from Abuja. And then he's doing his postgraduate studies at University of
I believe that man has been doing those stuff for a long time.
Yeah, they've been monitoring him. So the wife had some of the receipts. When she didn't hear from him, that was when she now traced to the hotel. And then they went to the police station. They found out.
They denied. They said they don't say it. They denied.
Yeah, they found out he transferred money to the receptionist account. And that was how the whole thing started coming up.
And it's not gonna funny anymore because this man is just laughing today. But all this stuff because he's already on social media, all over the world, everybody recognizes his face. I don't think they can manipulate the. He's gonna stay in jail. He's going to stay in jail. going to stay in jail. I
No,
don't
I'm not
believe
happy staying. I'm not happy staying in jail. They should fire him.
Oh,
They should hang
before
him.
they always release them. They will just replace another person. At least let him stay in jail now. Even if you stay in one,
this case is a high-profile case. You know, at first they took it over to Abuja, then they transferred it back to Osun. So they were monitoring it. Yeah. So,
And may God bless Falano as well. He took the case pro bono. He took it pro bono.
And me too. That's
a lawyer.
Yes,
that's what I'm looking for.
That guy did a swimming well.
Oh my God! May God bless Oriyomi.
That guy is taking an extremely difficult cases, and in fact, I don't know what the guy is using. He's taking a lot of risk. He's taking a lot of risk in that space.
That's how the guy is, because I have a sister that they went to the same college in Egua. They said they said the guy is very stubborn like that. That's why if you check his teeth, that's why they cut off his teeth. They say cut his guy, cut off his teeth in the Egua college.
You know how many death threats Oriyomi got?
The guy is stubborn.
Death threats.
And he's doing on the legacy of his father, because his father too is a big journalist in Ibadan. Olawale Azam. Our father worked for BCS for many years.
I know Olawale. I grew up in Ibadan. I was born in Ibadan.
That's his father.
That's his father.
Yes, Olawale Azam.
Oh, I know Olawale Azam very well. Awesome.
Yeah, that's his father.
Wow. I hope this will serve as an example. As I'm talking like this, as I'm talking to you now, some people are even planning to kill people. But maybe this will serve. Maybe it will serve as a deterrent to all the ritual killers in Nigeria.
I believe it's still because of the bad government and the economy issue.
No, don't go there, my brother. My brother,
okay,
don't go there. Don't go there. Why don't you go and do rituals when you are in Nigeria?
I'm not supporting that. I'm saying if we have a good government in place, because there is no way we will never have a judiciary zero, policing zero. You can hear what see as an example now. Today, when the police went to this guy auxiliary home today, you hear what they are saying on the background now. They said he doesn't know that it's because of the governor supporting him. They just bust that guy one time. See the ammunition. See everything they recover from the guy house. And imagine if they carry 10 people into that house, they kill them. Nobody will know. That's what I'm talking about. You understand?
This guy's image is dented though. His image is really dented. Even if he doesn't go to jail, he's messed up.
He's going to jail.
Who cares about his image? Even can die.
No judge will ever release that guy. No judge.
And the guy has no remorse. He's not showing any remorse. Yeah, he's not showing any remorse. That means he's been doing this for a long time.
He's
just upset that he got caught with this.
See his face now. His face doesn't even look like someone that's.
It's very rugged, very.
He look like all these Alakpata guys. You know, all these people that kill people. You can see from his appearance all over his face.
Is it true that the government has taken over the hotel from him?
Yeah, they're true. It's under the statement of the judge statement. They did.
Yes. Even the university, they're supposed to take the university down. He has to university.
They don't mention anything about the hotel and the van, the vehicle they used to carry that.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This story. This is a promising guy. Struggling.
And the guy is very smart. That's one of our Nigerian future. The guy is so smart.
I think the guy is a chartered accountant.
Yes.
Yeah. They bribed the wife too. I thought they said they were going to give her like over 200 million, but she said no. They wanted to carry the case so that
Yeah. They thought the guy doesn't. They don't want that money. They want justice. And thank God, but at least the family
my people. Do you know the story of this guy? When I went to Nigeria last year, I was so very which English I would even use. very, I don't even know the English. I was so alert. The hotel we lodged into in Okwebi Island, I was so very alert. Even sometimes when we are in the lobby eating, I'll be talking like I'm talking to like a commissioner, like I know big people,
To
just
scare them.
just to
Yeah, but
give.
most of all, when you go to Nigeria, it's better to stay in prominent hotels. Like if you go to Okwebi, you can go to Sheraton. They have some big hotels. You spend more money. At least you're sure of your safety. If you go to Lekki, there's a hotel that's Radisson. You spend more money, but you're sure of your safety.
Those hotel doesn't have a huge capacity to accommodate everybody. You understand?
Or
We still
Radisson
gonna
or
use.
hotel or Sheraton. So those are big hotels.
I know, but you know how many people visit Nigeria through December? Not everybody will go there. Some people destination is Ondo or your Edo State. You know, not everybody will lodge in a big hotel.
Okay, that's
I said, my brother, I'll be talking. Hello, Commissioner of Police one just to scare the waiter when we are eating. It's just I'm just blabbing. I don't know any commissioner now.
Our environment is very dirty.
Yeah,
just to scare them.
This case really raised my hope in the Nigerian judiciary system because I really didn't believe there was any.
It's because the pressure is too much on the media. The pressure is too much.
Okay.
The pressure. See, the man. Don't you see how the man started threatening people when he anytime he want to go to court, threatening journalists.
He was even saying that he was implicated. He said he had issue with money.
Because of the media.
Yeah, he said the Oni was even among the people trying to implicate him because he had issue with him.
Because he's fighting.
Only took the title away from him. They stripped him of his title.
That's why he's killing people. We want to be in big person in social. You just want to.
He was one of the guys that was contesting for that
yes.
Yeah. He contested for that position. Yeah. I followed the story very well right from the beginning.
It's very unfortunate. I hope this will serve as a deterrent to people who are still thinking, even though I know some people will still they don't even care. They will say,
to be honest, this judgment is still gonna bring a little bit positive, because all the high profile people, they would think otherwise. If we expose, we're gonna face the same. They will face the same.
My brother, this guy nearly escaped this thing.
Almost.
Almost. It's not just because of.
If not for Farana that bring in the case here. He almost did. He even had some bloggers that were blogging for him on his behalf.
You really follow the story. I think we are in the same category, my sisters.
They are defending the man now.
They are defending the man, my sister. Oh my God. No. I'm happy when one man read that verdict. I said, wow. At least we can have
even the autopsy. Did you see how they tried to change the autopsy? Yeah, the result.
Yes.
And they still manipulate the autopsy results. They did because it's just complicated because we don't even know which one to believe at the end of the day. Just bad. Killing people like our country. We need to do better. We need to do better. Very better. And the problem is the judiciary. I believe, as what you said, it's going to reform that judiciary, because when you have a judiciary, you didn't take care of the judge. You don't have a good welfare for them. They will corrupt. There is no way. They are going to corrupt.
But if it's going to reduce it, if it's going to, kind of do something about the judiciary. But if it doesn't use the right person, if it's going to use Fashola is not. If he's going to be the general.
As last time when they asked him about the judiciary, he said, "I did it in Lagos." and I will do it again. That's what that's what he has.
To me,
That's
Fashola is not the right person to be the Attorney General. He should make him. He should give him another position to bring out the best in him.
Fashola is too quiet. We just need a crazy person for that position.
But Kumi.
Yeah, it's listening.
Hello. We always think that it's money that can solve most of the problems that we have in the country. I think it's about our value system and perception. Let me tell you, in the whole of Nigeria, let me tell you what is happening. Yes.
Hello? Your voice and Remi's voice is so alike.
Okay. Yeah. So, let me tell you, judiciary in Nigeria, they are well taken care of. I'm telling you, Kumi. In fact, because I have a sister whose husband is just a magistrate, not even a judge, a magistrate. They supply all their domestic groceries every 3 months. They have if they are sick, they give them opportunity to seek care abroad, all expenses paid with the wife and the husband. They have
Simba is not in all the states. It's not in all the states too.
Okay, this one I'm talking about. I'm not so sure, but I'm talking about Kwara State.
There are some states there are some states that treat
but
them well.
It cut across most states in Nigeria. This one, believe me.
Simba, one of my cousins was married to a prominent lawyer in Lagos, Elias. This lawyer, he wasn't going to defend a lot of cases, but sometimes while we're at home, you will see people bringing all sorts of things, So the corruption is so bad. I'm telling you. That's why even when
that's what I'm saying. That no matter the corruption in Nigeria, there's no amount of money. If you like, give them 30 million naira every month as salary. It doesn't stop them from taking bribe. It's just we need reorientation as people generally, because we always talk about everything about government. Let me tell you, people will always demand for more money. We have poverty of mind. Believe me, as black people, poverty of mind. We always this fear of unknown, fear of the future. It makes us to be having this greed to acquire more and more and more for our born generation. So it's not about the amount. Let me tell you, that is the orientation. It's the orientation. It's that insecurity. That insecurity is the mindset.
Like what you are saying, like my mother-in-law, some of her properties, she had some tenants that were there. They didn't want to pay rent, so she took them to court. As my mother-in-law was bribing the lawyer, he was collecting money from the tenants, collecting money from her. He kept adjourning the case, because the longer the case takes, he's getting more money from both sides. So the corruption it's terrible. It's not everything government. What we are doing to ourselves is even worse sometimes than what the government is doing.
Okay, let's take for example this so-called fresh scarcity now. Can we blame government for this? It's just the nature of Nigerians. Generally, we have this mentality of taking opportunity, everything that we look at it and say, what can we? If a government has a very good, lovely idea and put it in a policy, the next thing an average Nigerian will be looking at, how can we circumvent this policy of government to take it to our advantage? That's the kind of people we are. That's the way we are. And it's not only in Nigeria. That is I don't know, maybe the way God created us, the black people, is actually very different. And that's why sometimes I wonder, why is it the same God that created us and the white people?
Yeah,
where I work here, sometimes you see there is poverty everywhere, and you see, in fact, sometimes if I forget my phone, and maybe somewhere, I don't panic. Even the poorest of the person will not steal your thing. But in Nigeria, even the rich man, if he sees your phone and he says, this phone is good, he will steal it, and it's not because he doesn't have the money. It's just the mindset.
Simba,
you are right.
Simba,
it's so bad though. Look,
See
for
that
instance,
that
like for
hold on,
instance,
please. Hold on, madam, please.
okay,
That
sorry.
is why I aligned with Tinubu on his this credit facility on mortgage, education, and all of that, because I have seen how it works in the US. I'm not lying to you. I'm not kidding you. In the US now, you see, like unlike Nigeria, where everybody. Let me give an example of Buhari. Buhari, people will say he didn't embezzle money. Buhari is like 78. Whoever he wants to embezzle money for is for his immediate family. For all those guys,
Is it for his children now?
he made them millionaire already. So what does he need? He only needs government to pay him till he dies. They will change his car every 3 years. So he doesn't need the money. It's for his children, and his children are already billionaire. So what I'm aligning with Tinubu based on this credit facility is that, like in US, now the only thing I am working towards for my children is that, okay, even the mortgage system, it looks stressful if you watch on how to pay for a mortgage, a house for 30 years. It doesn't too look palatable if you calculate it with what you are going to pay on it. But the only thing I want to leave for my children is for me to be able to secure at least some mortgage so that when they begin life after school, I will cushion them with some amount on that mortgage. That's the only thing I need for them.
No,
Okay.
please, even what you are saying is one of those things that encourage corruption. We black people, we have this mentality that we have to provide and provide and provide for our children.
No,
The white people doesn't do that.
What I'm saying is,
why must you put?
Even if you don't have mortgage for your children, once you give them solid education, they'll be able to fend for themselves.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We only have this fear that we have to provide everything for our children for them not to suffer and all those things.
I'm not doing it by fire by force. You understand? It is just what I thought, because if I have those background, I will have been very okay then. It's just like background.
Are you sure?
Hold on now. No, some of us, I'm not in this life, I'm not planning to be Dangote or Tedela. I just want to afford anything I need to eat a good food, wear clothes, decent clothes when I want to eat. So we are different from each other. Take my children for holiday once in a year or twice if I can afford it. So we are different from each other. So what I'm saying is, I thought about it myself.
Hello? No, I think we are hearing both. Let's Mr. Rosie talk, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The disadvantage the rich to be comfortable. You have
your network is bad, Rosie. Rosie,
okay, I'm sorry.
We can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, maybe you go out and come back in. We can barely. There's some static in your voice.
Okay, Simba.
Okay.
Now that
continue.
Let me say what I want to say. You work in Saudi. You have a farm in Nigeria. So do you want to tell me after you've grown up, you want to give all those money to motherless babies or something? So it's not like I'm saying it's a priority, because I thought it myself that if I had gotten, I don't know, if you know what I'm talking about in the America, Thomas will have an idea, because I know he has a mortgage in Australia. If you calculate what you are paying like double in the mortgage system. Even my children that I'm talking about, I might not give them as if I might use a facility from bank, but I've paid the bank. I'll tell them to pay in the bank. It might still be their money. Because I know what I'm saying about the mortgage system. It's not like it's easy. Even when Tinubu is saying in Nigeria, everybody's happy. It's not that easy to pay, but it will help a lot of people, a lot of low-income earner, be able to afford at least shelter on themselves. And that is what is driving all this criminality in Nigeria. Just one on yourself, you'll be okay with adequate power supply, water. Because when we were growing up, we used to watch all these, when there's when there's adequate power supply, every evening we are glued to our TV to watch Cockcrow at dawn, Samenja, all those things. Life was good. If we are able to get those facilities and a house on your head, it will reduce criminality a lot. It's not everybody
Listen, I agree with you, but the problem we have in Nigeria is that, do we really have, because in Western world, they have an established system and they have a way of tracking these things and make people to pay. And if you default, they know how to retrieve this property from you. But in Nigeria, the problem I have is that he has to find a way of ensuring how people will pay back this mortgage. And then so that at least more people will benefit. But what I'm emphasizing in Nigeria is that a situation whereby they will start and people will not return most of this mortgage and the whole thing will crumble.
Yeah, I heard you when you talk about the farmers. Truly, it is not really good if they can't return it because government is losing a lot, But the thing is, we will not discourage it. Even the Western world that are doing it, they started somewhere. It is a good way to go. You get what I'm saying? It's not like I know in the Nigerian system we don't have the structure yet, but
I think you just have to maybe fine tune it. It's not as if we don't have mortgage in Nigeria. The civil servant, they have mortgage. Even as I'm talking, I have mortgage. But I mean, people don't see it as a way out. And then well, I don't know. There are so many impediments.
No, you see, you have mortgage, but a lot of people don't know. But let it be widespread, especially first for the government workers.
Yes, for the government workers, exactly.
Yeah, let it first spread among them. It is even this one we are talking about. I know about it, but it is still selective. And in Nigeria, people who work with government can even come and call people outside the government, while some people in the government are not getting it. They still take more slots. People who have privilege take more slot. People who can afford it, they go and call their friends who are millionaires to come and buy like government property 5 instead of them to allow all their workers to first benefit. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the part of the corruption in Nigeria. So,
but if you look at it, because the issue is how much does even an average civil servant earn in Nigeria?
No. Don't think about that. I saw some one of the states in the north build about 200 houses for 99 million. If 9 million is spread for even somebody who earned 50,000 for 30 years, he can be able to pay.
But how many people will you spend 30 years in service?
No, that is how mortgage is in the Western world. Most of it is 30 years. If you reach to like 20 years, you will be paying more monthly. Do you get it? That is how it is.
I tell you, even with that 9 million, please, summer. Even if they are removing 50% of their salary for mortgage every month, most of them will not be able to offset the mortgage.
For 30
Majority
years?
will not. Believe me, they will not.
It's tough. Well, no, maybe not for those lower cadre, but at least some cadre, some levels of worker will be able to afford it. So,
what makes an average civil servant to thrive in Nigeria is corruption. To build house, to buy cars, it's not their salary.
Yeah, now that is buying outrightly. That's what I'm telling you. Maybe the corruption will reduce. Instead of them stealing more, they will reduce less. If they are able to get mortgage, assuming they are paying 10,000.
That is an assumption.
No,
just an assumption.
But this is what Tinubu is proposing. Seriously, there's no way there's no corruption in Saudi.
Before when you graduate in Nigeria, especially at least I'm still aware what happened in the late 70s, early 80s. My brother who finished as a doctor in 1981 UI, immediately he finished. It was even during his service. They went to their camp, and that was when they gave him letter of employment and they gave him a car. And that car is not free. They were deducting it from their salary. We have all those things in place, those good old days. But I don't know what actually happened to it.
Yeah, Simba, you are just equating Nigerians own to what I'm saying. And Tinubu, who proposed it, he lived in US before. So if you propose it, I'm sure he knows what he's saying. But I agree with you that Nigeria, corruption has eaten deep in Nigeria so much. But at least let's start with like 10% of the population, 10% or 5% of the lower masses. And we begin to see things change. And if it continues like that, we will have to start from somewhere. Otherwise, without all the countries making it in the world, even in Saudi where you are, there's mortgage for their citizens. Do you know?
No, they give them loan. They give them
It is still the same thing.
housing loan.
Loan, you could get a loan,
Loan
or
and mortgage is still it's almost the same thing.
it's almost the
But
same thing. Either loan or
You know
house
what they
mortgage.
do? What they do. You know, in Western world, they don't buy houses here. What they do is they give them money to build the house on their own. So they just repay. They have certain amount to pay every
No,
year.
it's the same thing. Now, even in
almost
US,
the same thing.
you can go and take money to build the house. They will still split the money as like mortgage payments.
That's why, as what you mentioned, you mentioned it. So you can get them. You're not gonna take 10 million cash to go and buy house. You can get the money and from loan and start paying small. You can go and build any house you want to. You
It's the
understand
same
me?
thing.
That's it. It's the same thing. I believe this thing will reduce the corruption.
Yeah.
Because now I'm driving latest car here. I'm paying my. If I'm in Nigeria, I'm not gonna be able to buy that car. Let us be honest to each other. I don't look anybody. Anything you drive, you're on your own. Because I'm okay with what I'm driving. I believe all this. Yes, I believe
That's
this.
all.
All this thing will reduce corruption. That's the best way to go. But I believe Nigeria, they just want everybody want to have 200 million in their account. That's what me I thought.
Well, you know, we like showmanship now. Most of the things that we acquire in Nigeria is not because of our need. It's because we want to just show people that we have arrived and this is
We
what
must learn
yes,
how to deal with how Western
bad.
region work, because we are all of us are here. We are all Nigerian, and we adapt with what is going on in the Western region. We can force our own people to adapt it, and government too can force it.
Yeah.
You understand? It's not gonna be easy. We can force it.
Just to buttress your point, Kumi.
Yeah.
People who work the lowest minimum wage in Western world, if you are not extravagant, you can afford a car. The lowest minimum wage. People who are getting the lowest.
I have so many guys that work in KFC, McDonald's, and they are driving latest car.
You know?
They're driving latest car.
As long as you have a job history, you have good credit, you are good to go.
You have a good credit record. You are good to go. That's it. That's the best.
I think what is going to be a lovable but he has to put a lot of things in place for them to be able to retrieve those facilities by the time they start.
I believe all this thing is working in Nigeria. There was a guy like 2-3 years. I don't talk to the guy anymore. He called me one day that he just received a call from First Bank. They asked him to come and get 500,000 credit card. Say the guy say he's shocked. Say for Nigeria.
No, it's happening, Kumio. Even I receive a lot of offer from banks. Yes.
And you see that if you have a good record with bank, all these things, you just need capital.
If they look at your account and they see that you are consistent, and yes, in fact, based on what you have, that is what will determine the amount they will offer you.
See all these people that are doing real estate business in America. Everybody is not the cash; they get the loan from bank. You understand me? That's it. Most of the richest people in the world, they start from loan, credit.
They're not doing it on cash.
They don't do on cash. They don't do on.
No, you cannot. Let me tell you, Kumi, if you are a businessman, you can't do business with your money. If you are doing business with your money, you are not a good businessman.
And that's what I'm saying.
And you will not make progress if you want to rely on your money. You will not make progress.
So you see, Simba, this thing we are talking about is that they have it in Nigeria, but it's only for the rich men. Yes. It's for the rich men. But what Tinubu is proposing is it should be general for people. People are working with government for 30 years, 40 years now in Nigeria. Once they have that consistent record, they should be accessible. They should have,
the problem we have, especially with our people.
Let me give an example. Ordinary South Africa right there, they have all those systems, they have everything. And this thing will bring a lot of investors. Many manufacturer company will come. People that
And because there have been, yes, because people there have been more money in circulation.
More money circulation. People that are building cars, people that are doing many things, they'll be able to come
Exactly,
and build
I agree with you.
And that's why
I agree with
all
you.
American companies, they are in South Africa, Chevrolet, Ford, anything, because they have a credit something
system.
Credit system. This thing, we have a youth population. All these things will help our economy.
I'm telling you, it will really help with our population.
This man have a good package. I can't like
Kumi, please, you know what? The way our people are actually circumventing this problem is this cooperative they now do. You understand? You know, you know this cooperative they do, please,
yes,
this
I know it.
society.
Yes,
so
yes.
They will contribute some amount. They will not take loan. They will be paying, and that's how most of people, the civil servants, are able to buy. I mean, build their own house, buy car. In fact, I know of a guy. Even ordinary television in his house, he took loan from cooperative to buy it because they have to rely on their mega salary. They won't be able to do anything in their life.
Nothing bad, but they will
Yeah, so you will see where we are going. That if it is centralized, it will really help. If some people already are doing it on their own,
I think it will work, because if those cooperative society are doing it and they are basically making profit and they are sharing profit among them, among the members.
Let us be honest to ourselves. After you went to university, you get a government job, you can't avoid a good life. That's bad.
That's what pushes people to criminality.
That's bad. That's very bad.
No.
At least you graduate, you get a good government job. You have the opportunity to have a good
we have
house,
to eliminate this cash and carry system that
it's totally bullshit. It's bullshit. That's why many parents will use their own children to do money ritual, because they want to meet up with many things that they're not supposed to be running after.
Yeah, do you know what? If you see these real estates in Lagos, especially when they do the advert, they will tell you a house is 200 million. Pay
250 million.
Thank you. Pay deposit of 10 million and pay within 2 years. Who can pay that money?
That's not mortgage, no?
That's not mortgage.
Yes, who can pay that money? That's what you are saying.
With a lot of interest.
Who can pay that kind of money within 24 months? That is a lot. So those one are not even mortgage. Those are for the big people. That's what the system we're talking about.
I believe. Another thing, when this man is trying to introduce, it should maybe I don't know, all this commercial bank employ youth. You understand me? They should just
please, I think the way out, because all these estate agents in Lagos now, all those ones in Nigeria, they're also taking loan from commercial bank. So, and I think everything that I want to do is all inclusive. It's also talking about reducing the interest rates.
Exactly.
If these people can also be getting long-term loan, so that they'll be able to.
Simba, let me come in there. You see, now that you have mentioned it, let me say it how it works in Western world. That is why I wanted government to propose it. That is why I'm saying, let's leave Tinubu to propose it. Do you know, Tinubu always mentioned in his town hall, Jim Ovia, Tony Olumelu. You know what they do? All this loan, even in Western world, it's not cash. It is government that gives the bank from central bank.
Yes.
So it's not like the banks have the structure of the loan. So it's not government's job to give people loan. So government will issue the money to banks. That what I'm giving you, make sure it's spread over like 2,000 people. Do you get it?
Yes.
You know, like all this money they are borrowing, most money they are borrowing is printed from central bank now.
Central bank, of course.
So the same thing, that's what they will print for banks to issue on loan. Banks have the structure of pursuing the loans. So it won't be too strict on people, on interest, on those things. The government doesn't want to make money.
Nigerian banks, they need a lot of restructuring. I wonder how banks are surviving in Nigeria by not giving loans out. How are they making their money?
They are
are
making
giving
that's why
money
loan.
you see all
throughout
They
this.
are giving loan.
overcharging. They are
So
giving
they are
loans
No,
and
overcharging.
charging.
how many people take the loan? The issue is that's where you have all this racketeering that is going on in foreign exchange. That's why they are making majority of their money.
They charge us. Some people, their money will lose. They will be able to get their money
Of
back.
course,
And then
yes.
they make a lot of charges on your account.
Last time I
You
went to
That
just
one
Lagos,
they
I
okay.
opened
do.
Imagine,
my first
imagine,
transaction. I don't
imagine
get the
if you
money back.
have let's say you have 1 million customer and
Mm.
you charge them maybe 100 naira on their account. You know how much is that?
That is major. That's where they
Any
make money.
little transaction you make, they
Mm.
will charge you. They
Nigerian
will charge
population
back.
is
They will
50,
charge. There are
53
so
naira,
many
25
charges.
naira.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
That's why they are making money. They are not making money from loan. They are not particularly performing their
Simba,
function
let,
as
let, let
a
me
bank.
The
let me
problem
tell you something. When I left
now.
Nigeria 10 years ago, I left 200 and something thousand in my account. Every month I get debits.
Yes, now.
Removing money from this account. What are
Even
they
me too,
charging me for?
from
SMS,
I
my
do.
SMS charges, transaction charges, all those
I don't
charges.
even. Let me tell you. A lady came to me from what's the name of the Sterling Bank, and he forced me to open an account. So I have opened that account in 2014 with just 20,000 naira. And since that time, I didn't go to that bank. I didn't do anything transaction. You know that money is not zero.
Or minus.
they
If you
don't
put
come out
money there,
from
they will minus you. If you put money in that account, they will minus it.
no, 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 no. Well,
It's
Nigeria
minus now.
we need a restructuring. We need restructuring. Serious.
Part
In
of
all the
challenge we have
every,
again, our
mm.
governor to be working. That's part of challenge we have. There is a lot of rural urban migration.
Thank you,
We have that
thank you,
challenge.
thank
Obviously.
you,
Okay, now
thank you.
I'm
That's
from
it.
Kwara.
Hmm.
I'm from Kwara State now. My parents, two of them are teachers. They are in yeah.
Well, no.
Now I can't tell you where I am that okay, I just wake up, I'm going to stay there because there's nothing I can do there. Apart from
Hmm.
me working on myself. Okay, now I on myself I did on myself I went to training. I repair hybrid electric vehicle in Abuja. But there's no way I will leave Abuja in a week that I want to go and see. Look at the things
Hmm.
encourage being living in Abuja is not an easy living in Abuja is not an easy thing.
Who is being
So
arrested?
sir?
Who is being
No,
arrested?
no, there are the ambulance passing through.
I know, and I was just joking. Yeah, continue.
Okay. So it's not an easy thing to stay in Abuja. Cost of living is too much. And if you go to all those rural areas in London that the cost of living is not much, there's how will you survive?
Hmm.
Like the work I'm doing in Abuja now, there's even in London generally, maybe only two people, and can they afford to buy the parts, come to pay for service? Training to personally, I need training to get the part is another challenge. You can't go to any bank say, okay, this is your and you have this knowledge, you know how to do this, you need credit facility, you want to acquire this equipment. So nobody will listen to you.
And that's
These are
the
the
main
challenges.
thing Asiwaju is talking about. And that's the reason why many Nigerian youths they are not progressing in the skillful part of their life.
So
You
you
must
know,
tell me because they don't have capital
I can do. I
to
know
develop
I will
themselves.
maybe I will take let's say 10,000 naira, and then and I know that okay, if I take this 10,000 naira in the next 3 days, I may not even have customer. You think I will not jack it up? From there, that's how we encourage corruption too. Some people say,
Hmm.
I can't pay money. You know that this thing I cannot work for this thing. This is what I want if I'm doing this. By the time you charge, you say, no, why is it too much? But they didn't think that okay, you two you have family, there's a ripple effect on you. So if you can't use your intellectual property to acquire a loan for you to be able to meet up to the standard of what you are doing outside, just to go for hybrid electric training just online is not an easy thing. Talk less to get the equipment and to update to the present things now. Then if you cannot do that, how will you cope? So to get just software to all repair manual, to repair all these electric vehicles is not an easy thing. Come to talk of getting parts, getting okay as Nigeria is now. True, I know in US you cannot even get a brand new hybrid battery, but refurbish in Nigeria now there's nobody that have refurbished machine. To make require you make a research, you make a loan to get loan for you to okay, I want to set up this machine, I need loan, I need to buy this so thing. Nobody will even listen to you. Nobody will even listen to you. You just okay, you have good idea about and which in Western world, just only that your proposal, you take it to bank, they want to support you because they know that as money is coming from, it's coming through their channel, they are able to get your own, you get your own, and everybody is happy. Then you're able to encourage people, no, you have to go through this way, and then, but if there is no encouragement, like now, my father, my mother is a teacher, is living on the salary in rural area. Now, two of them are retired, all they want to eat. If is the pension even coming? The pressure is on the children. So those are the reasons why people, when they are in position, they want to inquire even something that they know that even their great will not be able to even won't get at the end of the day. But we still need a good orientation, family background, determine most. That's what I just say. And those are the things that can bring down the corruption. You can't take it to 0.0000 level, but at least to bring it down to minimum that no people will say no, these people know what they are doing. That's my own part, sir.
Absolutely. You have spoken well. That is what we are saying. That these things, it doesn't, it even in the Western, what we are saying, it's not like 100%. It's has even just covered like 60% because even as they are getting it, people who don't want to work, like Nigeria, are still here. People who don't, if you give them money, they will eat it. But just like people who have something to do, banks will just investigate what they are doing and say, okay, you make 20,000, your turnover monthly is 20,000. They will be able to figure out what they can give you to support the business and be paying not something that will even injure you, something stepping for a long time so that you can be able to make some money for yourself and make the money to pay them. That's what we are saying. But most of these things is pushed by government because left to bank only want profit because they are private owned. But through bank, government will say, okay, this is the facility. Target people of this nature, support them and monitor them because that is your job. Even the banks will make money from it because we have the population. You know, it's not like government is not willing to make anything from it. Government, government can make everybody rich. We have the central bank and they can print million and share to everybody, but it will make people lazy. So government job is just to make facility for people who are willing to work, who are hardworking, students who are willing to go to school, who are intelligent. The ones who are not intelligent, who are willing to learn work, like in technical schools, that is what government is for. But government itself cannot manage those things. So they will use institutions that have the structure. And that is what Apple they do in the Western world. So that is what we are proposing for Nigeria. As you mentioned it, and we just have to pray for it to work through. It's a good step.
Guys, we have to show down. It's 6.5 hours now. I have a meeting to catch up with. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you so much. Yeah, I will see you next section. Yeah, thank you, Simba, Play Summer, John, Kumi, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Yeah,
I
thank
really
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah, to our listeners, we have come to the end of this section again. Yeah. One man we always say one day, $1, another dollar. So we hope to get you again tomorrow. Thank you for the super chatters, the happy clappers,
to those one that like us, those one that doesn't like us. We still love you. We love you all. Thank you so much. Yeah, we know where we are going. Yeah, we have to dance. Actually, you have to dance for us. So campaign has gone, election has gone. Yeah, this is time of governance, and we pray everything will go pari passu, as my brother Fatai always say. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. Thank you.